Volume 5, Chapter 198, Rise in Class. Give him the power to change the ending of this cruel fairy tale. It was the last wish that Ju-won uttered before his death. Jaehyeon stared blankly at him for a long time before finally opening his mouth. Ju-won, what the hell did you want to do? Why did you make that wish at the end? I mean, I thought I was the main character. Ju-won was so lucky, unlike usual. He had a bright smile. But I wasn't, I was the villain one, extra, but I don't think dying to the main character is a bad thing, and the villain always gives the hero a gift when he leaves. This is my gift. Ju-won did his best to do so. Then collapsed to the floor. Demonic sword Taebing granted the user's third wish. With that voice, a warm sensation rose in Jaehyeon's left eye. It was a strange sensation. As if the whole eye was on fire. What this? That was the moment. Suddenly, Ju-won's grip on Taebing turned into an unknown black beast. Revealing white teeth. Quagic, the guy immediately swallowed Ju-won. A crackling sound fills the field of cruel fairy tales. The witch beast was chewing and swallowing Ju-won. Jaehyeon, who was watching this, remembered Taebing's curse. Destroying users, did you mean this? Taebing swallowed all of Ju-won's body and disappeared without a trace. Apparently, since it was a weapon connected to him, it must have been made to disappear with the disappearance of the main source. Of course, Jaehyeon had nothing to regret. I have already copied Taebing using the imagery of the magic tool. There is no disadvantage to me for disappearing. On the contrary, if the other guys can't use it. There's nothing wrong with it. The moment Jaehyeon thought about it, the pain suddenly stopped. The sound of the system that follows. The new effect of Odin's Lost Eye will be released. You have acquired the active skill Insight Eye X. The skill Foresight is integrated into Insight Eye, a newly acquired skill. Jaehyeon's pupils narrowed as he read the explanation of the window that popped up. Active skill, name, Insight rating, X penetrates the essence of all beings and objects. You can distinguish the level of the artifact and the scale of the opponent's strength. A smile soon spread across Jaehyeon's face. I got a good skill in an unexpected situation. As Jaehyeon said that, he looked down at Ju-won, who had disappeared before he knew it. Insight, if you have this skill, you can gain an upper hand in battles with other Aesir gods. Being able to distinguish the scale of the opponent's strength is an indescribable advantage in battle. As for Jaehyeon, it was like getting a new hand. After a while, King Juring, the field magic of cruel fairy tales, is completely broken with a system message. Hela and Pappy then appeared. They were two beings waiting for themselves. You really did it. He was a person with a mythical level artifact. Hela spoke proudly. Jaehyeon shrugged and replied, it must be because it is a crow. I think I saved someone who was almost killed by that crow a while ago. Hela was sarcastic, but Jaehyeon ignored it and stroked Pappy once. Fortunately, it seemed that he and Hela had endured well. I'm proud of you, Groong. Pappy let out a pleasant cry after taking a deep breath. Jaehyeon looked at Hela and let go of his luck. Did you kill Ki Jaehyeon? Yes, we also retrieved Draupnir. I got this too. Jaehyeon picked up the essence of the sea that had been abandoned where Ju-won died and shook it. He asked, Jormungand, do I have to return this to the serpent guarding the sea? No, Hela shook her head, even though you had no intention of giving it back in the first place. That's right. Jaehyeon smiled and brought up the status window of the newly acquired essence of the sea. Special item, name, essence of the sea rating, myth essence that holds the power of the sea. When used, you can freely handle water and increase the power of water attribute skills. There was no special stat correction, but the effect of the item was amazing. It is understandable that Ju-won coveted. Jaehyeon immediately put the item in his inventory and this time started searching the lab. Hela asked as if she was curious. What are you doing? Is there anything I need to find? Limit breaker. There will be more here. I can't leave it like this. But it is like that too. It wasn't long before Jaehyeon found the object with a rustling sound. Numerous syringes and red liquid contained in them. This is what the limit breaker looked like before it was used. I'll have to send one to Chairman Kim Jaehyeon for a detailed analysis. At the time of the drug investigation, Kim Jaehyeon told Jaehyeon the following, we are researching a new substance but the sample is too small so the research is disrupted. If you find a limit breaker later, please send one as a sample, it will be useful for research. Jaehyeon put a syringe into his inventory. I didn't bring the others because I had a place to use them. He took a deep breath and opened his mouth. Then shall we do it soon? Yes, what do you mean? Hela tilted her head and asked. Pappy grabbed the hem of his pants as if he was worried about Jaehyeon. Jaehyeon laughed and pulled out an injection and committed an unbelievable eccentricity. Hooked. He had just injected a limit breaker into his arm. What are you doing right now? It's something with Odin's blood in it. He was shocked to see Jaehyeon injecting a limit breaker into his arm. However, Jaehyeon smiled calmly. So it's an injection, limit breaker, you already know what's in this, Godhead. This is the timing when you can eat the divine power raw without having to catch the god. You don't have to throw it away. Do you? Hela realized. Jaehyeon, he was a complete madman. How did you come up with the idea of infusing yourself with Odin's blood to raise your godhood? However, his actions were not without sufficient grounds. According to the journal obtained on the first basement floor of the laboratory, those who cannot withstand this limit breaker are ordinary people without divine power. To put it simply, It meant that Jaehyeon, who had a divine personality, would not collapse if he used Limit Breaker. It's not enough that Jaehyeon ruined Odin's plan now, he was trying to eat it raw. Crazy. Hela left a short comment. And Poppy tilted her head and looked at Jaehyeon. Jaehyeon was smiling. He took out the next syringe without pause and stuck it in his arm. The messages he heard continued to excite him. The user's divinity increases, the user's divinity increases, the user's divinity increases, the user's divinity increases, the user's deity soars, liberation level increases by 1. Currently, the user is in the second level of divinity liberation. A new slot will be opened. You can save one more mythic level skill, the lofty summit of Asgard, the place where Odin's throne Hlidskjalp is located. Now, this place was like a funeral home. The reason was simple. You mean that the adversary succeeded in killing Ju-1 as well? Odin's seldom changed expression darkened slightly. Hyujin lowered his head and replied, yes, not only that, but Ki Jaeyoon's death has also been confirmed. It appears that Draupnir was also taken. It seems that the adversary is getting stronger faster than expected. I'll have to deal with it somehow, by all means. It was when Odin said that with his lips closed. Hyujin looked at him and conveyed one more fact. I'm sorry in this situation. But I have one more thing to tell you. What? Another bad news, unfortunately. It is? Speak. Hyujin bowed his head at Odin's words. It is said that the opponent of the prophecy retrieved the limit breaker and injected it into himself. What? Odin's mouth exploded in astonishment for the first time in thousands of years. I hadn't seen Odin so flustered since Loki's attack on Asgard. For others, even if they are gods, they cannot help but tremble in fear. Hyujin was as calm as possible. It seems like he knew that limit breaker contained your blood. It must have been an attempt to forcibly elevate his godhood. How dare you take my blood? A mere human took my dignity, Odin shouted in rage. Hyujin said with his head still lowered. Please calm down. After so, are the preparations of Freya's Valkyrie army going well? Yes, but it seems like it will take some time. He said he would have to prepare for several months. I can't help it. Instead, tell them to be prepared. This time we will definitely deal with the adversary and imprison him. All right. After the conversation, Hyujin transformed into a raven and flew out of the window. Odin heard the creaking of the throne on which he sat alone. It was proof that he was angry, also. The only thing that angered him was mere humans. Min Jaehyeon was a young boy who was called the antagonist of the prophecy. Socket 1/2, power of thunder god Jaehyeon, who has returned home, is looking at the status window with satisfaction. We have finally entered the second stage of divine power liberation. Now, another mythical level skill could be copied. This was a good news for Jaehyeon, who had been barely holding on with Thor's skills until now. Then whose mythical skill should I copy next? That was the only problem. In order to copy a mythical level skill, a god must appear in front of Jaehyeon. There's nothing wrong with defeating the crow and getting another blank card to copy the skill itself, because finding God is difficult after all. Jaehyeon thought about that for a while. It was something I didn't have to think too deeply about. The gods will come back to them anyway, even if you don't want to. The movement to attack yourself, the antagonist of the prophecy, will continue. It's more important than anything else to calmly plan for the next one. Thinking so, I nodded. Suddenly, Hela rolled her tail and let go of her luck. She was lying on Jaehyeon's bed as if she was used to it now. Anyway, this incident must have greatly disrupted Odin's plans. Limit Breaker, it was one of his main studies for Ragnarok. I guess so. It is also encouraging that his godhood has risen. In the second stage, the Aesir gods, who can only exert 30% damage, will not be your opponent. Also, Jaehyeon nodded. It was the part I felt when I first completed the second stage liberation of Godhead. Jaehyeon knew for sure, even if he fought Heimdall in the present, he had become strong enough to overwhelm him. In addition, Jaehyeon was well aware that this had a deep connection with the rise of class. Anyway, Odin won't be able to move for a while. The same goes for the other Aesir gods. It was because he used too much of his own blood and power for Limit Breaker. Jaehyeon nodded at Hela's words, while Aesir hesitated. Jaehyeon was thinking of getting stronger. By the way, Jaehyeon tilted his head as if he was in trouble after losing his luck like that, as expected. This isn't a quest that needs to be completed as quickly as possible. Jaehyeon's gaze was directed to the newly accepted quest window. He scratched his head and read the details. The contents displayed in the status window were as follows. Fafnir II's experience has risen to the level limit. Clear quest for higher growth. A new quest has been accepted. Accept the sub-quest, The Dragon's First Growth. Chapter 199 School Trip Part 1 Fafnir II's experience has risen to the level limit. Clear quest for higher growth. A new quest has been accepted. Accept the sub-quest, The Dragon's First Growth. Sub-quest, Dragon's First Growth. Defeat the boss monster sleeping in Lake Chuzenji, Japan and find a way to grow the dragon. Condition 1, defeat the boss monster. 2, growth of Fafnir II, difficulty S plus reward Fafnir II's rank increases by 1. The quest window that popped up on Jaehyeon. This would be of great help in developing his power. Growth of Fafnir II, Jaehyeon had no reason to refuse. Pappy was a big help when I defeated Ki Jae-yoon. I caught the enemy who was trying to escape. Hela also said that and advised that Poppy's growth is absolutely necessary. Jaehyeon also agreed, according to Hela. Fafnir's scales are much stronger than those of many demon beasts around the world. Among the dragon scales, it is by far the highest level, although it is now weakened due to the state of Hetzling. It might be possible to regain a form beyond its heyday if it grows. By the way, there's one problem. What's the problem? Why are you sighing? It doesn't suit you. No matter how much the chairman is on my side. I skipped a lot of days to attend the academy. It was Jaehyeon who had already skipped classes for several days at the time of Limit Breaker. It was a situation where missing more than this class as a freshman could have an adverse effect on future promotions. That said, he couldn't miss the golden opportunity to grow Pappy. That was the time he was struggling. Belt ring, suddenly. A text message arrived from Jaehyeon. There it was written, Sender Kim Yoo-young, hey, what should we buy for our field trip? Are you going to eat too? Inaya, after school, someone caught Seo-ina on her way to the hideout to talk about the school trip. It was a girl in the same magic class. Her name was Yoon Siana. And she was a cadet with soft brown hair. Seo-ina tilted her head and asked, Siana, is something going on? Oh no. It's nothing else. Seo-ina felt a bit suspicious at Yoon Siana's hesitant appearance. Wasn't she the usual cheerful and shy personality? But why are you stuttering so much today? The reason could be immediately grasped from the following words. That Min Jaehyeon. Does he have a girlfriend? Maybe not. Oh really? Yoon Siana's voice suddenly brightened noticeably. She took Seo-ina's hand and put something in her hand. Can you pass this on to Jaehyeon? Be sure to ask for an answer too. The moment Seo-ina was about to say something. Yoon Siana had already left. Seo-ina looked at the object in her hand for a moment. It was a beautifully wrapped handwritten letter, a letter with Yoon Suna's name written on the outside with clear intentions. For some reason, Seo-ina's expression when she saw this became darker than usual. Should I tell it to you? Seo-ina looked at it for a while before putting it in her pocket, and for a while, she couldn't get rid of the feeling that something was on her stomach. A few days later, after the incident was settled, Jaehyeon, who has returned to the academy, is having a conversation with his colleagues at the hideout. Hoyen-an was the first to speak. It's a school trip, this time has already arrived. Kim Yoo-young and Seo-ina also received the words with excited expressions. I fight with monsters every day. But sometimes I have to take a break like this. After all, what does Chairman Kim Jae-yoon know? Kwon So-yeol, who was resting his chin on the words of the two, interrupted. By the way, why did the destination of the school trip suddenly change? You weren't originally going to America, were you? That's right, Lee Yi-sang answered. In fact, the place originally planned as the destination of the school trip was the United States. However, the schedule suddenly changed to Okinawa, Japan, cool, at that time. Jaehyeon coughed with a puzzled look on his face. What are you doing all of a sudden? Kwon So-yeol asked. But Jaehyeon did not answer. He briefly remembered what had happened a few days ago. So is it possible to change the destination of the school trip? Yes, is it difficult? No, I'll try my best after all. Japan was also one of the candidates. If there is a problem with the original destination, it will be solved somehow. Director Kim Jae-yoon readily accepted Jaehyeon's proposal. She was the one who helped him during the Limit Breaker incident. Kim Jae-yoon had a clear justification for helping him. Then, we will contact you after adjusting the schedule. Like this, Jaehyeon was able to change his destination from the US to Japan. There was only one reason, because the place where the quest for Poppy's rank up was carried out was Japan. To be precise, Lake Chuzenji in Nikko. It was the epicenter of Kegon Falls, one of the 3 major waterfalls in Japan. However, since the vicinity of Lake Chuzenji is a closed area by demons like Daegu and Binyong Island, Jaehyeon changed his destination to Okinawa, a popular travel destination in Japan. It didn't make sense to go on a school trip to a closed area in the first place, and even as Jaehyeon, he needed to move alone to avoid being noticed by others. In fact, Jaehyeon already knew what type of monster was there. It's time to properly demonstrate the privilege of a returner once again. Jaehyeon raised his eyebrows at that thought. Kim Yoo-young, who was watching this from the side, frowned. Do you know that you get into trouble every time you make that expression? Accidents are more likely to happen to you. This is really, so why the hell did it disappear this time? I want to get some rest. Jaehyeon gave an appropriate answer to the question and changed the topic. Looks like I need to buy some supplies for the school trip soon. Shall we split up the team for Miles' school trip? The cadets must prepare all food materials and necessary items. Jaehyeon was aware of this and suggested role sharing to his colleagues. Kim Yoo-young sighed and agreed, as if she had decided to close her eyes moderately. I really didn't say anything until the end. Okay, how about climbing the ladder? Good, Co and A agreed. Those sitting around ran the ladder, climbing app on their smartphones. They each wrote down their names and chose a number. Please, I'm a Mart. Nana and I like the Mart too. Kim Yoo-young and Lee Yi-sang seem to want to go to the Mart and see the market. Well, Kim Yoo-young likes to eat, so it's only natural. It didn't matter where Jaehyeon was. Ding, after a while the result of climbing the ladder came out. The team was divided into 3 groups. The first is Jaehyeon and Co and A. I went to the mart to buy groceries. The second is Kim Yoo-young and Kwon So-yeol, responsible for checking equipment and supplies. Lastly, An Ho-yeon and Lee Yi-sang. They decided to prepare entertainment. It was also thanks to Kim Yoo-young's strong insistence that such things are indispensable to travel. Anyway, in this way, the preparation team for the school trip was divided. Jaehyeon stood up first and said, "In A, shall we go then?" Oh. Go see some tteokbokki by here, it's so delicious. The place where solicitation is most active. Jaehyeon and Seo-ina had just arrived at the mart in the academy premises and were looking around. They pulled a shopping cart, each carrying what he thought he needed. Of course, all payments are made with points only. Basically, this is because the mart here is also an on-site facility. Jaehyeon brought the team members' favorite food, kimchi, which is essential for Koreans, and instant foods with strong seasonings. They were unhealthy but tasted the best. Co&A, who was watching this, said with a slight frown, "You can't buy too many of those things, it's bad for your health." She started taking out Jaehyeon's instant food again. Jaehyeon said with a sad expression as he watched the cup noodles go out of the cart, "No way, still. It's a school trip, how can I do without cup noodles at night?" No, Co&A was stubborn. She glanced at Jaehyeon with one eye closed and said, "When I arrive, I'll make you something much better than that." Jaehyeon quickly understood what he said. "Well, it's ridiculous to compare your food with cup noodles." Jaehyeon unknowingly swallowed his saliva at Jaehyeon's words. Co&A smiled and looked around the ingredients, but then I could hear the murmur of the cadets nearby. They also seemed to have come to buy supplies for the school trip. "Hey, aren't they Min, Jaehyeon and Seo-ina?" "Right, you're doing really well these days. It's surprising that freshmen made circles. But they say that even current students are eating them up. But only the 2 of us came to the market together. Are you dating? You're dating just by looking at them. You're such a handsome man and woman. But they fit really well. Is it because you're so respectful?" "That's right." The subject of the voices heard from the surroundings was clear. Jaehyeon and Co&A. The 2 of them were staring blankly at each other. Jaehyeon was the type who didn't particularly care about rumors like this, so he wasn't particularly impressed. But Co&A, who doesn't have a good interpersonal relationship, couldn't help but feel embarrassed. Embarrassed, she put her hands into the pockets of her jacket for a moment. Then, he touched the letter he had received from Sun Yoon. She pondered for a moment. Is it really right to deliver this? It was a well-intentioned letter. Yoon Seon-ah was interested in Yi Hyun, so I sent you a love letter, but for some reason she was reluctant to deliver this letter. I felt rejected and somehow annoyed. Why am I doing this? It was a feeling that even Co&A could not understand, after thinking for a while. Co&A looked at Yi-hyun's back pushing the cart and asked cautiously, "Yi-hyun, why don't you date a girlfriend?" Yi-hyun's walking speed slowed down a bit. He said while keeping pace with Co&A, "Why are you asking that all of a sudden?" "No. Just I was wondering why a nice guy like you doesn't have a girlfriend yet." "Am I not that nice?" Yi-hyun smiled bitterly. "And what? The job of radar is very uneasy. I don't know when I might die. What about people who are left alone when they die? No one will understand anyway." It was a passing word. But Seo-ina felt warm consideration in those words. Yi-hyun was always like this. He was more considerate of others than his own feelings and always sacrificed. That kind of warmth is Yi-hyun's charm. But Seo-ina thought so, and suddenly she was startled. He felt his face turn red and his fever rising. She pursed her lips several times and finally came to the conclusion. "If there is a woman who understands you, then would you date her?" Yi-hyun's head turned around for an instant and turned to Ine. Her flushed face and quivering lips caught his eye. A moment of silence passed. Yi-hyun looked into her eyes for a few seconds before finally opening his mouth. "I am." Chapter 200 School Trip Part 2 Before Return. Yi-hyun first saw Ine Seo in a joint class at Mills Academy, a girl who drove all sorts of rumors among the cadets because of her outstanding skills and beautiful appearance. At the time, Seo-ina was a cold-blooded person who believed in nothing but herself, like someone being chased by something. She continued moving forward, not paying attention to anything around her. In the past, Yi-hyun looked at her and thought, he's a very tired guy. Even after seeing her face on TV again, the impression did not change much. Seeing Yi-hyun, she was still cold and suffering from severe distrust of humans. Later, Yi-hyun found out that she was hurt by her family. He said that after losing his parents, his life gradually began to deteriorate, so she belatedly realized that she had no choice but to be cold. But after regression, Seo-ina now is definitely different from the past. "I didn't suffer from the distrust of people as before, and I got along well with my colleagues." It was a surprising change for Yi-hyun. Who knew her past? Yi-hyun knows. Who caused Seo-ina's change and how does it relate to her words now? It was Kim Yoo-young and me. The reason In-na broke down the wall in her heart is, at the time of freshman hunting. Jaehyeon used to team up with Yoojung Kim and Ina Seo even then. There was a distance between her and Jaehyeon. They did not trust each other and only intended to use them as needed. However, as time passed, the two gradually grew closer. After creating a circle and sharing stories from each other's past, the wall between the two had to be completely torn down. No. Maybe her heart was slowly shaken from the time of the simulated dungeon raid. Jaehyeon looked up at Seo Ine for a moment. He knew Ine likes me. That Ina Seo's feelings for herself are much deeper than those of others, looking at Jaehyeon's two shaking pupils. Seo Ine struggled to part her lips. If there is a woman who understands you, then would you date her? Jaehyeon couldn't easily answer Seo Ina's sudden question. I know all too well what kind of heart she brought out the story to herself. I was cautious about speaking out hastily. She was bad at interpersonal relationships. I had no idea what kind of rejection was right. I'm just confused right now. I'm shaking because I'm the first person to reach out. This is not love. Jaehyeon organized his thoughts. He answered her question in the most calm voice. Well, that might be a bit difficult, looking at Seo Ina's widened eyes. Jaehyeon said, even if there are good people, I don't have the confidence to become a good person. Seo Ina said nothing, so the two of them walked around the mart for a while. The murmurs of the surroundings seldom died down. At that time, Seo Ina, who had been thinking for a while, crumpled the letter in her pocket. I decided not to deliver this letter to Jaehyeon. A few more days after that, preparations for the school trip were proceeding smoothly. The academy also entered a period of stability after the incident. The position of Chairman Kim Jae-yeon has also been solidified by the resolution of successive cases. Now it has come to the point of completely replacing Gu Yaen's place. It was a positive thing for Jaehyeon. Jaehyeon Kim actively promoted Jaehyeon and Circle 9. From the point of view of the academy, the appearance of outstanding students is always beneficial. The higher the representation reaches, the higher the performance of mills. Anyway, the size of the circle has already grown to this point. Jaehyeon nodded his head in awe. Now the members of Circle 9 have become national celebrities. Already some people were saying that 9, led by Jaehyeon, should be counted as one of Mill's top circles and fill the vacant seat in the 4th circle due to Ki Ji-yoon's disappearance. I feel that our position has risen a little bit. It's a bit daunting too. No way, you were famous from the beginning. When An Ho-yeon made a joke while carrying his luggage on a school trip, Jaehyeon smiled and replied, Jaehyeon's words were right. Wasn't it in Ho-yeon, who was considered the best star in the martial arts world from the beginning? It is true that he is being pushed back by Jaehyeon now, but he is still gaining a lot of popularity among Circle 1. Of course, his good looks contributed to his popularity. Okinawa, it is expected, let's go and play games and have fun. Kim Yoo-young said that and went on the road with an excited expression. They were boarding a group bus to go to the portal center. Jaehyeon was already seated first. How about a seat? That's what Kim Yoo-young asked. Suddenly Seo Ine passed her and sat down next to Jaehyeon. She said with a determined expression, I want to sit here. Oh yeah, is a window seat good? Kim Yoo-young quickly understood. Kwon So-yeol tilted his head for a moment and looked at Seo In-na. It was probably because I noticed something strange. Is it a sense of age, to be honest? From Jaehyeon's point of view, she was only an 18-year-old girl, but she was the sharpest of the people gathered. There seems to be something, seeing her thinking that way. Jaehyeon suddenly opened his mouth. Are you not riding? Oh ta, she looked at the two suspiciously and got into the vehicle. Lee Yi-sang sat in the back seat with potato chips in his hand as if he was excited. Lee Yi-sang. You always sat in the back seat. Are you in elementary school? That's Akae, Kwon So-yeol snapped. And this time the two of them sat side by side. It's because they're used to them because they usually attend events together. Kim Yoo-young sat separately. She wanted to sit with Poppy. So she took a seat for two by herself, when everyone was making such a happy expression. Jaehyeon was alone with his chin resting on his dark expression. He was lost in thought. His gaze fixed on the seat in front of him. That incident a few days ago made Ine uncomfortable. In fact, it was an inevitable situation. Jaehyeon was no fool, what she said at the mart at the time. It was a story that was nothing more than a confession to oneself. I desperately hoped that it was Seo Ina's mistake. Who is not good at expressing emotions? I don't think that's the case. Jaehyeon was intuition. The expression of Ina Seo, who was sitting next to her, became even harder. That this will be another problem for you, however. Jaehyeon was never going to change his behavior. Right now I have work to do, plural, and to protect your precious things. This was something that could not be done with a clumsy mind. There. In the first place, I was in my late 20s. And I was in a relationship with a high school student. I thought this was a crime. Jaehyeon shook his head and brushed off his complicated thoughts. Love and what? Now I'm in a situation where I have to stop Ragnarok. There is no time to worry about anything else. For now. I just have to focus on getting stronger. Jaehyeon let out a light breath and put the earphones he had brought into his ears. At that time, suddenly, he felt a warm breath coming towards him. A clear voice is heard. Listen to the music. Yihyun looked at the seat next to him with a puzzled look on his face. Seo-in-na came close to her and reached out her hand to her ear. Can I listen with you? Seo-in-na asked with a slightly trembling voice. It did not take long for the cadets to reach their rural destination. Okinawa. The process of going to Japan through the International Portal Center was not that difficult. In the first place, Okinawa is a place free from demon attacks. The reason why Yihyun chose this place as the destination for his school trip was because it was one of the few places where safety was guaranteed. Japan is a country with many closed cities due to the invasion of monsters, a place where the situation is not so good that both GDP per capita and happiness index are at their lowest points since the appearance of the gate. Fortunately, Okinawa is far from a closed area. Since it is a city relatively free from adverse influences, there are no major problems with travel. As I stepped out of the portal center, I heard a muffled sound from outside. Mills Academy was quite a major academy in Japan. In recent years, Yihyun's performance has made his name more famous. It was only natural that they would get attention. Let me tell you a few things. The instructor stopped them at the airport for a while and briefed them on their itinerary. Well, I informed you in advance as a handout, but there are more people who don't look at it properly. As usual at this time of year, high school students tended not to listen to others. So, after unpacking at the assigned accommodation, we plan to tour the Kukch Street Public Market, and all schedules are conducted in circles. From the second day, you can visit the places you like, such as the Chirami Aquarium and the Kuri Bridge. And you must go together in a team of at least 2 people. You do not need to move with the instructor separately if you write down the list of people you will be traveling with and pass it on. Please feel free to roam around the sites and then fill out and submit the tour report. Yihyun nodded after recalling the places he had to visit today. Hey, on the second day of Min Yihyun. It was the time when Kim Yoo-young, who was holding Pappy in her arms, was talking to Yihyun. Suddenly, Seo-in-na interrupted her and approached Yihyun. Come with me on the second day. Again. The intention was clear, Seo-in-na. She didn't stop coming towards her. In an instant, Yihyun felt his head throb. Either way, she was sincere, however, thanks to his job on the bus earlier. He had already anticipated this situation. Sorry, I don't think we can go together. I have something else to do on the second day. I got permission from the chairman earlier. Seo-in-na didn't answer. She didn't affirm or nod as usual. Kim Yoo-young and Kwon So-yeol and An Ho-yeon, who were watching the two, made a slightly subtle expression. Lee Yi-sang is said to have no great talent for reading the atmosphere, but the remaining 3 were different. In particular, An Ho-yeon's reaction was worth seeing. He whispered to Kim Yoo-young and asked, "What's between Ine and Yihyun? Did you even fight?" "Okay, didn't I hear anything? Stay still for a moment." Kwon So-yeol stopped the 2 of them from whispering for a while, after looking at Seo-in-na for a while. Yihyun left his seat and approached the instructor. Seo-in-na remained in her seat and watched him from behind. Yihyun had no idea that this was the beginning. Chapter 201 The Heart of Two People Part 1 The schedule for the school trip was 5 days and 4 nights. On the first day, the circles move according to the schedule and the remaining 4 days are free. On the last day, the basic plan was to pack up and get ready to go back. It was quite a long schedule, but compared to the hard work of the cadets, it was a momentary break. They are driven into a situation where they have to risk their lives fighting monsters every day, even at times like this. It was true that it was difficult to change one's mood without proper rest. The Academy is aware of this, so we recommend a free tour as much as possible. On the first day, Yihyun planned to move between circles and start attacking the field from the second day, because I have to catch the boss monster of Lake Chuzenji in order for Poppy to grow. A new quest accepted to upgrade Fafnir II's rank. To do this, you have to head to one of Japan's closed areas, Lake Chuzenji in Nikko. Significant difficulties were expected from infiltrating, but there was no other way. Poppy is his partner who will grow up to S+ grade. It was impossible to give up grade growth just because it was difficult here. The fortunate thing is that I already know how to capture Lake Chuzenji. Before returning, Yihyun heard about the attack on Lake Chuzenji in the World Radar newspaper, the monster's weakness, as well as the items that can be obtained there. Yihyun's head was already full of ways to attack the field. If there is one problem with him who has had a smooth schedule so far. Yihyun, do you want to eat this? It was that Seo-in-na's behavior had changed too much since her job at the mart. It seemed that she had completely abandoned the idea of revealing her heart implicitly. He openly took care of Yihyun and appealed to himself, which confused Yihyun. How did things get so twisted? As Yihyun, it couldn't have been more disturbing. At first, he had no feelings for her. I've been running for the past few months without even thinking about anyone. And now I'm starting to see the front little by little. However, it seemed that it was not Seo-in-na. At first, Yihyun thought that her feelings for him were lies. Seo-in-na is just confused right now. He didn't think it was a big deal because the feelings toward him would only last for a moment. However, Seo-in-na's behavior now was more reckless than ever. Seeing this, Yihyun had no choice but to think seriously about this issue once again. Of course, even so, it would never change the answer to give back to her. I've got to get it sorted out, otherwise your relationship with the other kids may also be strained. To Seona. Yihyun and Kim Yoojung were friends with a special meaning, those who broke down the walls of their hearts and made themselves stronger. To her, the two were the ones who helped change many parts of her life. Perhaps the reason her heart leaned toward Yihyun was because of this same reason. Yihyun was silent for a moment, then looked at her face and opened his mouth. I told you yesterday, come join me on the second day. Seona replied with an expectant gaze, looking at Yihyun with his head up. Yihyun said in a calm voice, "Okay, let's go together tomorrow, I have something to say." "What to say? I'll tell you then. There was never anything to talk about here." Yihyun promised to meet Seo at the Chirami Aquarium the next day. Seona looked at the floor with a slightly uneasy expression. What Yihyun wants to say to himself, if you didn't notice it. That was even weirder. No matter how bad he was at interpersonal relationships, it was not difficult to guess his intentions. Also, it's likely not the answer you want. But it doesn't matter, however. Seona did not think deeply about this issue. After realizing her heart, she decided not to back down any longer. There are already many people around him who have feelings for Yihyun, except for Yoon Seon-ah, who asked to deliver the letter. The story of Yihyun rises in the air among many girls. Seona decided that if there ever was a moment when she needed courage, it was now. I don't have the confidence that others will see Yihyun next to me. Because of that, she didn't care what kind of answer Yihyun gave her, because I had no intention of giving up on him in the first place. From the past, Seona has never failed to get what she wanted. It will be the same this time too, she thought so. Meanwhile, Kim Yoojung, who was watching this from behind, was suffering from complicated and subtle emotions. It was because he had noticed that Seona's behavior towards Yihyun had changed in the past few days. It became more delicate and reckless. What should I say? He was doing what would only be done between lovers without hesitation. First of all, the shy Seona, it wasn't just Kim Yoojung who felt this. An Hoyeon and Kwon Soyeol said on the way back from their schedule a while ago, "Those two, there's definitely something there, there is. I think it's between the two of us, I don't think it's our business to intervene." The two of them said that and kept quiet as much as possible, however. As Kim Yoojung, it was a frustrating feeling. It was because I couldn't understand at all how the two of them came to be like that. She studied well and had a good head, but in this respect, Kim Yoojung was dull. Even so, she knew one thing for sure, that the relationship between the two is flowing with one-sided feelings. Also, the one who is actively approaching is Seona. Yihyun was still pushing her away. I come to think of it. You asked me back then too, are you dating Min Yihyun? In the past, during a meet party at Kim Yoojung's house, Seona asked herself, are you dating Yihyun? Come to think of it. There was no reason to ask such a question among friends. Perhaps, if Seona had feelings for Yihyun, that would have been the beginning. This was a very strange feeling for Kim Yoojung. It was Kim Yoojung who was close to both of them. Kim Yoojung felt as if two of her friends had been taken away in an instant. I felt a tightness in my chest and annoyance rose. I pulled a blanket over my head like that. Suddenly, Kwon Soyeol's voice interrupted. Do you care that much? Kwon Soyeol asked her while touching her smartphone next to her. The accommodation for this school trip is basically a two-person room. So Kim Yoojung and Kwon Soyeol were using the same room. Kim Yoojung said as she rolled over the blanket and laid down on my arm. Well, rather than being concerned, I feel something strange. Did you really know the one that Ine and Yihyun liked before? I think it was. There was a subtle corner to those words. Kwon Soyeol took her eyes off her smartphone and looked at Kim Yoojung for a moment. She rhymed with one eye closed. Do you have any feelings for Yihyun? Yes, Kim Yoojung said that, even making a sound break without knowing it. Kwon Soyeol was with a calm face. You know, you'll regret it if it's too late. Kim Yoojung did not immediately understand the words. It was because Kwon Soyeol's words were completely unexpected. It's getting late, what the hell is your sister talking about? Her story was shaking Kim Yoojung vigorously. Jaehyeon Min, have you ever thought of him as a member of the opposite sex? He was just an old friend of his. A friend who spent a long time together. I've never thought about anything more than this before. Kim Yoojung denied her words with an effortless smile. No, it's good when friends do well, and I have no feelings for Min Yihyun. It's because I feel sorry for Ine, how fragile she is. If you deceive your heart, only you will suffer. If you can turn it around, you have to turn it around quickly. Kim Yoojung could not answer for a long time. She pulled the blanket over herself and forced herself to sleep. Yihyun's face and the figure of Seona approaching him appeared in the dream, the image of two people wearing pretty clothes and walking side by side with their arms crossed. Kim Yoojung had no choice but to fall asleep due to the unexplained discomfort. Kwon Soyeol let out a small sigh as he looked at her blanket rustling. Stupid. Croon. Next day. On the second day, Yihyun stood in front of the mirror wearing a jacket to complete the schedule. Maybe because I paid a lot of attention yesterday. The dark circles came down a bit. That would also be the case with Seona's recent behavior toward herself, because it was something I couldn't help but worry about. Can I refuse today? Jaehyeon has to meet Seo Ina and explain her current situation. Of course. We cannot talk about regression or God. I don't intend to entangle my colleagues in a bigger problem, but it will also be difficult to say nothing. Otherwise, Seo Ina, who has a slightly tenacious side, will not easily understand or give up. This is all because I am good, do you admit it too, Krung? Poppy looked at Jaehyeon and tilted his head. I was joking. But that kind of reaction, because I'm still young after all. Jaehyeon thought about it and shook his head. Not long after, Jaehyeon, who had finished all his preparations, stepped out of the hotel. Poppy met Kim Yoo-young on the way and was thinking of leaving her for a while. It looks like it's going to be a long day today. Jaehyeon groaned and walked away. The destination was the Churami Aquarium. It didn't take long to reach the aquarium. Well, it's not like moving to another city at all. There was no problem with transportation because it was heading to a famous spot in Okinawa. When I went to the aquarium, Seo Ina was there first and was waiting for me. Her skin was a little whiter than usual and her lips were reddish. Jaehyeon thought she was pretty but shook his head. After a while, what he had to say inevitably hurt her. What will Seo Ina say after hearing her rejection? Would you nod your head saying that you understood and understood yourself as always, even as a representation? It was a part that could not be easily guessed. I'm here while thinking about it. Seo Ina found Jaehyeon first and waved her hand. Jaehyeon nodded and looked at her face for a moment. Her eyes were completely different from the last one I saw yesterday. It didn't shake. And it didn't seem to have any worries. It's like you've made a decision. Jaehyeon couldn't help but feel uneasy about this. Shall we go at once? Jaehyeon said that and Seo Ina started walking next to him. Her cheeks were already red, also. Jaehyeon was well aware that it was not because of the ball touch. It seemed that her heartbeat could be heard nearby. After a while, the two arrived inside the aquarium, a place full of blue light as if it had moved the sea as it is. There. Academy cadets like those who had already become lovers were gathered. Naturally. Most were couples. Jaehyeon and Seo Ina walked around the area together. We had conversations while looking at all kinds of fish and marine life inside the transparent glass tube. Sometimes they exchanged glances for a while in silence. About an hour passed like that, having finally made up his mind. Jaehyeon stopped walking and looked back at Seo Ina, who was following him. I have something I want to say, as if she had been waiting. Seo Ina raised her head slightly and looked at him. Couldn't you say that later? I have to do it now, saying that. Jaehyeon met Seo Ina's eyes right away. Say now, Jaehyeon felt his heart sink at those words. Seo Ina had a detached expression, however. There were also eyes that did not give up on anything. It was constantly embarrassing representation. Even if it's hard, I have to do it. Soon after shaking his head, Jaehyeon, who had hardened his heart, opened his mouth with a determined expression. Inaya, I know how you feel, but it was then. Suddenly Seo Ina covered Jaehyeon's mouth and came close to him, momentarily. She raises her tiptoe and closes her face to Jaehyeon. Yet, Kwang, an unknown roar erupted from the center of the aquarium. Chapter 202 Two People's Heart Part 2 Kwang. The expression of the two people hardened at the sound of an explosion that came from the middle of the aquarium. After the fleeting moment has stopped, Jaehyeon heard two hearts beating nearby. It was because, in the aftermath of the binge drinking a moment ago, he had pulled Seo Ina closer without even realizing it. Thanks to that, the two almost became hugging each other. Jaehyeon looked at Ina Seo, who was looking up at him with her tiptoe raised. For some reason, her eyes were a little groggy. Sorry, let's talk later. After saying that, Jaehyeon tried to let go of her shoulder, but that was then. Is this my misunderstanding? Seo Ina said as she held onto Jaehyeon's back as she tried to push her away. Her voice, which had always been resolute, began to tremble. Tell me, Seo Ina was asking the reason for her actions. Why did he hold her without realizing it at the moment when he thought he was in danger? Is there any other meaning here? Seo Ina was asking that. Jaehyeon shook his head. It's an illusion. The magical power of the monsters nearby is only C-class. I wouldn't have thought I'd get hit like that. Inaya, I said we'd talk later. After Seo Ina said that, she meekly left Jaehyeon's arms. A single tear flowed down her cheek. Then your answer will change. After spitting out the words, Seo Ina started walking somewhere as if she was relieved, as Jaehyeon stood there blankly, turned around and asked, weren't you going to kill the monsters? Okay, let's go. Jaehyeon decided to postpone the story a little longer. The present Seo Ina that he saw was obviously concentrated somewhere. I didn't want to provoke any more, that's enough for now. Jaehyeon thought so and followed her after a while like that. The place where the two arrived after tracking the beast had already been cleared by another radar. Could it be the radar of the Japanese coalition that was patrolling? It was when Jaehyeon thought so. Groong, a familiar cry came from somewhere. Jaehyeon lifted his head and looked up at the sound. At the same time, a heavy, familiar, rough feeling obscured the view. Pappy, why are you here? Jaehyeon tilted his head as if it was strange. I entrusted Pappy to Kim Yoo-young a while ago. The fact that he is here. He cast his gaze forward. It was the direction Poppy flew from. Then another familiar face came into Jaehyeon's eyes. I heard the voice of a girl in front of me who seemed to be embarrassed. Kim Yu-young, Seo In-na's eyes. Looking at Yi Hyun tilting her head, also turned to Kim Yu-young. Complex emotions lingered on Seo In-na's expression as she watched the two of them. Why is Yu-jeong here? When we were talking about the schedule yesterday, Kim Yu-young clearly said to herself, second day, we wanted to explore the nearby market or some more. There are many that look delicious. I'm sure she said that. But why is she here at that moment? Only one thought came to Seo In-na's mind clearly. There is Kim Yu-young at the aquarium where he and Yi Hyun decided to come together. She was sure that it was no coincidence that I met Kim Yu-young here. After tracing his memory before returning, Yi Hyun was able to recall the story of the monster attack at the Chirami Aquarium. It was an incident that I couldn't remember properly because it was in the news that I had spilled in the past. As Seo In-na mentioned earlier, it was an accident in which a C-class monster raided the aquarium. It was obviously a disaster caused by negligence of the Japanese allied forces guarding the area. Yi Hyun recalled that time and looked around. The level of the monsters he killed was not very high, seeing that Kim Yu-jeong was nearby. It seemed that she happened to pass by this area, noticed the demonic attack and blocked it. Still, I'm glad you came quickly, but why are you here? Didn't you say you were touring the market yesterday? Yi Hyun calmly put his hands in his pockets and asked. Seo In-na also didn't say anything, but she had a curious expression on her face. Senior Soil said he had something to do with Senior Chancellor, so I came out alone. Yi Hyun nodded and contacted Kim Jaehyeon, chairman of the board. It is a problem that the cadets are involved in before handing over the case to the Japanese coalition. Chairman Kim Jaehyeon will take care of the case on his own. First of all, it's dangerous here. So let's get out, it seems our work is over. Yi Hyun thought this was fortunate. It's because it's easier for him to have Kim Yu-young in the middle than to be with Seo In-na. Feeling a little relieved, Yi Hyun left the aquarium first. Seo In-na and Kim Yu-young also followed him out of the aquarium. About 20 minutes later, Kim Jaehyeon and Mills's instructors, who were contacted by Yi Hyun, visited the site after Kim Jaehyeon left. Yi Hyun was able to hear a detailed outline of the incident, according to past memories. The reason was that the Japanese coalition failed to block the blockade lines in the dangerous area due to insufficient response. Chairman Kim Jaehyeon, as the representative of Miles, asked the Japan Federation to take responsibility. A situation in which a cadet at the academy could have been injured. If this part was not properly pointed out, the academy could be taken lightly in other countries later. Well, it's a situation where the scale of Mills has already grown ridiculously to be easily ignored. Then let's talk about it later. There was still quite a bit of time left before the sun set, but Yi Hyun left first, at least today. It was because of the judgment that it would be difficult to be with Seo In-na. Kim Yu-young and Seo In-na also walked towards their respective hotel rooms without saying more. The two of them looked at the ground as if they had matched, then looked at the sky and continued to lift their feet. Yu-jeong, can I ask you one thing? Yes, at Seo In-na's words that broke the silence. Kim Yu-jeong nodded with an exaggerated gesture. Seo In-na looked into Kim Yu-young's eyes and asked, the reason you came to the aquarium today, is it related to us? Of course not, I didn't know where to go. So I wandered around and stumbled into it. You know I'm a bit gullible. Kim Yu-young was gibberish. Seo In-na's deep eyes continued to look at her. There was a moment of silence, and Seo In-na turned her head and smiled. Also, I see. After saying that, Seo In-na headed to her room first. Since she is alone in a solitary room, Kim Yu-young greeted her and returned to her room. Kwon So-yeol, who had already arrived there, was there. She asked, how was it? Did you two meet? Yes, it seemed like what we were thinking was right. Are you okay? When Kwon So-yeol asked while standing up. Kim Yu-young smiled brightly and answered, of course. Evening on the second day, Yi Hyun was wearing clothes and enjoying the cool outside air. He passed the hotel overlooking the sea and started moving to attack the field. In order to attack the closed city of Lake Chuzenji, some preliminary work was required, and it would be difficult if you were not diligent. Well, Yi Hyun had already completed most of the preparations while he was in Korea, so there were no major problems. Pappy, shall we start soon? Kroong. Poppy let out a pleasant cry. I already told Chairman Kim Jaehyeon that I have work to do tonight. In the first place, when changing the destination, it was tantamount to acquiescing to this part, so Yi Hyun had nothing to hold back. I left the hotel and looked at the sea covered with night for a while. After that, Yi Hyun quickly started moving using his skills. Poppy grunted and cried as if he was excited about the speed. Yi Hyun prepared a small bag to take Poppy to her destination unnoticed. It was a crossbody bag, but it was just the right size for Poppy to fit inside when worn over the shoulder. Sniff. Poppy seemed a little stuffy, but he couldn't help it if he gets noticed by others. The capture of Lake Chuzenji will be disrupted, because Yi Hyun was planning to hide his identity this time too. I put off annoying things a little later. Yi Hyun thought of wearing a black robe once again today. Woo, as the surrounding buildings quickly moved away. Yihyun's drowsy mood improved a little. The conversation with Seoane feels like a blockage somewhere has been pierced. Not too long ago, Yihyun was able to reach his destination, near Lake Chuzenji. Nico, this is the place where the boss monster that needs to be attacked for Pappy's growth is sleeping. When Yihyun arrived, he looked at the sentry guarding the neighborhood for a while. I have to break through the sentries again. As in the past. A sentry was guarding the area. The monster inside sleeps an S-class boss monster that has little to no precedent in the world. Thanks to this, even those who guard the place are only outstanding talents who reach A-class. Yihyun cautiously approached them, and then, activate the active skill brainwashing, I subdued them using the surest method. Now, there is no way for normal raiders to resist the magic of reappearance. He has attained a status and has already become a half-god. There is still a level to be opened. But it means that the current achievement alone is that much. Poppy is looking around with her head sticking out of her bag. After passing through a nearby barbed wire and a huge iron gate that has been magically treated, the two set foot inside the lake, eventually. The lake appeared with white mist. 8 gigantic whirling vortices greeted Yihyun. It's just like I've seen before, this must be something you eat almost every day. It was larger than expected. And it was difficult to see an inch ahead because of the fog, but Yihyun wasn't worried. He smiled and lightly energized his legs. Tsutsut. Fragments of pulsating magic began to dwell in Yihyun's body. And soon it was filled with life. Not stopping there, Yihyun took a step towards the lake, Chambang along with it. The ripples on the surface of the water calmly rise. Success! Yihyun's eyebrows went up. He was now standing on his own 2 feet in the lake. This is the stone he used earlier. It was the power of the essence of the sea, then. Without hesitation, he took a bunch of things from his inventory and started pouring them slowly into the vortex. It was a liquid with a strong scent. This closed city is a little special compared to other places, to be precise. The shape of the monster that appears is unique. Yihyun thought so and continued pouring alcohol into each whirlpool. He didn't forget to stop Poppy from taking a sip. Yihyun continued thinking. Basically, there are 3 types of monsters. The first is demonic beasts from beyond the gate that appear in dungeons and closed cities. The second is called natural monsters, and they were created through mutation, such as the moonlight fireflies in the past. The third is a new type of monsters born from the people's thoughts and the indigenous myths of each country dwelling in the powerful magic that Yihyun will deal with from now on. And this is the newly born demonic beast based on Japan's indigenous mythology. A snake or dragon with 8 tails and 8 heads. Described in Japanese mythology, SSSS, the fog deepens further. Yihyun poured all the remaining alcohol into the lake and waited for a while. It was a small surprise for the monsters he had to deal with here from now on. Chow at that moment. Something rose from the floor and created a huge current. A boss monster boasting a huge body as if it could swallow a mountain. A lump of magical power imbued with the fear and thoughts of the Japanese people looked at the reappearance. The field boss monster Yamatano Orochi is watching you. Chapter 203 Yamatano Orochi Part 1 What were the European Union and Balak thinking when they sent such an official letter? Office of the Japanese Union. A man with tanned skin wearing an intricately patterned Hawaiian shirt is sitting and looking through documents. Renki Moriya, representative of the Japanese Union. He was a radar known for his radiant blonde hair and unique accessories, one of Japan's few S-class awakeners. He was famous for not having any worries. But today was different. He is frowning as he reads an official letter from the European Union. The title of the official document that made Moriya Renki ponder was as follows. The Japanese Union calls for an end to the black robe search. Renki Moriya put the pen he was holding into his shirt pocket. The glowing eyes are briefly seen through the sunken sunglasses. He folded his arms and crumpled the paper in front of him. No matter how you think about it. The European Union's request is difficult to understand. As far as I know, the black robes are clearly the enemy of the European Union. But why are they suddenly asking us to stop the search for the robe? Sorry, I couldn't get it right either. The European Union side, including Camilla Balak, is not giving detailed reasons. The secretary standing next to him answered his words. Moriya Renki was lost in flashbacks for a while at the time of the Great Ruins robbery incident. The European Union and Balak and Camilla encountered the Black Robes, the news that the two were defeated by the man in the robe and could not protect the ruins. This made headlines in Japan as well and remained a shame around the world. Because of this, Moriya Renki was unable to grasp the intention of this official letter. Originally, it would be normal to rummage through the Black Robes in order to recover the honor lost from the European Union. But why did they decide to stop pursuing the Black Robe? Why do they even ask other countries to stop tracking like this? There seems to be a connection between the European Union and the Black Robes. Moriya Renki didn't take long to come to a conclusion. The European Union's current stance was clearly a check on Japan and the United States. In addition, the act of defending the Black Robe itself is not easily understood. That's why it's the most rational idea to see that there is a point of contact between the two. If that is true, there is a high possibility that the Black Robe's ability is also overestimated. Balak, I don't know what a guy with a strong sense of self-respect gains by pampering others so much. There is no change in being pathetic. It seems that the standard of Balak in the European Union has also been lowered. Thinking so, Moria Renki nodded and asked the secretary, "How's the boss battle of Lake Chuzenji going tomorrow?" "It is smooth. I prepared a large amount of sake in advance for Yamada no Arachi." "Good, if that's the case. There won't be much of a problem, then proceed like this." It was that moment, deed, suddenly. The entire Union building shook and Moria Renki's forehead narrowed. I felt a wave of strong magic power coming from somewhere. "What is this? Is this? Something seems to have happened." Saying so, the secretary quickly made contact with another radar outside. It wasn't long before voices were heard from those who reached out. "Yes, all right, we will go to the scene as soon as possible." After a short communication using the receiver, the secretary said with a cold expression, "Looks like something happened. It looks like Yamada no Arachi of Lake Chuzenji has awakened." What? Moria Renki couldn't help but be taken aback by those words. After being revealed to the world, the demonic beast that has been dormant for years has suddenly awakened, even the day before the attack. "It would have been nice to have brought a little more alcohol. It's because I don't have enough time." Jaehyeon muttered that while looking at the witch beast in front of him. "The field boss monster Yamata no Arachi is watching you." Jaehyeon recalled his memories of Yamada no Arachi before returning. Yamata no Arachi, originally. The Japanese allied side attacked him, but it was broken and subjugated only after several years. A guy who can attack only when at least a couple of S-class raiders come in, but it's not a problem for me. There is a god that appeared in a famous Japanese comic book in the past and made its name known worldwide, Susanoo. It is described in mythology as one of the three demons and a being who controls storms. Also, according to Shinwa, Susanoo is the monster that Jaehyeon has to deal with. In other words, it is said that he killed Yamada no Arachi, a newly born witch beast combined with indigenous mythology. Conversely, this means that if you understand the mythology properly, dealing with it will be much easier. Because of this, Jaehyeon poured a large amount of alcohol into the 8 vortexes a moment ago, because the most effective way to attack Yamada no Arachi was to use alcohol. Susanoo weakened the guy with alcohol in order to catch Yamada no Arachi, since he was born from that legend. He has no choice but to be influenced by the myth. Jaehyeon had already seen this in the records of the past and was in a situation where all he had to do was place a spoon on the table. Shaya, the rippling and turbulent waters began rushing toward Jaehyeon. Hey, Yamata no Arachi revealed this and started attacking Jaehyeon. However, it was a movement that did not mean much to Jaehyeon. It's no use. The essence of the sea controls the flow of water. The magical power leaking from Jaehyeon's body accurately blocked the enemy's attack. As long as he had the essence of the sea in his hand, he would no longer be subjected to water attribute attacks. But is the enemy also an S-class monster? Yamada no Arachi is also starting to show his potential. Wow, a fiery breath of poison erupted from the boy's mouth. It would be so shabby that it couldn't be compared to Nidhogg's. But at this level it was enough to melt a class radar. However, Jaehyeon only laughed this time. "Are you not compatible with me too?" Hell's blessing nullifies status ailments. Yamata no Arachi's greatest weapons are his ability to manipulate water and his 2 miasma, however. Both were of no use to Jaehyeon. Jaehyeon calmly walked on the water and put down the bag he was holding in his arms for a while. "You don't know. So go in, I'll finish it soon and evolve it." Sniff, Poppy nodded as if he understood. Poking his hand through the bag, Jaehyeon leaps toward the enemy with his hands clenched into fists. Active skill, leap in the air. With the activation of the skill, Jaehyeon's body breaks in the air. Yamada no Arachi's panicked voice is heard. "Shah, it was an embarrassing situation for a guy. It's like playing chess. But it feels like taking off all the T and Po." The situation where he couldn't use his weapon properly was throwing him into confusion. However, there was no time to think. The essence of the sea controls the flow of water. Jaehyeon used the essence of the sea to attack him without hesitation. Although it was an S-class boss monster, Jaehyeon didn't have that much of a problem. Kaoya, the pillars of water and blades created by Jaehyeon began to hack the enemy. Spa, the grotesque sound of cutting down enemies continued to be heard, and finally, the rough water column rising from the floor cut through the skin of the enemy. Chow, a splash followed. Soon after, something huge fell in front of Jaehyeon. "Now one," he smiled at Arachi's head that fell at his feet. 7 heads left. It didn't seem like it would take as long as I thought. What the hell, is that a movement that makes sense? Right after Jaehyeon just cut his first hair, a man's voice came from the vicinity of Lake Chuzenji. It was Renki Moria, who had been dispatched to the scene after receiving a report of the appearance of the boss monster a while ago. He couldn't help but be astonished at the situation in front of him. "You cut off the head of Yamata no Arachi, an S-class boss monster, a raider individual, not an engineering college. This was impossible in the past." Moria Renki tried to capture the leading A-class raiders and Yamada no Orochi, but this went back to nothing. The enemy was too strong, and at the time there was almost no information about S-class monsters. Fortunately, Yamada no Orochi couldn't get out of the water, so Renki put his attack on hold. It's true that it needs to be dealt with at any time, but it's not like it's going to harm the citizens right away. It's because the last few years have been busy resolving gate issues elsewhere, so procrastinate with the torch of the people. I was fully prepared to attack the guy tomorrow. I never thought I would lose a player like this, but now. He felt closer to awe than anger, a man facing an alternative S-class boss alone. What is this guy's true identity? While I was thinking, it reminded me of a story I heard on a TV program show in the past. Then, a theory that came in suddenly passed through his mind. No way, Turbuk. He took small steps toward the rippling lake, knowing it was dangerous. Moria, stay still. The assistants and raiders who followed tried to stop him. But he didn't even listen. For him now, the only priority was the idea of verifying his own hypotheses. And after a while Moria, who had gone close to Jaehyeon and Orochi while ignoring them, saw them. Who is in front of you right now? Who cut off Orochi's head? Moria, who had been watching the battle between the two, trembled and stepped back. As expected, my prediction was correct. That man fighting Yamato no Orochi is a black robe, he murmured, making one thought firm. What Balak said about the black robes in the interview was by no means an exaggeration, but rather that he might be much stronger than he thought. Black robe, he far surpasses even my S-class mana. Did he come as well? Meanwhile, after cutting off Orochi's head, Jaehyeon felt the magic of someone approaching nearby. Magical detect has the effect of offsetting the difference in rank no matter how much the opponent kills the presence. Now, the clumsy level of stealth magic was no longer an opponent for Jaehyeon. In addition, Jaehyeon had already guessed their identities, Japanese Union. Jaehyeon was waiting for their movements. The reason was simple. It is necessary to imprint the black robe on the world once again. From now on, whenever there's something bothersome, I think I'll be promoting like this. I need to instill fear in the other guys. After the battle with Heimdall, Jaehyeon decided to become stronger. Also for this, it is very important to monopolize all kinds of hidden peace around the world. However, there were too many things to think about in order to do this, whether it's buying a pass or having to prove your identity. If you get caught up in such troublesome things, there is room for making many enemies. And of course, Jaehyeon had no intention of moving in line with the gaze of others. I'm strong enough. No matter how S-class raider is, no one can deal with me single-handedly. Now is the time to move. In order to move more comfortably, Jaehyeon decided to use the nickname Black Robe that he had accidentally acquired. His operation was as follows. I'm going to bring the Japanese coalition here and then show me, disguised in a black robe, how to dispose of Yamada no Orochi in an instant. If you do that, the Japanese coalition will raise awareness about the black robe and send out numerous articles to the media. The value of the name will skyrocket. It was very simple to increase the name and value of radar in a society where demons were prevalent. Active skill formation of magic tools is activated. You have succeeded in making the demonic sword-turving myth. Overwhelming skill, if you have that. There's nothing you can't do. Jaehyeon smiled as he looked at the mythical item in his hand. He put strength into the hand holding the sword. Feign, one more head of Yamato no Orochi was pierced through, spraying fountains of blood into the air. Then Jaehyeon poured his magical energy into the essence of the sea. Qua 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 qua, then a wild whirlpool forms in the lake. And soon it starts rushing towards the enemy. Jaehyeon laughed and raised his level a little. The godhead is opened. Active skill Thunder God's power is activated. Tsutsutsutsutsut Shaya. A thunderbolt slowly begins to rage in the middle of the swirling lake. It ripped through Orochi's skin at once. From the lips of Renki Mori, who was watching this from a little distance away, slowly, a sense of astonishment flowed out. Is that really human? Chapter 204 Yamato no Orochi Part 2 Is that really human? Moria Renki, the head of the Japanese coalition thought. The black robe, it's a monster. It's overwhelmingly strong compared to all the radars I've seen so far. That is a level beyond the human realm. It was a matter that could be known even at a glance. Moria Renki recalled the story of the black robes he had heard about in past news articles and conversations with Balak. He uses a sword, but his magical power is on par with Camilla's. It wasn't that he was careless. Of course, I wasn't in the best condition for the battle, but even if I fought again, the result would have been the same. I can't believe these words came from the mouth of Balak, who has a strong sense of pride. Moria Renki thought it was just that there was something between them and the resulting lip service. But that wasn't it. The black robe is actually strong. Moria Renki looked at the huge enemy and the black robe standing in front of him as if possessed. The situation of confronting an S-class monster, however, he doesn't seem to back down or get nervous. He was completely crushed by the intimidation of the black robe. How is that person fighting alone, that Yamato no Orochiwa? Suddenly, The secretary next to me started talking to me. Moria Renki frowned. I told you not to follow me, damn. Do you want to die? Yes, what is that? That person who is dealing with Yamada no Orochi is a black robe. I beg your pardon, black robe, a monster that invaded the great ruins of Iceland. That was the moment. Tsutsutsutsutsutsu, an electric current containing enormous magical energy exploded nearby. Eventually, a stream of water sprang up in the middle of the lake and formed a pillar. With a splash, something landed and the floor opened. Moria Renki already knew the identity of what had just fallen. Hey Yamato no Orochi, he muttered with a stunned expression. The black robe won an easy victory against the S-class boss monster even in front of your own eyes. Tsutsutsut, the rough current and the lightning strikes that cut through the cracks. The synergy of the two conflicting powers harmonizing was beyond imagination. Qua 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 qua. The constant surge of electric shocks became even stronger in conjunction with water property magic. The mana leaked through the cracks of the whirlwind piled up several times, hacking off both the head and tail of the enemy, a level of magic that others would mistake for a dungeon break if they saw it. However, the man watching this was not at all embarrassed. Looks like you're stronger than I thought. Is your strength out of control? Jaehyeon calmly crossed his arms and murmured, it's been a long time since I reverse summoned Tiabing, which I used a while ago. It's something that devours the user's ego in the first place. I took it out just to see the power. The current Jaehyeon has already achieved the second stage of the divine liberation. It means that even an S-class boss is not a threat to him. Well, there's also Poppy's passive. It's to the point where I feel that the battle has definitely become easier. Visit, Yamato no Orochi slammed his face on the floor without hesitation. The eight tails were also unable to use their strength properly, and they drooped and made waves. Jaehyeon took a deep breath as he listened to the sound of the system. You have succeeded in hunting down the boss monster Yamato no Orochi of Lake Chuzenji. You have cleared the first condition of the quest, Dragon's First Growth. It was a clear message that I never get tired of listening to. Jaehyeon stretched out and waited for the next message. No matter how newly appeared. Orochi is a boss monster. Item drops are natural, but Jaehyeon had one more thing to gain from this. The purpose of taking a long step to Japan. That's the evolution of Cute Pappy. At the same time as I was thinking. Another message continued. You have acquired Yamato no Orochi's tail. Displays acquired item information. Special item. Name Yamato no Orochi's tail grade. Essa tail condensed with Yamato no Orochi's power and magic. When consumed after cooking. Pet growth is promoted. Caution, humans cannot consume it. This is not bad, it's a pity I can't eat. Jaehyeon licks his lips and thinks. But he hears the sound of the system again. Should the user be sent to Dragon Valley for the evolution of Fafnir II in order to fulfill the second condition of the quest? Dragon Valley, Jaehyeon, who put the bag on the floor again, tilted his head with a puzzled expression. It seems that there is a place that needs to be heard more in order to clear the quest. Well, it wouldn't hurt to go right now. There are things that need to be dealt with first. Snap, snap, when I got back and checked. Poppy was already asleep. To be able to sleep peacefully while the owner is fighting. The neighborhood was so noisy, but if this was a talent, it was a talent. Jaehyeon, who finished his thoughtless thoughts, turned his head away. A high-pressure voice slowly escaped from his mouth. You there, come out right now. Didn't you think I wouldn't know if you erased the presence? Black robe, Moria Lenki, who had been hiding nearby, revealed himself. Jaehyeon raised an eyebrow. This is an unexpected encounter with a giant, Moria Lenki. He is the head of the Japanese Union. And his characteristic is that he looks like a bully. It's not bad though. Active skill Insight Eye based on the opponent's ability. We classify the degree of danger. The risk level of the designated target is low. Weak. He nodded and raised his mana towards Renki Moria. Moria Lenki spoke first. What purpose did you come here for? Wasn't it enough just to capture the great ruins? Moria Renki asked in a relatively calm voice. Jaehyeon shrugged. What do you mean? You are a robber. He's the one who stole the Nordic heritage. I don't think this time will be any different. At that, Jaehyeon smiled and put his hands in his pockets. I took care of Yamato no Orochi, who you guys were bothering, rather. It deserves an award. Renki Moria could not immediately respond to Jaehyeon's fierce talk, because there was one part I didn't understand. According to the rumors I heard during the raid in the past, the Black Robe was a grave robber, that is, he was a criminal. It was unknown what was hidden in the ruins. But it was certain that he had stolen something from there and fled. But this case is different, it's like he's trying to help us. Moria Renki thought, Yamato no Orochi, this has been one of Japan's major headaches. The information on the items to be obtained after defeating them has not been disclosed at all, a fight with nothing to gain, nevertheless. The Black Robe came here for what? Tell me your purpose. I have no particular purpose. Are you thinking of killing us? The secretary who was standing next to Moria Renki looked shocked. Do you intend to kill me? Moria Renki. An S-class raider, Moria Lenki, one of the best S-class raiders in the world. But did he even intuit his defeat before starting the fight? I've heard that the Black Robe is strong. But at what point did Moria-san show that kind of reaction? If I don't do it, Will everyone really die here? His thoughts did not last long. It was because Jaehyeon said something unexpected to the two people who were worried. I have no intention of killing, I didn't even like it in the first place. Then you must have come because you are interested in Yamata no Arachi. In response to Moria Renki's words, Jaehyeon gave an appropriate response. Whatever, let it be. Is there room for a conversation? All I ask is one thing, at Jaehyeon's words. Moria Renki swallowed his saliva. Akira, you can't ask for anything because he seemed to be waiting for me from the beginning. The thing has finally come. Renki Moria thought that while looking at Jaehyeon, a man capable of doing this much would not ask for money. Identity washing, exile if you're a criminal. Either way is possible no matter what. You must not go against his planting. That guy is a monster that can't even be compared to the likes of me. Moria Renki's neck was shaking involuntarily. Black Robe, what the hell is he going to ask of himself? Write me some articles if possible. Pack it up to look nice. Jaehyeon laughed at that. Moria Renki tilted his head as if he didn't know why. What article? He tried to answer him. But he kept his mouth shut. It was because he knew that one word of his own could kill the secretary next to him. It was around 2 o'clock in the morning when Jaehyeon returned to his dorm. Yamata no Arachi was weaker than I first thought. And the battle was not difficult. As for Jaehyeon, things were going pretty smoothly. What was left of what was initially aimed at was the evolution of only one pappy. Jaehyeon opened up the message he had put on hold a while ago. Should the user be sent to Dragon Valley for the evolution of Fafnir II in order to fulfill the second condition of the quest? Yes. Jaehyeon took a deep breath and nodded. Then, suddenly his body became translucent and began to be transmitted somewhere. I wasn't too surprised because I had experienced it several times before. However, the feeling of being transmitted was always accompanied by motion sickness. So it was a bit disgusting. After a while, it was truly spectacular that the halo of light came into Jaehyeon's field of vision. Literally a valley. The sheer cliffs and colorful dragons flying in the air caught my eye first, a nest that looks like a couple of mountains below it. It was a place that looked like a dragon rare, however. The size was different from the cave that Fafnir had dealt with in the past. Is this the Valley of the Dragon? It was then. It's been a while since a stranger came to visit. Jaehyeon turned his head in the direction the voice came from. There was an old dragon that looked to be several tens of meters tall, a dragon with red skin and 2 horns on its head. Jaehyeon asked, "What are you?" "I am the Watcher. He is the owner of the Valley of Dragons. I was waiting for you, the antagonist of the prophecy." The dragon's voice was profound and seemed to be sucked in somewhere deep. Jaehyeon looked into his eyes and said, "How do you know that I am the opponent of the prophecy?" "Because I heard about them." You mean the 3 Norn sisters?" Jaehyeon quickly understood the 3 Norn sisters. He saw a future with Mimir and regressed himself to avoid repeating Ragnarok by using the Nornir system. Anyway, the 3 Norn sisters seem to have seen quite a bit of my future. Those who watched looked at Jaehyeon for a while, then nodded and took the lead. "I will raise your child, follow me." Jaehyeon started following his words. Not once has the system made unreasonable demands of itself, even now. They must be frantic for their own growth, and that means I have no reason not to use them. "Let's go, Poppy." Poppy clung to Jaehyeon's shoulder. After a while, the place we arrived at was an altar with a mysterious atmosphere with a dragon engraved on the door. Jaehyeon looked around and asked, where is it?" "The altar of evolution from now on." "Fafnir, no, I should say I'm 2 years old now. I will draw on his strength, step back." With that voice, the altar lights were turned on. The evolution of Fafnir II begins. Chapter 205 Altar of Evolution. Fafnir II's evolution begins. Jaehyeon held his breath and put Poppy down on the floor. I tried to follow him, but I was blocked by the wall of the magic circle that suddenly rose. "Are you Akare, Poppy?" Jaehyeon comforted Pappy and smiled. Only then did the boy sit down and look around with a slightly relaxed expression. Xperrif, white flames from the torches hung on the walls began to surround them. Dragon evolution is very tricky. Fafnir II is still a low level, so there shouldn't be much difficulty. But it will be much more difficult later. Those who watched said that and handed an item to Jaehyeon. "Hold this." It was a parchment scroll with runes written on it. "What is this?" "It is a scroll that allows you to connect the dragon and your soul." Jaehyeon tilted his head as if he didn't understand. "But Poppy is already registered as my pet by the system. Why go through such a cumbersome process?" "This is because the firepower that a pet can produce is completely different. If you and Fafnir II can completely share magical powers, he will become many times stronger." Jaehyeon nodded. There was such a story even among summoning-type raiders. The deeper the connection with the summoned monster, the stronger the power among them. I had heard that sometimes the level of summons would go up. "Understood. Then what am I supposed to do?" "Pour your magic into it. If you do that, the scroll will recognize you and connect your will with the dragon." Saying so, the Watcher handed Pappy a necklace with runes engraved on it. Apparently, that rune word was a token to connect the bond. Jaehyeon quietly injected magic into the scroll and waited for a while. "Then let's start slowly." With the words of the Watcher, strong magic power began to erupt from all over the altar of evolution. It was a similar feeling to when he obtained Odin's lost eye in the past. Jaehyeon let out a deep breath as he looked at Pappy's naturally virtuous face. At that moment, light began to emanate from the scroll in his hand. The scroll, the pattern of Judaism, recognizes the user. Magic structure update 17%, 33%, 67%, 100%. Connection with the summoned beast has been completed, along with the voice. Jaehyeon could feel a strange magic power running up the back of his hand. When he rolled up his sleeves and looked at his forearm where he felt a slight pain, there was a new change that was different from before. Is this a pattern, to be precise? It was a pattern written in runes. It's the same look I saw on scroll in Poppy's necklace a while ago. The Watcher nodded with a satisfied expression. Now you and Fafnir Eye are connected by a bond. It gave me more power. Jaehyeon immediately looked at Pappy after the pattern was engraved. He was scratching the necklace around his neck with his claws to see if it was uncomfortable. No, Pappy, it's a token of our bond. So you're going to sever it? Jaehyeon said that with a mischievous expression and stroked Poppy's head. Then the Watcher opened his mouth. Now that the engraving is all over, let's start evolving in earnest. With his words, the white flame from the altar began to attach to Poppy's body. Jaehyeon screamed in surprise, "What is this? Akue, it is not the flame that burns life, quite the contrary. Look at him." Jaehyeon was dubious, but moved his gaze to Pappy. Then amazing things started to happen, the fire with condensed mana. "Are you eating?" Poppy was swallowing white flames, as if it were a special meal. Jaehyeon looked at the Watcher with an incomprehensible expression. He said with a chuckle, "White flame increases the dragon's vitality and amplifies its magical power. It's a precious thing. So it's not given to other races, but it's not a waste if you're the opponent of the prophecy." Fafnir Ii's rank increases by 1. Current grade is C. Fafnir Ii learns new skills. You have acquired the active skills Gigantification and Dragon Fear. The rating of Dragon Breath has risen by 1 level. Dragon has entered the growth phase from infancy. Jaehyeon felt proud of the message that came to mind one after another. It was a rewarding moment to dare to change the destination of the school trip to Japan. Well, for now let's check the skills later first. Jaehyeon asked, raising the corner of his mouth. "Did I say, the Watcher, there is something I want to ask you?" Jaehyeon's ferocious eyes looked up at the dragon's huge body. Soon after, a smile spreads across the lips of those who watch. Jaehyeon said in a calm voice, "Dragon Valley, what is this place?" It was a question Jaehyeon had from the first time he came here. When I first got Fafnir, the system informed Jaehyeon, when the dragon dies, it is transferred to the Valley of the Dragon. The pet can be resurrected after the waiting time has elapsed. Because of this phrase, Jaehyeon had no choice but to question this place itself. Valley of Dragons, the real meaning of the place where even dead dragons are resurrected. Jaehyeon was asking about this after a long silence passed. The Watcher opened his tightly closed mouth. The Valley of the Dragon is. The morning of the third day, the autonomous schedule of the school trip went smoothly. The members of Circle 9, including Seo Ina and Kim Yoo-young, decided to move together. Jaehyeon decided not to come together the day before, so we didn't get together. Even at this moment, he was struggling for Poppy's growth. Of course, no one knew about this. Like that, in the middle of a circle tour in a peaceful atmosphere, suddenly Lee Yi-sang raised a sensitive topic. Did you two have fun yesterday?" A question for Seo Ina. Lee Yi-sang was asking about her trip to the aquarium with Jaehyeon yesterday. However, this was a catastrophic situation for others astute. "That crazy." Kwon So-yeol was the first to pray with both hands together. "No matter how ignorant it is, can't you see the tear marks and swollen face left on Seo Ina's face? An Ho-yeon and Kim Yoo-young also did not look good. Please let me go over somehow." An Ho-yeon also joined hands with Kwon So-yeol, however. Rather than the cold reply that was expected from Seo Ina, a bright voice returned. "Yes, it was fun." When she said that, she even gave a small smile. An Ho-yeon and Kwon So-yeol looked at each other for a while and then swallowed. What is it? We're not asking. We're just asking if you enjoyed the aquarium. I don't think this means anything else." Kwon So-yeol tried to rectify the situation somehow. Kim Yoo-young smiled unconsciously at her appearance, but that was then. "Actually, you knew everything. I like Jaehyeon." "Quap, wow, what?" An Ho-yeon coughed as if he had heard a cough and looked at Seo In-na. Kwon So-yeol had the same reaction. Lee Yi-sang just looked around at his colleagues with his eyes wide open. "I didn't know anything at all. From my point of view, you are impossible to date for the rest of your life." When Kwon So-yeol fired at him, Lee Yi-sang quickly became gloomy, but what surprised me the most was Kim Yoo-young. "I knew, but I didn't expect to say it this far." Seo Ina was usually shy and didn't talk much, but I didn't expect her to confess that she likes Jaehyeon so confidently. I vaguely guessed it, but hearing it in person was a different feeling. While the three of them were flustered, Lee Yi-sang opened his mouth. "Did you confess?" "It's similar," Seo Ina replied with a relieved expression. Lee Yi-sang let out a clumsy moan as Kwon So-yeol's elbow bent his back. At that time, Kim Yoo-young playfully grabbed Seo In-nu's arm and asked, "Don't be too heartbroken, there are better men out there. I will hear from you soon." At that moment the eyes of the two met. Kim Yoo-young's eyes, which had always been bright, trembled for the first time and a smile erased from her lips. Seo In was given some strength. "Answer, it's just that I haven't heard it yet." Seo In-nu's expression stood out for determination. Meanwhile, at her bold declaration, Kwon So-yeol unknowingly touched his forehead. "Hey guys, what else do you have left?" Valley of Dragons. To put it simply, this is the Dragon's Grave. Dragon's Grave, at Jaehyeon's question. The one watching nodded. "Akue, none of these people here really exist as living dragons, it is just repeating life by magic." Repeating life through magic. Is that possible, come to think of it? Fafnir also turned into an egg at the last moment and was reborn. Could this have something to do with it? Around the time Jaehyeon's thoughts reached that point, the Watcher opened his mouth again. "Among the races of the 9 worlds, there is magic that only dragons can use. Rebirth. This refers to the magic of passing on those memories and being reborn as an egg when you die. Reborn, Akue, the same goes for Fafnir II you have." Jaehyeon couldn't understand right away. But then, why does this guy have no memories of the past? "That's because I was penalized by Odin's curse, in order to be reborn." Fafnir sacrificed his memory. Sacrifice your memory. Jaehyeon thought over the phrase for a while. Why does he want to help me? Even at the cost of his memory, is it also revenge? It was not a question with a clear answer, I was thinking about it. But suddenly he opened his mouth again. "This is a great tomb and cradle, Valley of Dragons, the system calls it that. We work here to restore and return the reverse summoned dragons. Of course, even if that's the case, I hope you don't recklessly drive our people to the battlefield." Jaehyeon nodded. I felt like I finally knew something, after thinking about it for a while. He decided to ask one more question. "I just got this, do you know how to cook it?" What Jaehyeon gave was none other than Yamada no Orochi's tail. It was an item that corrected the growth rate when fed to a pet. But Jaehyeon had no idea how to cook it. "Haha, of course, I am the guardian of the Valley of the Dragon. Cooking like that is ridiculous, if you tell me. I'll treat you to dragons cooking, all dragons are gourmets. Then watch and learn." Having said that, the Watcher pointed somewhere with his huge claws. The place he pointed to was a restaurant. There was a table with a surprisingly large plate and gold cutlery. Jaehyeon looked at the Watcher entering the kitchen as if he was absurd. "Cooking with that size doesn't suit you, something's breaking. Is that a dragon?" He thought so. But he didn't express it outwardly. "I was just about to get tired from the battle. There was no reason to refuse to serve me a dish." Jaehyeon sat down and waited for a while with an expectant look on his face. About 30 minutes later, Jaehyeon vomited after eating the food the dragon gave him. It was a familiar taste of hell. At that moment, a person clearly appeared in Jaehyeon's mind. Kim Yoo-young obtained a mythical class-bound item exclusive. Chapter 206 Cooking Contest Part 1. The day after Jaehyeon's visit to the Valley of the Dragon was the 4th day of the school trip with 1 day left. At the end, Jaehyeon also went on a field trip with his colleagues. Okinawa, as a world-famous tourist destination, had many attractions. There were quite a few things to see, except for the public market and the Chirami Aquarium, which I looked around at first. Jaehyeon looked around with a satisfied expression. The place where the party was now was the beach. As expected. The prettiest thing is the sea. Jaehyeon always liked the sea. He felt a sense of liberation while looking at the blue sea of Okinawa. It was a rare break for him as he had been very sensitive lately. Looking at the scenery, he recalled the events of yesterday for a moment. "If you tell me, I will treat you to dragon cuisine. All dragons are gourmets." Jaehyeon, who was expecting that, was stabbed in the back by the Watcher. The gastronomy standards of the Watchers and his own standards of gastronomy were completely different. Jaehyeon tasted the food he made, presumably an apple pie, and remembered Kim Yoo-young. Of course, this was an obvious disrespect to him for serving food, because what Kim Yoo-young makes is completely outside the category of food. Jaehyeon shook his head and continued his thoughts. "Yesterday," said the Watcher, "Yamada no Orochi's tail will be of great help to Poppy's growth." But there was a problem. Yamada no Orochi's tail is a special ingredient. Cooking was difficult. The observer said, "The materials of monsters born from human thoughts are inherently difficult to process and cook. That's why I can't cook for you here." Since I couldn't stay long in the Valley of the Dragon, I couldn't ask him to cook. It was an embarrassing situation for Jaehyeon. Even if it's not like that, maybe it's because Poppy is growing up. He pretty much chooses food. Maybe that has something to do with the dragon's gourmet food. Even the system said the following after Poppy's growth yesterday. Dragon enters the growth phase. Your taste has become more luxurious and you start to cover food, pets cover food, as a representation. It was cramped. Those who watch gave Jaehyeon the following advice before parting ways. Humans and dragons' tastes are different, so it might be a good idea to visit the chefs who make special dishes. Jaehyeon was dumbfounded, but managed to endure it. Dragons seemed to be playful guys from ancient times. Meanwhile, he has to find someone who can make food for Pappy to eat, even the dragon's exclusive chef, whose taste is quite different from others. While thinking about it, Jaehyeon came up with a trick to create opportunities to eat various people's dishes as quickly as possible. If you do, you will find someone who can cook Yamada no Orochi's tail, and that opportunity. You know what this evening is. You said to do it first. I won't know if I'm going to pass out because I'm eating this time because it's so delicious. At that time, Kim Yoo-young approached and quietly asked with her hands behind her back. Jaehyeon nodded. You mean the cooking contest? Jaehyeon's trick. It was a cooking competition in circles. Show off everyone's cooking skills and find the chef that best suits Poppy's taste, and ask that person to cook Yamada no Orochi to feed Poppy. This is the best way to grow Pappy as quickly as possible. In addition, if you find a chef in Korea, you have to show Yamada no Orochi's tail. If someone recognizes me, I'll get tired. In that sense, colleagues were reliable. As for reproduction, the tournament is conducted with a light heart, of course. The response was not very good. Jaehyeon, no matter what you say, Yoojung does not cook for me. Lee Yiseng's frightened and hesitant voice came. An Hoyeon also had a bad expression. But it was what the circle leader said. There was no permission to go against him in the first place. But what about Soil Unnai? Seo Ine looked around and asked. Lee Yiseng stammered as much as he could and whispered in a small voice, "That's it. I went to buy some digestive medicine for cows because I thought I might die in the cooking contest." Jaehyeon somehow felt sorry for Kwon Soil. But he didn't say anything more, because he had already thought of a way to counter Kim Yoo-young's cooking. I decided to put the suffering of others on the back burner for a while. Dragon Valley after Jaehyeon leaves, near the giant nest. The Watcher is having a conversation with someone in front of the Mana Stone, the owner of a familiar voice. It was Mimir. The Giant of Wisdom. Those who watched spoke first. Rhyming, the adversary visited Dragon Valley a while ago. Okay, I've seen it all too, by the way, Mimir laughed. Are you going to keep that tone going? The dragon smiled and asked that question. The image of Mimir floated on the clear crystal and brushed his mustache. Return to its original form, I'm not used to it, at Mimir's words. The Watcher immediately smiled and nodded. Whoa. His body began to be wrapped in a dazzling light and soon transformed into a different form. The two horns disappeared, and the body covered in red scales changed to that of a human. Soon after, his completely changed face became familiar, a face wearing a white persona. He was a man with a pointed chin, cheekbones, and a black long-brimmed hat. Mimir faced him and opened his mouth. Brun, observer, meet Mimir. The Giant of Wisdom. Brun politely said hello. He was the one who supervised the last tag game when Jaehyeon first attacked the themed dungeon in the past. His true identity is the adversary's observer. Her mission was to lead him in the right direction and change the future. So, what was the opponent of the prophecy you saw like? Did it look useful? Of course, it was a timber that could become the star of the anti-Aesir alliance. It seems that you have already entered the second stage of divine liberation. Brun was fascinated by Jaehyeon's appearance and ability at the altar. I knew his talent from the beginning, but I didn't know he would grow to this extent in a short period of time. Mimir smiled. Surely that's surprising. But the lack of time is the same. They are moving much more carefully than you think, even at the time of Limit Breaker. The seed of the Aesir was strong. If it weren't for Jaehyeon's efforts, it would have been difficult to find the research center early and defeat the Crows. The Aesir's power is greater than we think. You already know what they are preparing. The throne of Aesir is advancing the time. You have to move a little bit faster. Are her preparations for the third trial going well? Of course, we have already contacted you. So we will start soon. How is it, Brun? Do you think the adversary will be able to pass this third trial? It will be difficult. Brun said that and put on a grotesque mask. This test is different from the trials that have been conducted so far. Third trial, if you pass this, your representation will grow even further. However, this was different from the previous two ordeals. As he said, this ordeal will put Jaehyeon to the test again, but I don't think the adversary will fail. Brun thought so and smiled lightly. The first Circle 9 cooking contest. This was an event that was not very attractive to the Circle members. Precisely in that sense of taste can be destroyed. If Yoojung and Jaehyeon ate the food, they wouldn't be able to taste it for 3 days. An Hoyeon thought so while looking at the cooking utensils lined up in rows. A contest to make delicious food for Poppy. The purpose was good, but the expressions of the members except Kim Yoo-young were not very good. Anyway, is it necessary to do this? Isn't it enough to feed pet food or meat in moderation? Kwon So-yeol put on her apron and said, not only she, but the other colleagues were also properly dressed for cooking. It was also thanks to Jaehyeon's opinion that hygiene is the most important thing in cooking. In this cooking contest, Jaehyeon had said that he would give a gift to the person who made the most delicious dish that Pappy enjoys. As Circle members, they had received an expensive seal of solidarity from Jaehyeon in the past, so they had no choice but to completely trust his words. What the hell is he going to give you this time? Strange tension flowed between the colleagues ahead of the reward. I was thinking about it, but suddenly Jaehyeon rolled up his arms and said, Still, Pappy is eating it, so you have to be careful, and I already gave him all the food sold at the pet store, but he barely ate it. In fact, Pappy didn't show much interest in food right after hatching. If you take care of it, you will eat a little. But it was not the amount that a growing dragon would eat. I had to pay attention from now on in order to grow up quickly and contribute to my power. Poppy. Do you want to eat something delicious too? Sniff, sniff. Poppy was sniffing the ingredients prepared in front of him. He didn't seem to like it very much, not putting it in his mouth. Then let's begin with Jaehyeon's declaration. The colleagues' cooking contest began. An Hoyeon was the most acceptable curry. He was thinking of buying the so-called 3-minute curry from a nearby convenience store and heating it up in the microwave. His cooking philosophy is simple. If I can swallow it without failing. It's cooking, in the case of Kwon Soyeol, simple fried rice made with eggs. Lee Yi-sang prepared tteokbokki by using minced meat to suit the dragon's taste. Jaehyeon took on the challenge without fear. The reason was that since I came to Japan, I had to try Japanese food. Don't be surprised by my skills this time. Kim Yoo-young was boiling a pot containing an unknown red liquid. Ina Seo, the most expected host, was Korean food. Anyway, I had to eat dinner. So unlike the others, I couldn't choose a tentative menu. As a group, they are also spending 4 nights and 5 days in Japan, so it is also a timing when they miss Korean food, and Poppy is also surprisingly omnivorous. So she thought that she would eat well, and so the cooking contest begins. About an hour passed. It didn't take long for each dish to be completed. The situation where Pappy's choice finally began. Come on, Pappy, you choose your favorite food here, sniff, sniff, at Jaehyeon's words. Pappy toddled and stood in front of the lined food. He sniffed and sniffed first. Before long, he just passed by the dishes of Kwon Soyeol and Lee Yi-sang, who were at the forefront. It meant that he wasn't even interested. Because I went too fast, it hurt me no matter how much I was. You are too much. Kwon Soyeol and Lee Yi-sang said that, and their faces became depressed. However, Pappy coldly ignored them and continued to walk between the dishes. He then walked past An Hoyeon's cooking and walked forward. I didn't invest, so I don't get hurt, in that sense. Seniors are sewage. This, Kwon Soyeol clenched his fists, but An Hoyeon only hesitated. Now all 3 were left, including Seo Ina and Kim Yoo-young and Yi Hyeon. It was then. Poppy's paw stopped in one place and pushed one of the 3 dishes side by side, and then wow and goo. I began to enjoy the 2 dishes in front of me. Everyone in the party was stunned by the results unfolding in an instant. You choose that one. I have to take you to the hospital. The hospital? Nonsense. Everyone in the party burst into different expressions of bewilderment after pushing away Seo Ina's dish. Poppy chose Kim Yoo-young and Yi Hyeon's dish. The guy took a few bites of Yi-hyun's dish and then turned his head away. Then, surprisingly, while watching Kim Yoo-young's cooking, he began to eat it in a hurry. Chump, chump, chump. From the happy face of the guy, many people's sighs burst out. In that moment, Yi-hyun was convinced. The tastes of dragons and humans are opposite. At those words, everyone in the party except for Kim Yoo-young nodded their heads in agreement. Kim Yoo-young ignored Yi Hyeon's words and hugged Warek Pappy. For you to recognize the true value of my cooking. Chapter 207, Cooking Contest Part 2. I knew that. Yang, you recognized me, the true value of my cooking. Kim Yoo-young said that while hugging Poppy with her eyes widened. In the meantime, Pappy was enjoying Kim Yoo-young's cooking. It was a truly shocking sight. I can't believe it. Seo Ine looked at Pappy and Kim Yoo-young alternately with a bewildered expression that your dish was rejected. Her hands were shaking as if her pride had been scratched in this unprecedented situation. Yi-hyun was equally shocked. My dish that even my mother doesn't eat, on top of that. Eating Kim Yoo-young's dish which causes fainting or more and pushing away this girl, it's probably not a proper tongue. The dragon's sense of taste was much more shocking than he thought, as if Yi-hyun couldn't help it. He announced the winner of the cooking contest. Kim Yoo-young, you seem to be number 1. The other party gathered in disbelief and looked at the dishes made by Kim Yoo-young. It was a stew made with seafood and various vegetables purchased nearby. And it was purple just like her dish. An Hoyeon and Kwon Soyeol and Lee Yi-sang's expressions turned blue. Yoo-young, you seem to have a clear identity of the food, Kwon Soyeol said, and hurriedly poured the various stomach protective and digestive medicines he had just bought into his mouth. All kinds of medicines were lined up on the table. It seemed that he had bought everything, as if his worries had not gone away. Still, when I saw that it was tailored to the number of people, I thought there was a warm corner. As a token of gratitude, Yi-hyun accepted the envelope Kwon Soyeol was holding. Thank you for taking care of us all like this. Afraid we might collapse. What are you talking about? Kwon Soyeol frowned in anger. There was irritation in her voice. I will eat all of this. All of this? You have to live to see the sunrise tomorrow. I would have said it before. It's too early for me to die. Yi-hyun was at a loss for words. It seemed that her anxiety had been amplified by the fact that she had said that they would share the food they made together after the cooking contest was over. She was seriously contemplating whether she should go back and do gastric lavage. Eat first, however. There was no such thing as Yi-hyun overturning his choice. After all, he had devised a way to resist the terrible cuisine. Tasting Kim Yoo-young and her own cooking can be a bit harsh for others, but for now. She puts her life first. There were times when Jaehyeon became selfish, and one of them was now. I'll have to try the Ine dish first. On Hoyeon Kwon Soyeol. And Jaehyeon ate a spoonful of Seo Ina's dish first. The dish she made was beauty-jiggy, for Koreans who had almost lost their spiciness for 4 nights and 5 days. The effect of beauty-jiggy was amazing. This is it, taste of Korea, An Hoyeon admired. Kwon Soyeol and Lee Yi-sang continued to stuff something into their stomachs, making a fuss that this might be their last supper. Jaehyeon was also enjoying Seo Ina's food. As expected, Ine's cuisine is amazing, thinking so. I ate beauty-jiggy. Seo Ine suddenly smiled at Jaehyeon. You look great, thinking so. Seo Ine sat down at the table and stared blankly at Jaehyeon with her chin resting on her chin, after eating all the first dishes like that. Next were An Hoyeon and Kwon Soyeol's dishes. The two of them were actually quite good, so there was no big problem eating them. Lee Yi-sang's tteokgulbi was unexpectedly delicious. And favorable comments continued. The problem was next. Eat. Click, Jaehyeon said as he set his dish down in front of his colleagues. It was clean except for the 2 mouthfuls Poppy had just eaten. Wait a minute. Jaehyeon, I need to prepare my mind a bit from here. An Hoyeon was frightened, and Kwon Soyeol and Lee Yi-sang also nodded from behind. However, Jaehyeon never changed his words. Eat. Are the kids freaking out if you can't cook? At that time, a triumphant voice came from Kim Yoo-young. Jaehyeon was dumbfounded and lightly pushed her forehead. This is real. Poppy's taste is a bit unique, so I like it. Isn't it because you're good at it? For some reason. Kim Yoo-young felt her face heat up at Jaehyeon's sudden action. She fanned her hands and turned around. Then why don't you try your food first, so that the children can be at ease? The story of Kim Yoo-young, who stammered strangely, made Jaehyeon worry. It was because he knew that unlike Kim Yoo-young, his cooking was tasteless, but soon the worry disappeared like snow. With this, at least I won't have to suffer from food. Jaehyeon laughed and secretly activated a skill. Active skill cold-blooded is activated. The user temporarily does not feel emotions. The user's senses are temporarily dulled, cold-blooded, in addition to getting rid of emotions. The skill obtained after the battle with Ju-won in the past had the effect of blurring the senses. The fact that it also has the effect of paralyzing the sense of taste was tested in advance. Also, this is the definite hand that Jaehyeon believes in. Jaehyeon showed off his skill and put his food in his mouth in front of his colleagues. As expected, there was no taste at the tip of his tongue. He clenched his fists tightly, leaving his hands behind his back so Jaehyeon couldn't see them. Good, it's a success. After clearing his throat, Jaehyeon looked at his colleagues and said, because I proved that there is nothing wrong, you eat too. At Jaehyeon's words, others ate his food with their eyes closed. A rather violent reaction ensued, but fortunately there were no casualties. And finally, the final turn came. Wouldn't it be akare if we didn't eat Yoo-jeong's cooking? Poppy likes it, so I think it would be akare to eat alone. Kwon Soyeol looked at her notice while talking, but Kim Yoo-young smiled and waved her hand. I'll make as many more as you like, so all you have to do is enjoy it. Yang also ate it deliciously, so it will definitely be worth eating this time too. Kwon Soyeol's face turned white at the words he said while raising his thumb. Kim Yoo-young was convinced that her food was delicious even during the past outdoor training camp. The colleagues looked at Jaehyeon with resentful eyes with their eyes tightly closed. Then the moment they taste a bite of food, an electric current rushed through my tongue and brain. Q-hup, ha ha ha. Nanana. Save me, Soyeol, I don't know what it is. But please take 1 pill. Jaehyeon was relaxed while watching their reactions. He firmly believed in the power of skill. Wasn't he actually able to eat his own food calmly? Jaehyeon didn't worry at all and put Kim Yoo-jeong's stew in his mouth. I don't feel any taste. It was then that I felt that Jaehyeon was strange. Something's wrong. Jaehyeon was sure I shouldn't be able to feel the taste because of the effect of the skill. What on earth is this sensation digging into the tip of my nose? Jaehyeon felt dizzy for a moment. You ingested poison. Blessing of hell, you resist status ailments. Blessing of hell, you resist status ailments. Blessing of hell, you resist status ailments. Message after message. He watched the dish in front of him, trying to control his spinning mind. It was strange. Now that you've gained godhood, you're going to collapse like this with just 1 dish. The kids have already been hurt. I looked around and saw that the others were already down. Only Kim Yoo-young and Pappy were looking at the fallen people with their heads tilted. Jaehyeon finally came to his senses and asked one last question before passing out. Kim Yoo-young, this bird, don't you taste the food when you cook? How the hell is this? Kim Yoo-young responded with a natural smile. Okay, if you pick it up in the middle of cooking, you'll gain weight. Who said that? Did your mother do that? Cowardly. With Kim Yoo-young's words, of course. Even Jaehyeon collapsed on the spot. They woke up a few hours later. It was the last day to return from a school trip. The day we come back after all the school trips are over, on the way back to Daegu after passing through the portal center. Jaehyeon accessed the portal site and skimmed through the new articles. In the main portal, as I talked about with Renki Moria at the beginning, There were articles about black robes all over the place. Its headline read, "Black Robe, shocked to see it appear in Japan this time. Black Robe, after defeating Yamato no Arachi. He suddenly disappears. A mysterious man appeared on Lake Chuzenji. What is the purpose of the Black Robe? Why did he help the Japanese coalition?" The article was stimulating. But it was mostly written in favor of the Black Robe. It must mean that Moriya Renki is keeping his promise to me. Jaehyeon thought so and put on a satisfied expression. Now the name of the Black Robe will become more famous all over the world. This will be of great help in your future activities. Jaehyeon thought so and turned off his smartphone when suddenly Hoyeon, who was sitting next to him, stabbed him in the side. That Jaehyeon, I'm saying this because I don't have kids. He was so lucky when Jaehyeon turned his head. He said in the lowest possible voice, "Is there something going on with Ine? What are you talking about?" "No, Ine did that before when you weren't there." He said something like that. "Confession to you, they said they haven't heard back yet and are waiting. I want to know what the story is about." Jaehyeon couldn't help but be a little taken aback by those words. It was a story between two people. But I didn't know that it would spread to circle members so quickly. To think that Seo Ina was even talking about him, it was something that I couldn't help but be surprised by Jaehyeon. After thinking for a while, Jaehyeon asked in a quiet voice, "Is Ine Akare?" The expression seemed Akare. I'm not going to say anything about other people's love stories, but it's kind of like when kids fall apart. I was just asking because I was worried. Don't worry, there is no such thing. After saying that, Jaehyeon put on his earphones and closed his eyes. It meant that I would not talk about this matter anymore. An Hoyeon was also considerate of him and did not ask more. Like that, the stopped bus started moving again, and the school bus came to a halt not long after at the academy site. It was the moment when the long 5 days and 4-night school trip schedule was finally over. A few minutes later, when Jaehyeon and his colleagues were going back to the dorm, Nyan, Hella, who suddenly turned into a cat, came to visit him. Circle members of Nine tilted their heads as if they were puzzled by the appearance of the black cat. Why are there all the cats in the academy grounds? I know, even the red and purple odd eye. I've never heard of a cat like this roaming the academy. Anyway, it looks really strange. Even the hair is shiny. Words of friends, they had reasons for their doubts. This is because there are no animals except summoned beasts in the academy grounds of Mills Academy. The reason was that there was a possibility of becoming a demon beast due to the influence of magical power. Nyang, as if she were a real cat. Hella came up to her and poked her leg. Jaehyeon looked at her with his eyes narrowed. It's strange, Hella never showed up first when she was with her friends. Hella looked as if she had something to tell her. It's not serious, thinking so. Jaehyeon turned his back to his colleagues and said, "I'll go first. Do you know that black cat? Are you Yangyang's friend?" Kim Yoo-young asked. Jaehyeon shrugged his shoulders appropriately. "Something similar, if it is urgent. Go quickly, let's go and get some rest." Kwon Soyeol nodded while saying that, and Lee Yi-sang agreed. Yeah, come on. Everyone should get some rest. See you tomorrow." After exchanging greetings with his colleagues, Jaehyeon quickly walked back to his hotel room. As soon as I opened the door and entered, I heard the voice of Hella, who had polymorphed into a human. She had an urgent expression. "We need to move quickly." "Yes," when Jaehyeon tilted his head. She sat down on the bed as if she was used to it now. "The third trial is ready. Are you finally starting over?" Jaehyeon smiled as if he had waited for Hella's words. "Now is the time to go to the next step." Hella kept her hands together. "One thing in particular this time, I will warn you in advance." She was as heavy as possible. "This trial will be completely different from the two past ones." "Why?" when Jaehyeon asked with a serious expression. Hella sighed. "Because the god in charge of trials is insane." A place full of fresh apple trees, the figure of a goddess is seen. She clapped her hands excitedly and murmured, "It's finally my turn. Adversary, you pay for the precious gift. It's wonderful, of course. It will take a while to come, but..." She spun around in place as if she was excited. "Anyway, where are you coming from? It looks like Hella has already started guiding. I'm going to do some people watching in a while," as she murmured. She held a wooden basket in her hand. There are a lot of ripe golden apples inside. The goddess smiled as fresh as spring. "Then, shall we prepare for the third trial soon?" Chapter 208. The third ordeal. The god in charge of the ordeal is out of his mind. What the heck does that mean? When Jaehyeon asked with a puzzled expression. Hella let out a small sigh. Jaehyeon's brow furrowed involuntarily. "I don't know who is in charge of the next ordeal, but it seemed like a rather tricky god." Hella shook her head and said, "Should I say that in many ways? When we are together, we lose strength all the time. I'm annoyed when I'm dealing with." "No. It's not like that, Big. You will know when you experience it yourself." "I mean, you know when you experience it." This was Jaehyeon's greatest fear before returning. The god who presides over the third trial. What on earth is he doing that makes Hella talk like that? Hella usually exaggerates quite a bit, but she has never warned her so strongly. Jaehyeon immediately fell into thought with a disturbed expression on his face. What the hell happened to the theme and content of this ordeal? Is it Akue to push on like this? However, there was no other way. Right now I had no choice but to crash. Although he succeeded in weakening their power in the battle with the Heimdall lords, this is only 2 victories. Ragnarok is scheduled also. More victories were needed to prevent this. Jaehyeon had no intention of procrastinating. The more you want it to be early, the more you have to prepare properly and move on. I can't stop Aesir and Odin if I don't take even one step ahead. Jaehyeon, who came to a quick conclusion, nodded and opened his mouth. I will prepare right away. Where is this destination? It is a fog garden. Mist garden? Jaehyeon tilted his head as if he couldn't understand. Poppy, who was sleeping next to her, also sat up and looked at Hela. She opened her mouth again. That's right, it's a place you don't know. There is a girl who has run away from the Sur. We call her Fugitive of the Sur. The Aesir's fugitive. I cannot give more details. Trial anyway. You, the antagonist, must experience it yourself. I am only a guide. Jaehyeon understood right away and made up his mind. We will start tomorrow. It's also an academy holiday. How long will it take to get there? Even if it's not the case. I have something to tell you about that part. Judging from the reaction, it doesn't sound like a good story. Hela trembled for a moment as if stabbed by Jaehyeon's words. She looked at Jaehyeon's notice and hesitated, then closed her eyes tightly. It takes a while to go to the garden, about a year. Yes, Jaehyeon grabbed Hela's shoulder with a puzzled expression. What, 1 year? As Hela averted her eyes, Jaehyeon shouted in an urgent voice. 1 year? Where is the alternate location that is taking so long? I cannot say the exact location, but I can tell you that it exists somewhere in Niflheim. Once we get to Niflheim, it won't be long. It's Niflheim. Jaehyeon lost his mind in an instant. Niflheim, the world of fog, heading to one of the 9 mythical worlds. However, there was something that complicated Jaehyeon's head more than that. Time of 1 year. What family and colleagues will be left behind while you go through your ordeal? Can you survive safely in the meantime? My head was pounding. It was a great stress for him to have this happen in the rush of a day. As Jaehyeon, I can't help but worry, even though he's cold on the outside. He's a warm person to his colleagues. Hela also fully understood his confusion. Jaehyeon was more concerned about his family and colleagues than his safety ahead of the ordeal. He was the usual altruistic temperament when Hela thought so. Jaehyeon was racking his brains to find a way to minimize the time it would take to get to Niflheim. Gap of 1 year. This was something that could not be easily overcome. It probably won't be easy. It's bad judgment to move around people without a plan. During the second trial, Jaehyeon realized, while you are going through trials, you can't know anything that happens outside, and it's impossible to respond to it. If Odin and Aesir's movement to attack their comrades started in time, Jaehyeon could lose his people, but in order to kill Odin you can't help but go through trials. In addition, it will be difficult to reach the Mist Garden while avoiding the eyes of the Aesir gods, because Hela said so. The Mist Garden is a special place created to hide the fugitives of the Aesir. The basic purpose is to avoid the eyes of the Aesir, and it means that security is thorough. No matter how much Hela was the guide of the ordeal, it was impossible to shorten the process of getting there. When I thought so, a thought flashed through Jaehyeon's head. Hela, as you said, does that mean that as long as we somehow get to Niflheim, it won't take long from then on? Yes, that's true. At that moment, the corner of Jaehyeon's mouth went up. He looked at Hela with a fishy expression and opened his mouth. I came up with a way, an interesting way to get to Niflheim in the shortest possible time. After a while, Hela, who heard the method of reproduction, screamed in fright. You really don't think that way is possible? Teary-Ryring, central headquarters of the European Union. Balak, who went to work after a while, was sitting in his seat when a phone call came from somewhere. Judging from the fact that the call was connected by the secretary, it seemed to be an important call. Balak was annoyed, but as if he couldn't help it. He grabbed the receiver. The voice that came from the other side was that of someone very familiar. I have something to say. Moria Lenki, I want to ask what's going on so suddenly, but I guess I know. Why did you call me? Black Robe, what the hell is he? The representative of the Japanese Union, Moria Renki asked. Getting straight to the point. The questions were mixed with complex questions. Black Robe, where the hell is he from? For what purpose is he moving? If you have personally encountered the Black Robe, you would know that he is a monster we can't do anything about. Are you saying you don't know why he commits such eccentric things? At that, Balak hesitated for a moment, then smiled and nodded. Okay, what do I know? He briefly recalled the meeting with Jaehyeon in the past, when people were put into a coma by a mysterious woman at an auction house. Black Robe, in other words. Jaehyeon tried to save them. He even returned the sword he had aimed at in the past without killing himself and Camilla. Of course, he put restrictions on himself so that he couldn't tell anyone about himself. But it was easier to kill the witnesses than that, but he didn't, because of this. Balak and Camilla thought, I don't know what the Black Robe's purpose is, but at least it's not our enemy. It won't be moving to harm humanity. Neither itself nor the European Union alone can stand against the Black Robes. Unfortunately, they did not have the strength to deal with the Black Robes, unless all the elite raiders from the US, Japan, and EU get together. Blocking the Black Robes was nothing more than hitting a rock with an egg. Don't strain yourself too much, there's nothing we can do anyway. You talk like you know me very well. Well, he was awesome. I didn't expect Yamada no Arachi to be dealt with so quickly. Renki Moria also didn't have that bad feelings for Jaehyeon, a man who was in control of his life and death, however. Despite the hostile attitude of himself and the Japanese coalition, he showed mercy to them. Now, the reason why he called Balak and inquired about his identity was just to figure out the clear purpose of his movement. Along with that, it was to respond to a dangerous situation. Also, personally, I want to meet and talk with the Black Robe again. I think you can help. Why do you think so? Did he decide that I and he had a point of contact? Yes, the basis, European Union's move. Balak's lips went up. Moria Renki was continued. The European Union initially had strong hostility toward the Black Robes. It's only natural that the world's only great ruins were robbed. But after some time, after the auction house incident, you suddenly stopped searching for the Black Robes. We even sent official letters to other alliances requesting the same, as if I had been instructed by him. That's an interesting reasoning, but what about this? I can't let go of the bridge. Why? Moria Lenki asked in a sharp tone. The reason is simple, Balak shrugged. I can't say anything about him anyway. What? Moria Lenki was taken aback. But what he said was true, subordination to Balak and Camilla, because this was a restraining tool that kept the identity of the Black Robes secret. Of course, no one in the world would think that an S-class raider could use such obedience magic. I get it. If you're willing to hide your identity like that until the end, we'll find out somehow. Expect it. Try well, of course. The results are obvious. At Moria Lenki's words, Balak couldn't help but snort. Wasn't he the one who went through the Black Robe twice right in front of him? Balak knew better than anyone else that Moria's skills would never be able to capture him. The next day, Jaehyeon left the hotel early in the morning. The thought of going through the third ordeal made my body ache already. The current Jaehyeon was anxious to prove his skills. Until now, Jaehyeon has grown sufficiently. It was quite different from the second ordeal a few months ago when attacking the Great Ruins. At that time, if Smur hadn't allowed him to go through the ordeal, he couldn't even step inside. But now, before I knew it, I was able to face the third trial with confidence. As for Jaehyeon, the feeling was inevitably new. It's good. If it's here, I won't worry too much if anything happens. Now, the two beings and Pappy were in the middle of a closed city with few people. From now on, what they had to do could cause great damage to the surroundings, so it was necessary to choose the place well. After looking around, Jaehyeon took out an item from his inventory and held it in his hand. Then let's start soon. The artifact in his hand is none other than a Shinhwa-class bracelet that Ki Jaehyeon had in the past. It was Draupnir, an item that opened the gate by eating people's feelings of greed and gaining magic power. This was a special item that summoned demons from the 9 worlds and turned them into soldiers, allowing them to fight according to the will of the wearer. Why did Jaehyeon take out this item and hold it in his hand? Helena knew this. She looked at Jaehyeon with an incomprehensible expression, the way he remembered yesterday, because the risk was too much. Helen narrowed her eyes as she saw the Draupnir in Jaehyeon's hand. Do you really want to try that crazy trick? You could die if you do something wrong, however. Despite her words, Jaehyeon only smiled with a calm expression. Of course. Chapter 209 Niflheim Part 1 Of course. Jaehyeon said that in an exhilarating voice and looked at Hela in front. Niflheim, his way to the world of fog was simple but dangerous. To use Draupnir, hearing Hela's words for the first time. Jaehyeon thought, what is the fastest way to Niflheim? The answer did not come immediately, except for the time he visited Svartalfheim fame. Jaehyeon had never visited another world in mythology. The first and second trials were also conducted in dungeons or ruins. Jaehyeon thought it would be the same this time too. I visited Hel's temple during the first trial, but that was only to get a reward. For reference, the god in charge of this ordeal was a person with the alias of Aesir's fugitive, and was in a situation where he could not reveal his identity to the outside world. You can't open dungeons or ruins to summon opponents. In the end, in order to go through the ordeal, he had no choice but to move himself as an adversary. For this reason, Jaehyeon thought that a change of thinking was necessary. It takes about a year to reach Niflheim because I had to find a way to shorten it somehow. I was thinking about how to get to Niflheim so quickly. It was a very ingenious and outrageous idea that passed through Jaehyeon's mind. It's using Draupnir's effect, because this artifact opens a portal connecting the other world and Midgard. What if you could use it to open a portal to Niflheim and Midgard? It is possible to shorten the time by 1 year, however. This method had considerable risks. Basically, Draupnir is a mythological artifact. It requires a lot of horsepower to drive it. You will need to inject about twice as much magic as the total amount you can generate now. Hela said that with a worried expression. Still, she couldn't understand Jaehyeon's choice. It is natural to be concerned that your family and colleagues are in danger, but it was too reckless to adopt this method. Isn't it normal for other people to think about how to earn a year's worth of time, however? Jaehyeon chose a new way to shorten the time, even if it means risking your own life. Anyway, that's how it happened. I will also help as much as possible. It's not good for me to see you die. What is it? Are you taking care of me? Jaehyeon smirked moderately and took a deep breath. No, how risky it is to force drive a mythical artifact, but I have no choice but to do it. Certainly among Draupnir's effects is the linking of Midgard with the other world, but that's what drives it. Getting full control was another matter. Artifacts are basically tools that store repetitive tasks, like skill slots, and inject magical energy into them to perform them. To put it simply, the magic tool that allows you to use Fireball simplifies the calculation formula by using the user's magical power as a medium. It means a tool that shortens the process of activating magic. Hana magic tools are composed of complex calculation formulas. Because of this, the user of the artifact is not free to transform the expression, unlike the wizard who learns and uses magic directly. It's because injecting magic power to perform a stored repetitive task is one thing, and transforming it after you have a fundamental understanding of it are two different things. What Jaehyeon wants to do now, transforming Draupnir's formula to open a portal to Niflheim without summoning a demon. Fortunately, I heard the location and approximate coordinates of Niflheim from Hela. Now all that remains is my individual ability. Jaehyeon, at the same time as he was thinking, Jaehyeon concentrated the magic that remained in his body into one point. Magical energy slowly began to move from the Danshan and head to a single point, and it flowed from the wrist to the bracelet that was attached. Jaehyeon's brow furrowed for a moment, and a system message was heard: activate the artifact Draupnir myth. Sufficient magic power has not been charged. Draupnir is powered by the user's magic power. Caution, the user does not have enough horsepower. Stumble in an instant. A huge feeling of exhaustion breaks Jaehyeon's body. His body slowly began to lean to one side. Lose your balance. Despite the sharp sensation he felt, he tried to hold on somehow, keeping his legs as strong as possible. However, the operation of a mythical artifact, this was not an easy task for Jaehyeon now, who had released the second stage of godhead. The reason Ki Jaehyeon was able to drive Draupnir in the past was because she took away people's greed and replaced it with magic. Hela's expression hardened as she watched Jaehyeon. Groom. Peipi looked at Jaehyeon with a worried expression. Jaehyeon's expression is almost erased before he knows it, soon after. The worst situation that the three beings did not expect at all began to happen. Caution, the user's mana flows back, due to the lack of magical energy injected into Draupnir. The power began to flow backwards. It was the first mana rebound experienced by Jaehyeon. Freya, the lord of Valhalla and the goddess who stands at the pinnacle of the Valkyries. She was in a state of annoyance unlike usual. Who had always been calm. The fine glass in front of her was about a third full of wine, but she hadn't taken a sip. A recent instruction given to him by Odin because it upsets her. Odin, that scumbag made me do this, filthy bastard. Recently, Odin was preparing for the second Ragnarok, in the process, of course. I heard that the opponent of the prophecy was interfering with him, but I never thought that I would give myself such an order. Using Valkyries to attack humans, not too long ago. Odin suddenly came to him and said, I need to deal with the adversary, prepare the Valkyries. It was absurd, even if it's not. They lost a lot of Einherjar and Valkyries in the first war in the past. How long she groaned at the loss of an army that believed in her. Still, Odin is pushing his next victim to limb. I don't like everything from 1 to 10, however. In the end, she had no choice but to listen to Odin, because I didn't have a choice from the beginning. Odin was not giving back what was most precious to him. Freya could not forgive him. But it was a situation that could not be ignored. If you make a mistake here, you may lose something precious forever, even if he didn't like it now. He had no choice but to listen to Odin. Sigrun, are you out there? Yes, come in for a moment. Freya summoned a warrior wearing a helmet who was waiting outside the room. Her name is Sigrun. He was one of the captains of the Valkyries' army. In addition, she was also the most trusted person by Freyja. You've heard that Odin is keeping the enemies of the prophecy in check, right? That's right, Freya said, biting her lips as if she couldn't help it. Take him down thoroughly. Use the army to trample it down. Can you do it? Anything in your name. Sigrun said that while raising an angle. Freya nodded and added, be careful. The adversary is strong. Heimdall and Jaehyeon have already been beaten by him. His divinity is now at a level that cannot be ignored. At Freya's words, Sigrun shuddered. Adversary, that he became stronger was something I had heard and knew. There was plenty of time to prepare one. Odin gave Valkyrie a grace period of several months. You just have to find a way to break him down inside. Thinking so. Sigrun spoke in a tone full of conviction. Do not worry, I won't disappoint you, then I will leave. Sigrun raised his sword once again and left. Freya let out a deep sigh and looked at the place she left for a long time. A deep doubt lingered in her heart. How did Asgard become so obsessed with war and world supremacy, however? If you think about it deeply, nothing will change. A great destiny has already begun to flow. Also, this was something that even Freya could not block alone. Freya brushed off her thoughts and raised her wine glass. The wine that went down my esophagus was tasteless. It was as if only a hot Tingling sensation was slowly seeping into one part of her, Jiang. Cuck, a drop of red blood came out of Yihyun's mouth, hemoptysis. This was one of the representative symptoms of mana rebound. Damn it, isn't it easy after all? Yihyun suffered a backflow of magic from Dropnir a while ago. Driving a mythical artifact is not an easy task. He also foresaw some side effects, but Yihyun didn't give up. A situation in which you could lose your life. There was nowhere to retreat. You have to stay calm now. Hela said, Dropnir's ignition is not possible only with magic power if you don't feed greed. You can only start it once a month. To put it simply, it meant that if Yihyun failed this time, he would have to lose a full month. This was disastrous news to Yihyun, who was in a hurry. Think, a way to remove the mana rebound and amplify my magical power. Beneath the calmly submerged mind, magical energy shines and gathers again, like fireflies in the night sky. The magical light that clears the darkness of dawn. This began to forcibly draw out the magic of reappearance. Obviously, the situation was not good, but Yihyun believed in himself, despite the dizzying sensation of burning his brain. He did not stop starting the artifact. Even at that moment, he was constantly thinking, what do you need to bring your mana to the limit, sensibility, if not? Will it be your own will? Yihyun knows enough magic power to drive Dropnir, that it is already inherent in itself. At that moment, Yihyun's magic began to gradually intensify, the feeling as if it had become a huge flow of magical power. At the same time, a clear memory from the past popped into his mind. It was the time when he had awakened to his godhood. The time I fought Heimdall, I saw the Great Sea. At that time, Yihyun faced a Jaehyeon inside of him. At the time, I didn't even know what it was. However, after a while, Yihyun was able to clearly realize the nature of the sea he saw then, a creature that possessed magical powers. That was the total amount of potential I could bring out. At that time, Yihyun had absorbed some of the water from this Jaehyeon and awakened his unique skill. The same is true this time. In order to temporarily draw out enough magic power to drive Dropnir, it was necessary to face the giant sea within himself once again, and at the same time that Yihyun finally realized this, I heard the sound of waves crashing in my ears. Tsutsutsutsutsu. Yihyun's whole body was filled with blue light and enormous magic power. Voice that follows, you have successfully started the artifact. Dropnir opens the gate. Success, is it? Yihyun groaned and looked up before he knew it. The gate like the deep blue sea was wide open. Yihyun laughed. Then shall we begin the world of fog to Niflheim. Chapter 210 Niflheim Part 2 You have successfully operated the artifact. Dropnir opens the gate. Then shall we begin foggy world to Niflheim. With Yihyun's words, Hela burst out in a small astonishment. Really, did it? She just couldn't believe it. To fully understand and transform the arithmetic formula recorded in the artifact to open the door to the desired coordinates. This was something that even a mythical being could not do easily. Bondi movement magic is very difficult. Unlike what appears in fantasy novels, by human standards it was difficult even with 5 or 6 S-class wizards. However, Yihyun succeeded in doing this only once. Hela had a hunch. The reason why the anti-Aesir priests chose him as their adversary that it was never a mistake. Come on, don't you have time? Yihyun said that after removing the mana rebound completely before he knew it. Hela looked at him and truly realized how great is natural talent also. To what extent the efforts and senses that go beyond that affect a person's growth. Among the gods, no one has grown up to such a rapid level. What on earth makes him so strong? She couldn't tell. But it wasn't a bad thing. Let's go. Rather than reprimand Yihyun for doing something dangerous, Hela decided to trust him, as she followed Yihyun. Poppy also responded by raising her hand. Krung, Poppy seemed to be in a good mood too. This was the beginning of a new ordeal. Whoa, the 3 beings disappeared in the midst of the magical vortex swirling around the gate. Before long, it was none other than what appeared in front of those who passed through the gate. It was thick fog and huge ice walls. Niflheim. It refers to a cold world full of fog located opposite to Muspelheim, the world of flames. In mythology, it is described as having existed before the creation of the world along with Muspelheim, and it was an area close to Helheim, the district of Hell. According to the literature, there is a story that Helheim exists inside Niflheim. But Hela said that is not true before opening the gate. Yihyun heard a lot of stories from Hela. She knows what kind of place Niflheim is and what monsters appear. He also told me in detail where the path to the Mist Garden was prepared. Fortunately, according to Hela's story, once you arrive in Niflheim, it won't take too long to get to the place of the ordeal. Ha! Yihyun sighed and looked around. Every time you breathe, the white breath breaks and scatters as smoke. We have already arrived here and have been walking for about 30 minutes. For Yihyun, who has a transcendent body, this kind of cold was not a problem. But it was different for young Poppy. The boy was trembling as if he was weak against the cold. No matter how wonderfully potential a dragon was, Poppy was just entering its growth phase. Enduring the cold of Niflheim is premature. Well, actually Poppy's voice wasn't very good, as if he couldn't reproduce it. He lightly raised magic in his hand, active skill ignition. The target's body temperature rises. Jaehyeon warmed up Poppy by using his fire skill that raises his body temperature, even if he doesn't die. Poppy is the only pet. I had no intention of hurting her here after a while, as he walked around the cracked area. Jaehyeon's eyes caught the eye of a field that revealed the characteristics of Niflheim little by little. A place full of ice and fog. Devoid of any warmth, Jaehyeon walked around the streets and captured the scenery around him. This is Niflheim, the world of fog. You never know what could happen at any time. So you have to be extra careful. The level of the monsters that appear is not that high. Most of them are below grade B. There must be a stronger monster in the center. But there is no one who can feel threatened yet. Jaehyeon looked around closely and calmly organized his thoughts. The process he is doing now is a kind of mapping. Even in a dungeon modeled after Muspelheim during the midterm exams in the past, Jaehyeon would read the surrounding field information first before going into battle. Dungeon and field raids are old days and information is everything. This process always increases the radar's survivability. While thinking suddenly, Jaehyeon's feet stopped. He muttered as he warmed up. It came slowly. Well, at this level, I don't even need to go out. Jaehyeon lifted his head and looked ahead from there. The monster's cry gradually began to be heard. Grrr, Jaehyeon encountered several demon beasts nearby. He quickly figured out their identities, troll. They were notorious among the raiders as demonic beasts with tenacious vitality. However, the demonic beasts encountered by Jaehyeon's party were not ordinary trolls. The guys whose shoulders and faces were covered with white ice. As if they were frosted, this was a monster that had never been reported in the society. Meet the frost trolls. Jaehyeon raised his eyebrows as he listened to the sound of the system. He first decided to use his skills to check the enemy's simple information. Active skill Insight Eye. The risk level of the designated target is low. Well, even if they're a bit tough. It's Akare, Jaehyeon murmured and put down the Poppy he was holding. I could feel his butt touching the floor and his body trembling. Poppy looked up at Jaehyeon. Sniff. Jaehyeon smiled at Poppy's reaction. If you move a little, it will be less cold. Kill those guys and I'll give you this. How is it? Jaehyeon took out something from his inventory and waved it. Poppy was agitated at first, but soon began to drool while looking at something Jaehyeon took out. It was a sandwich. It is also a special purple sandwich that Poppy likes, made by Kim Yoo-young. For reference, blueberries were not included. Instead, Yamada no Arachi's tail is included, so it's a food that will be of great help to Poppy's growth. I also really like Poppy. Fortunately, Poppy really liked this sandwich. I don't understand Kim Yoo-young's bizarre eating habits, but I decided to think of it as her own personality. Jaehyeon briefly recalled yesterday. Before leaving for this journey, Jaehyeon gave Kim Yoo-young the ingredients and asked him to make food for Poppy to eat. In addition, I didn't forget to ask to be Poppy's head chef. Of course I should, it's food for my Yang. There were some offensive words mixed in, but Kim Yoo-young readily agreed. She's very close with Poppy. And she's not the one who eats her food, but her existence seemed to give her a lot of uplift. Of course, it was a part that Jaehyeon couldn't understand, but I decided not to pay much attention. Quow, Poppy let out an unusual cry and stood in front of the enemy. Apparently the special sandwich stimulated his switch. After wiping the drool with his paw, he saw 3 trolls surrounding him. Take care of Poppy, Jaehyeon cheered. Since Hela didn't accompany her on the school trip this time, she didn't know how much stronger Poppy had become. So she had an interesting expression. Then let's look forward to it. Krung, Fafnir II activates the active skill Giant. Fafnir II activates the active skill Dragon Fear. At that moment, Poppy suddenly began to grow in size and then a huge roar erupted. The body of the guy who grew up without knowing it was over 2 meters, unlike his significantly different size. His cute face remains the same, looking at the huge pink souls. Jaehyeon smiled involuntarily. Fafnir II activates the active skill Dragon Breath. Bang, the breath that came out of Poppy's mouth accurately hit the enemy. Jaehyeon looked at the place where the white flames shimmered. One of the trolls was already lying on the floor in ashes. Jaehyeon couldn't help but be genuinely surprised. Originally, I thought it was extremely strong compared to its rank, but I never thought the power of a C-rank Dragon Breath would be elevated to this level. Jaehyeon shook his head and looked at Poppy with an innocent expression. It's a story I heard in the Valley of the Dragon, but Poppy's potential is amazing. In the past, Jaehyeon had heard about Poppy from the one watching. Like the system said, he had great potential. Jaehyeon briefly opened the stats window with a satisfied expression. Active skill, name, giantization grade, B explosives magic to temporarily grow pets rapidly. As the size increases, the power of stats and skills increases. It can be returned to its original state. Hugeness is maintained only when the skill is used. Active skill, name, Dragon Fear rating, B with a wild roar. Greatly reduces the physical abilities of enemies weaker than yourself. Decreases the stats of enemies who heard the roar by 20%. Active skill. Name, Dragon Breath Back Grade. See a skill that attacks enemies by breathing the dragon's breath. It is a skill that is upgraded whenever the dragon's rank rises, with the effect of White Flame. It steals the vitality of opponents with strong regenerative power. Jaehyeon felt satisfied that Poppy's newly acquired skill relieved the inconvenience he had experienced so far. First, gigantic, this not only increases the size but also increases physical stats and skill power. Not only that, but it can come back to its original size. He was well aware of the great advantages of such an effect. Once Pappy gets too big, it's not just one or two uncomfortable things. There is nothing dumber than attracting unnecessary attention from others. In that sense, the giantization skill was a pass. The next skill I checked was Dragon Fear, a skill that reduces the stats of opponents weaker than you through a roar. It was almost similar to how Heimdall forcibly sealed the power of reappearance with Gjallarhorn in the past. There is a difference in power, but it is a skill that can be usefully used. The last one was the Dragon Breath, which could be called Pappy's exclusive weapon. This rank has risen by 1 and has now reached C. There was a clear difference in the breath that was changed. Not just a simple increase in power. The flames he exhaled turned white. It's probably because he ate white salt at the altar at that time. Those who watched said to Jaehyeon, the white flame is a very precious flame and is not easily seen. Also, it is said to be very useful because it absorbs the tough life force of the opponent. Jaehyeon realized that he was right when he saw the fallen troll in front of him. Gwa, the troll was completely crushed and breathless. It's absurd that one C-class pet can make a troll like that. Basically, trolls are Class A monsters with very good regenerative power. Even if you think you killed it, it was also an intelligent being that would rise up and attack the raiders. However, Baekhyun was completely taking away even his tenacious vitality. The two remaining trolls standing in front of Poppy looked at him and screamed, "Ah, Krung," but Poppy didn't seem to care much. The guy's attention was on the sandwich he could only get after winning. It was also made by Kim Yoo-young. His greatest concern was the poor cooking, which is embarrassing to even call it terrible. Isn't it exploitation of labor anyway? Poppy is still growing up. Hela jokingly shot at him from the side. But Jaehyeon neatly ignored it. Jaehyeon cleaned up the remaining 2 frost trolls before he knew it and welcomed Poppy back with a triumphant expression. "Good job, Grung," after a short cry. It shrank again and returned to its original size. The guy, who had returned to his original form, put out his front paw and confidently asked for a sandwich from Jaehyeon, as if Jaehyeon couldn't help it. He put on the white gloves he had taken out of his inventory and held up the basket containing the sandwiches for a moment. Tot, he pulled out a sandwich faster than light and handed it to Poppy. The boy was delighted and pushed the purple-stained bread into his mouth. The pet's growth rate is increased. System messages were also heard steadily. A sandwich made from the tail of Yamada no Arachi. It was a shame if it didn't work. No matter how I look at the dragon's taste, I can't get used to it. Even Hela raised both her hands and feet when she saw Poppy eating her sandwich. She was even wearing a black mask when she took it out. Jaehyeon started walking again after stroking Pappy moderately. Frost World. Niflheim never knows what will happen if you're not as careful as possible. You'll end up dying. Recalling this fact deeply, Jaehyeon stepped towards the center of the world filled with ice walls. So, how much further do you have to go? Do you know the exact location? After walking for half a day, Jaehyeon asked Hela. Hela spread her magic for a moment, felt the energy around her, then nodded. It's not long now, a little further and we will arrive. Surprisingly, Niflheim itself was not that wide, however. There were many magical places, so Hela had to keep disabling the barriers along the way. While fighting against the cold and frost demons, he progressed little by little. Finally, the group reached their destination, the center of Niflheim. Looking closely through the magic detection, the air shimmering like a haze seemed to tell me that there was something in this place even at first glance. It must have been hidden by magic to hide the Aesir's fugitive. It's worth knowing. At that moment, the corner of Hela's mouth lifted and a voice flowed from her mouth. This is it. If you accept the quest given here and break the barrier, you can reach the Frost Garden. Jaehyeon didn't even listen to Hela and immediately raised his magic power. Yet, patching, after breaking the magic with absolute arithmetic, I cautiously stepped inside. Hela laughed as if she was exhausted. If this was going to happen, couldn't it just have been destroyed with absolute arithmetic from the beginning? That is my magic, because at times like this, we have to save it. Jaehyeon shrugged his shoulders at Hela, who had an unfair expression. Suddenly, a woman's voice was heard in their ears, a high-pitched voice, as if exasperated. "What? Where is this? Who has been so early for so long?" A woman's screaming voice came from inside. Jaehyeon murmured with a puzzled expression at that absurd statement. "What is it? Why are you saying something even if you come early?" Chapter 211 Nastron Part 1. After releasing the outer barrier and entering the Mist Garden, an unexpected scenery greeted Jaehyeon. A verdant garden emerges from a field full of ice. It was hard to believe that it was the same place as Niflheim earlier. Is this the mist garden? All kinds of plants are growing in an orderly manner around it, however. Despite such a cozy scenery, Jaehyeon couldn't help but let out an embarrassed voice. The cause was the words I heard from a woman I had just encountered. What? Where is this? Who has been so early for so long? What? Why are you saying that even if you come early? It was something we couldn't understand, owner of the voice, according to the circumstances. This would be the person in charge of the third trial, to put it simply. It means an existence that is eager to develop an adversary as soon as possible. I'm sure it should be. Why is the voice I heard disrespecting myself for coming to the trial early? That's when the question popped into my head. Hela's voice suddenly interrupted and pierced Jaehyeon's ears. Your indolent disposition is still the same. I would have told you to get rid of the habit of handling things every time you shut up. Idun, hearing her words. Jaehyeon's eyes narrowed for an instant. Idun, it was a familiar name to him. Jaehyeon looked back at the information about her with a calm expression. If it's Idun, it's probably referring to the god of youth, Idun in Norse mythology. The god of youth and the grower of golden apples. The golden apples she cultivated had the effect of not only stopping aging, but also greatly increasing magic aptitude. If it's a golden apple. I've eaten it before. Jaehyeon once received Idun's golden apple as a reward right after clearing the first Turning Point quest in a mock dungeon in the past. I was disappointed because the taste was not as good as I expected. He reminisces about the past. Suddenly Idun's hot voice was heard. Hela, as I said before. I'm not lazy, I'm just a bit slow. Hela didn't take it seriously as if it was a familiar thing. That repetition is called indolence. It's pretty obvious, seeing us standing in front of us like this. You are not properly prepared for the ordeal, right? Idun couldn't reply as if he had been hit by Hela's harsh words. In fact, she didn't reveal herself even when Jaehyeon and Hela arrived at the Mist Garden. Jaehyeon realized that. At first, why did Hela find it annoying dealing with the person in charge of the third trial? It's already the third trial. But it's the first time I'm not ready. Jaehyeon suppressed his irritability and asked at the voice he heard. I will wait until the third trial is ready. How long will it take? That's about 3 days. 3 days, it's not that I couldn't wait. But it was quite a long time. Moreover, the time in Niflheim, which is full of desolate ice, will pass even more slowly. Jaehyeon thought this problem is entirely due to Idun's lack of preparedness. The part you just can't skip. Jaehyeon was thinking of ripping off something from her here. Jaehyeon sighed and started acting in earnest. It's the first time I've had such a poor ordeal. You only have to blow away precious time. Annoyed voice. The reaction was instantaneous. Immediately. Idun's voice, which was flustered, was heard. I'm sorry, but I didn't expect you to come this early. In fact, Idun couldn't help but be embarrassed. Of course, it was wrong to be late. But didn't you judge that it would take at least a year for the adversary to come this far? After all, things were messed up because he arrived in Niflheim too quickly. If you're sorry, you have to pay for it. Don't you know that an apology that is only verbal is not sincere? Idun's hesitant voice followed Jaehyeon's snarky words. Now wait a minute. Idun didn't say anything as if he was thinking for a moment, then clapped his hands as if he remembered. That's right, I heard it before. I heard you use that guy's fangs as weapons. That guy. After thinking for a while, an existence passed by Jaehyeon's head, he said. Blinking his eyes, are you talking about Nidhogg? Among the weapons Jaehyeon could craft, it was the only one with the name Fang. Idun strongly agreed. That's right, Nidhogg, I'll let you strengthen his weapon. I'll give you a quest for 3 days while the ordeal is ready. So strengthen your weapons and come. I'll prepare for the ordeal somehow quickly. How is it? Nidhogg's fangs are still an excellent S-class weapon. If we strengthen it one step further, it must mean that it will be upgraded to a mythical level. It was a business that Jaehyeon had nothing to lose. Anyway, I can't go through the ordeal right away. For now, it's best to do what she says. It was something that might be said to be cancelled if I became more greedy here. Jaehyeon nodded, trying to hide his satisfied expression. All right. That no gossip later, Idun immediately said so in a triumphant voice, along with her words. A refreshing message floated in Jaehyeon's ears. You have accepted a new quest. You have accepted the subquest Nidhogg's Fang Enhancement. Subquest Nidhogg's Fang Enhanced received the approval of Nidhogg, the dragon that exists in Noster and in Niflheim. Condition Nidhogg's recognition. Difficulty S+ reward. The craftable grade of Nidhogg's Fang has been upgraded to Mythic. Jaehyeon smiled at the quest window that popped up, a golden opportunity to strengthen Nidhogg's fangs. There was no reason not to save it. Then see you in 3 days. Yes, come as slowly as possible. Idun said that until the moment Jaehyeon left. Hela sighed. Poppy just tilted his head, as if he didn't understand. After a while, Mist Garden. After Jaehyeon leaves, Idun, who was sitting on the terrace, muttered as he watched him leave. The adversary, it was much scarier than I thought. She wrapped her arms around her shoulders, recalling Jaehyeon's face demanding compensation from her just a moment ago. Even if it's not, isn't it Jaehyeon with poor eyesight? Unfortunately, the human personality that Idun encountered after a long time was not very good. However, she was simple. Soon, Idun quickly regained his energy and laughed innocently. No way, what's good is good, anyway. Nidhogg also wanted to meet the antagonist, so that's great, she thought so and kept her arms crossed. By the way, I didn't expect the adversary to come this soon. What the hell did you do? It's a shame because I coped with amazing improvisation. Idun found peace of mind by looking at his garden. From now on, we must prepare for the third ordeal. You never know when the skimpy adversary will come back to you and demand compensation for damages. If you don't prepare quickly, you may lose all your money. Thinking so, she spurred on preparations for the ordeal. There were several small seeds in Idun's hand. I didn't expect the door to be hidden in this fog. A few hours later, the place Jaehyeon and Hela Pappy arrived on foot was a coastal beach covered with thick fog. You can see it as soon as you get out of Idun's garden and reach the northern end. In Jaehyeon's eyes, a huge arched door covered in fog entered. A door with patterns of snakes, wolves, and dragons embossed on the outer surface of white bones intertwined. He asked. Looking around, Nastrandra, it's an unfamiliar name. Can I ask where exactly it is? Hela replied as if she had been waiting for Jaehyeon's words. To put it simply, it is hell, but it's a fundamentally different place from Helheim. This is a place where only the wicked among the dead come. It is a kind of prison. Prison? Hela nodded. That's right, this is a prison for those who have committed serious crimes. We lock up the prisoners and give them the punishment they deserve. Jaehyeon couldn't help but be surprised that there is another hell that is different from Helheim. This is because in the Norse mythology that ordinary people know. Such a concept is not dealt with in detail. Jaehyeon also studied mythology a lot, but he was not very familiar with the area called Nastrand. I've only heard the name a few times, but I didn't worry too much. Isn't the girl next to me a myth itself? At the point of going with Hela, Jaehyeon had no reason to worry about such a problem at all. Thinking so, Jaehyeon nodded and nodded. Let's go inside first. After Jaehyeon says that, he tries to go inside first. Suddenly, a voice came from somewhere. Is this the adversary of the prophecy? This voice is Nidhogg, as Hela said that. She looked beyond the door where the voice came from. Jaehyeon calmly nodded. Are you Nidhogg? Yes, I am Nidhogg. It is a dragon that lives in the deepest part of Nastrand. At Nidhogg's words, Jaehyeon immediately got to the point. I received a quest to strengthen my weapon from Idun. They told me to get recognition from you. What exactly do I have to do? First of all, reach where I am, the deepest part of Nastrand, right to xperrif. Xperrif, if it was this word, Jaehyeon knew it well. It means a bubbling spring, and it is the source of all the water in the world and the spring where Nidhogg lives. Even in mythology, the location of xperrif is described as Niflheim. By the way, the dragon said to live there is also Nidhogg. In other words, the historical evidence of the myth was well maintained. Jaehyeon nodded and nodded. Is that all? Of course not, but getting there won't be that easy. You won't even be able to reach this place without going through 3 doors. Nidhogg continued with a smile. Then I wish you luck. Before Jaehyeon could answer, the voice became an echo and disappeared. Xperrif, leaving only the words to go to the deepest place. Jaehyeon frowned. It's because Nidhogg left meaningful words at the last moment. The road to get here won't be easy. What the hell are you talking about? Once inside, I will explain. Hearing Hela's words, Jaehyeon took a step inside. With a squeaking sound, the white door made of bones opened, revealing its interior. Seeing the scenery there, Jaehyeon went cold without realizing it. Ah, stop it. There I saw countless dead people tied to chains and unable to move. Violet liquid dripped constantly over their heads, Jaehyeon with a burning sound. The voices of the dead grew stronger. Jaehyeon was able to realize at once that it was poison. What the hell is this? What is it? To those words, Hela replied with a hard expression. The first gateway to Nastrand. This is where sinners who commit adultery are tortured. They have to endure the agony of the venom dripping over their heads every day. Stop, release us, quack. Please stop. Close your eyes, don't run into because the eyes of sinners make people agitate. Hela led the way with her horse. She seemed familiar here, however. Despite her words, sinners stood in the way of Jaehyeon and Pappy. The moment Jaehyeon tried to raise his mana as if he couldn't do it, suddenly Hela raised her hand and looked at Jaehyeon. Right then, Hela, who had restrained Jaehyeon, calmly took a step and raised her magic power. That was the moment. Chuck, a strange thing happened. The sinners who were surrounded by them bowed their heads toward Hela and began to pave the way. Hela, what is this? Jaehyeon looked at the sinners who bowed down flat and bowed to Hela. With a look of incomprehension, Hela smiled and said, It seems you forgot that I am the alter ego of Hel, the ruler of the dead. After she said that, she pointed forward and hurried her steps. Let's go, you'll have to move quickly to meet Nidhogg. Chapter 212 Nastrand Part 2 Nastrand is the largest prison in Niflheim, where those who have committed the 3 ugly sins are imprisoned. The first is a hell where reserved venom drips down to those who commit adultery. This is Gate 1 right here. Hela's explanation was clear at a glance. Jaehyeon took a closer look at his surroundings as he walked through the first gate. As she said, the theme of hell here was poison. Countless figures of sinners came into his eyes except for those bound in chains. As Jaehyeon walked past the criminal, he heard the scream of the dead man. I've done nothing wrong. Jaehyeon looked at the horrendous screaming sinners in chains. The hideous appearance with rotting parts of the body was hard to see even if the stomach was strong. And the stench piercing the tip of the nose was also terrible, the hell common people think of, and should I say the miserable words of a sinner who committed a serious crime. Jaehyeon frowned as if he was displeased. Hella. Did Nidhogg say that you can reach this end by going through 3 gates? That's right, in order to go to Virgilmere. You have to pass through all 3 gates, he said. What are the conditions for passing each gate? At Jaehyeon's question, Hella thought for a moment and then opened her mouth. Every time you pass through that gate, you are confessing your sins, unless of course you have committed a sin. Confession of sin. Hellas told me that the purpose of each gate was to confess the sins of those who committed them. In that sense, Jaehyeon had nothing to worry about at this gateway. A felony dealt with in the first pass. This was adultery. However, Jaehyeon is not even married yet to commit adultery. Even before returning, he had never been in a proper relationship, let alone married, so there was no place for him to be guilty. I don't know why, but it makes me sad, feeling somehow bitter. Jaehyeon approached the person guarding the first gate, a man of great height and excessively purple skin. Hel explained that he was the covetous one of the triplets of Nastrond who serve as the gatekeepers of each gateway, a person who can be feared more than anyone else by those who commit sins. However, Jaehyeon had nothing to shy away from. He walked proudly and stood before the gatekeeper. The person who coveted others glanced at Jaehyeon, then nodded and opened his mouth. You are innocent, go to the next gateway. Groon. Jaehyeon took a step towards the door to the next step with Pappy following him toddling. There was a quite long passage inside the door. But I thought it was a bad taste to have the faces of criminals stuffed on the wall. I was walking through such a long, empty rectangular space. Suddenly, Hella smiled and spoke up. I'm glad though, not having a spouse. I don't even have a girlfriend in the first place. You seem excited about something. Jaehyeon got angry at the strange, teasing voice. But Hella didn't stop. Jaehyeon let out a deep sigh and walked back to the depths of hell. 2 gates appeared before long. Jaehyeon had no choice but to pause for a moment. What these are? As soon as I arrived at the second gate of Nastrond, the first thing I noticed was a snake. Innumerable snakes bit the sinner, and a fountain of blood gushed out from among them. Please take these off, boo, please, stop, go away, go away. I hear the frightening screams of the dead. As Jaehyeon looked at this with a depressed expression, Hella opened her mouth. The second gateway here is a hell where sinners who break their oaths are bitten by snakes and suffer blood pouring out. The one who broke the oath. Jaehyeon pondered over whether he had such a sin, from before the return until now. Of course, I have not lived perfectly. In the meantime, I made mistakes and reflected on myself and came this far. In the process, it may have been a breach of oath and trust. Jaehyeon gulped and asked Hella, if the gatekeeper of this gate finds me guilty, what will happen to me? Looking back, I don't remember committing such a major sin. However, in the worst case, there was a possibility that there would be a catch or death here. You have to face your sins. Facing sin? That's right, you must see the sin that is inherent in you from the depths of you, and then you really have to realize it. If you do, the gatekeeper will let you go forward. Hella said that all who failed to pass the gates of Nastrond have failed to face their sins, because he didn't admit his mistakes, and because he couldn't wash away the great crime. He was imprisoned here and suffered every day. She explained it that way. All right, I can't help it. I have no choice but to hope that I will be the one who doesn't come out with anything. Jaehyeon said so, and this time as well. He passed the dead who paid respect to Hella and headed towards the end of the gateway. There, as before, a man who appeared to be a gatekeeper was standing tall. It was almost the same as the one I saw at Gate 1. But the skin was a normal color. However, he had a strange appearance with snakes tied around his waist and legs. I am the one who broke the oath. Gatekeeper of the second gateway, will you pass? Yes, I will look at your sins, he said in an overbearing tone and began to scan Jaehyeon's body. It is the job of the gatekeeper to identify the guilty and ask the appropriate crime. A little time passed like that. The gatekeeper opened his mouth while looking at Jaehyeon. I can't say I'm not guilty since you have already broken your oath with others several times. Really, that made me sad. Jaehyeon said that with a sly smile on his lips. In the worst-case scenario, he intended to meet Nidhogg by fighting the breacher of the oath here, reinforcement of equipment. This will be a great power to fight Aesir. There was no thought of going back from here. But it was the time when Jaehyeon was preparing for battle. It was the gatekeeper who suddenly got lucky. You also have the right to pass. Huh, what do you mean all of a sudden? Why is the guy who just said he was guilty suddenly saying that he deserves to pass? Jaehyeon blinked at the quick change of attitude and looked at those who broke the oath in front of him. It was then, however, it is impossible not to ask for guilt just because you are qualified. I will sentence you. What is that? Jaehyeon tried to say something, but the one who broke the oath continued. From now on, I will show you a fragment of the past. Come back after seeing that memory and confess what kind of oath you broke. At that moment, A bunch of snakes came out from under his feet and started biting Jaehyeon's limbs. Big, what is this? With the fountain of blood gushing from his body. Jaehyeon felt as if his mind went black for a moment. Voices and scenes immediately came to mind. Jaehyeon's eyes narrowed and his body began to tremble. Memories that are slowly being drawn in front of your eyes. This was very familiar to him. Run away, the owner of the voice that came at the same time as consciousness was blurred was a familiar person. Jaehyeon looked at the young faces of the two in front of him, and I looked back at my memories. This is a dungeon. And those in front now are Kim Jin-ah and Park Seong-woo. They are now sacrificing for me, goosebumps all over my body, and I felt my mind go blank. Jaehyeon intuitively knew this is the illusion shown by the one who broke the oath. It was a memory of the past and it was his own sin. At the time of the simulated dungeon, this is the past when two people were sacrificed. The day there was a mock dungeon before the return. Kim Jin-ah and Park Seong-woo sacrificed themselves for Jaehyeon. Those who were kind like idiots were in danger due to Gu Yaon's evil hand in the mock dungeon. And they decided that they were already late, so they pushed their backs, saying that they would survive at least for Jaehyeon. Hearing those words, Jaehyeon ran away without hesitation. There was no time to feel grateful to them. Have to live, you have to survive. That was the only driving force that kept Jaehyeon's legs from stopping at the time. It wasn't until a few days after the accident that Jaehyeon recalled that day and realized that his choice was foolish. I couldn't save him and he ran away. It wasn't just that he was weak. Still, he ran away alone. Jaehyeon thought, how big of a sin is this? The background suddenly changed and the fragments of memories continued. Likewise, the place where Jaehyeon was located was a dungeon. But the atmosphere was completely different. Also, this was the place where the last memory of reproduction before returning was located. At the time of the dungeon attack with the Meteor Guild, on this day, I got Odin's lost eye and returned. Jaehyeon looked around, countless meteor guilds and hired freelance raiders, purple smoke penetrates between them, poison mist. It was only then that Jaehyeon realized what the oath to those who broke the oath had just talked about, the bond you shared with that person. This was a kind of history accumulated with others. But, unable to trust others, he gave up on it, even in the worst way. Jaehyeon continued to contemplate his memories without averting his eyes. A thick purple fog spreads, and soon people start to scream and fall one by one. Wild screams and moans from the mouths of those paralyzed in action. The raging fountain of blood further subsided the heavy fog. Among them, Jaehyeon could see one person, the face of a very dear person. Myungho Hyung, Myungho Lee. He was a grateful person who took good care of him when he was struggling to find a job as a non-fighting radar. Jaehyeon betrayed that person at the last moment. He said, "Young woman, I'll do something that didn't happen today, so." Those words were an obvious betrayal and an act of betraying trust. Young Min was the one who killed Lee Myung-ho, but Jaehyeon begged him for his life. For your own life, my sins. Jaehyeon felt the bitter taste of blood on the tip of his tongue and kept an eye on the continuing memories. People's voices were heard and the fog continued to deepen. An explosion was heard and the place was noisy. Jaehyeon aloofly watched as the white blade pierced Lee Myung-ho's chest. Think again, crime. What is my sin? A desperate longing for life. Can you say it's my fault? No. It was only then that Jaehyeon realized clearly as he watched Lee Myung-ho collapse. My sins, that the one who broke the oath said. It ended up conjuring at that moment. The illusion that covered the whole field of view was shattered. Along with that, a voice pierces Jaehyeon's ears. Now, what is your sin, soon? A calm voice came from Jaehyeon's mouth after seeing his memories. My sins, it is running away in front of a colleague. It was also a sense of guilt deep in Jaehyeon's heart, at Jaehyeon's words. The corner of the mouth of the one who broke the oath went up. As soon as he opened his arms, the door to the second gateway opened wide. Pass by, adversary of the prophecy. Chapter 213 Nastron Part 3 Pass by, adversary of the prophecy. The one who broke the oath said so and sent Jaehyeon through the next gateway. Jaehyeon took a light step towards the inside. Have I passed the two gates now? Only one thing left. 2 days had already passed. Jaehyeon intended to quickly break through and go back in time for the ordeal. Anyway, what I'm going through right now is nothing more than a weapon enhancement quest. In the end, the reason he arrived in Niflheim was to undergo the third ordeal. There was no time to delay for this. The third gateway may be against you. A polarity. Jaehyeon looked at Hela, who explained that and asked again, however. She didn't say more, just shrugged her shoulders. Jaehyeon felt it. It must mean that the final gateway is not easy. Groom, Poppy poked at Jaehyeon's trouser hem and comforted him as if to cheer him up. I remember seeing it a little while ago. This was making Jaehyeon's expression darker than ever. Jaehyeon let go of his hardened expression and walked forward again. In any case, we must move forward. It was a fact that if not deeply recalled would soon be forgotten. The last gateway to Nastrond waiting for reproduction. Was the hell of wolves tearing humans. Blood-stained leather clothes and raging wolf teeth were strewn about. Most of them are bladed, such as swords or spears. They are sinners who have committed murder. They are the ones who kill the innocent. They will be constantly torn by wolves here at the third gateway. It is a place where murder is punished, after all. Killing a person in any place seemed to be the greatest sin. Jaehyeon looked around for a moment and then moved forward, ignoring the rows of dying dead. Groom, Because of Hela, there were no sinners running into her. But it wasn't a nice view anyway. The dead tried to block their path from time to time, and Jaehyeon had no choice but to frown. Poppy was also crying low. Wary of them, Jaehyeon stroked Poppy's head for a while as if he was Akue, then arrived at the last gatekeeper. As expected of the theme, and wearing a wolf's mask was standing in the seat. He was the taker of life, he is the eldest of the triplets and the gatekeeper of the final gateway. Hela gave a brief explanation this time as well. Jaehyeon nodded and walked towards him. The one who took life opened his mouth. It's been a long time since a human has come to the final gateway. No, I'm not a human anymore. The one who took life glanced at the reenactment as if it were interesting. He seemed to know well about himself. The antagonist of the prophecy. As a representation, that wasn't too bad. There will be less to explain. I want to go through the last door. What should I do? At Jaehyeon's question, the one who took away life looked at him for a moment. Then shook his head. You must have killed quite a few people. For some reason, the unshakable face of those who took lives looked stiff. Jaehyeon's eyebrows narrowed. And an annoyed voice came out from him. So, are you saying you can't let me in? No. That's not it. The motives behind your murder are clearly different from those of the other evildoers. All those killed were either evil or irreparably damaged. But that doesn't make your sins go away. It's definitely my fault for not even worrying about whether there was a way to save them. I was more urgent to protect the things around me than to care about those guys. I understand. The one who took life said that as if he really thought so. He stared straight into Jaehyeon's eyes. I also lost a lot, Ragnarok, because that long war was hell itself more terrible than Nastron's prison. It would be natural to protect colleagues rather than strangers. Can you tell me what I must do to get past the last gate? One thing. The head of those who took life suddenly turned and the voice continued. Unconditionally affirm what I say, if so. Let me pass you by. Instead, if you give a negative answer or fail to answer my question, I will kill you here. Listen and decide. At Jaehyeon's words, the person who took away life immediately asked, can you swear never to kill anyone again? If you go back to before you committed the first murder, can you correct your decision at that time? At that, Jaehyeon's expression hardened for a moment. However, he soon smiled and raised his speculation. Can you not kill others? No, you can't do that. Jaehyeon remembered the first person he killed. Young woman, he was a trash that couldn't even be treated as a human who tried to kill himself after his mother. Jaehyeon asked himself, can I really not kill him if I go back to the past? Could I have made a different choice? No, even if I go back then. I will make the same choice, I have no regrets. Kill, with Jaehyeon's voice. The order of the one who took life came down. Krurung, the wolves surrounding them all rushed towards Jaehyeon. Poppy quickly stood in front of Jaehyeon. It was an instinctive posture to protect the owner. Hela smiled and looked at Jaehyeon. As expected. It's your ending, it would be a road that could pass if you lied once. Are you going to turn everyone in Nastrond into enemies? If you have to. Hela couldn't help but admire Jaehyeon's actions from the bottom of his heart. As expected. I'm a big enemy. Jaehyeon always moves in the direction he thinks is right. Don't get discouraged, just stay calm, that's great power. From the beginning, Hela knew what the gatekeeper of the last gate, those who took life, would ask Jaehyeon, can you never kill people again? It was a kind of test. There are countless sinners who pretend to be remorseful just to escape this situation. However, they are eaten by Nidhogg as soon as they pass the last gate. It was because the person he hated the most was a person who falsely pretended to reflect and deceived himself. Nidhogg waits beyond the last gate and preys on those hypocrites who come to Yggdrasil. Those who deceive people and only take advantage of their own interests always bring disaster. Nidhogg is working to tear those souls to pieces so they can never be reincarnated again. However, Hela never explained this to Jaehyeon. Then why did Jaehyeon decide to fight against those who took their lives instead of deceiving them? In her opinion, Jaehyeon just didn't want to lie, he just didn't try to deceive himself and avoid his sins. Jaehyeon was aware what he had to do from now on could never be done without blood on his hands. You cannot kill Odin by starting to run away to escape the situation. You cannot destroy Asgard and stop the second Ragnarok. Hela looked at Jaehyeon with a satisfied expression. Those who took life didn't have a bad expression either. He seemed to be enjoying himself again. Do not deceive yourself and fight with force. How many people are you talking about? Even Jaehyeon was strong. He neither overconfided nor overconfided himself. He was just certain that you will win, I will help too. This is not an ordeal. Hela raised her magic power. Poppy also grew in size with a short grunt. The battle between the three beings against the wolves at the last gateway to Nastrond has begun. Jaehyeon grabbed the sword he had made without hesitation. Awesome, then. The cool sensation of slashing the wolf spread through his hands and through his whole body. I wouldn't kill someone needlessly, but if anyone gets in my way, I'll get rid of it. That was Jaehyeon's course of action. Deep in Yggdrasil, there is one existence watching the battle of Jaehyeon, Nidhogg. A venomous dragon with a huge body. He was the guardian of this spring and the dragon that gnawed at the roots of Yggdrasil. An interesting guy came to see me after a long time. Behind Nidhogg, countless corpses were piled up like a mountain. Murderers who passed the last gate with hypocrisy. They have been degraded to Nidhogg's dining street. Did you say it was Min Jaehyeon? He will definitely reach this place. Nidhogg knew well that Jaehyeon was strong, no matter how strong the one who took life is. It is difficult to defeat an existence that has completed the second stage of godhood release. Already, Jaehyeon proved himself every moment and overcame his limitations to gain the strength he has now. At the very least. It had been a long time since the gatekeeper was able to deal with it. Nidhogg nodded and stretched his long body. Then, he will come to see me in the evening at the earliest. So get ready soon. The very moment he turned off the magic of the crystal ball he was using to observe the reappearance, Kwang, with a roar that erupted from the front. The door to the last gateway opened wide. The corners of Nidhogg's mouth rose mercilessly. His party, including Jaehyeon, was standing there. They arrived at Yggdrasil many times faster than they expected. This was unexpected. That's interesting, the adversary, it's beyond imagination. Thank you for the compliment. But why don't you strengthen your weapon first? You know I've come a long way. Jaehyeon's clever words, contrary to what I said. Jaehyeon got rid of the wolves in an instant and arrived here, at a speed that even Nidhogg would be amazed at. Sorry. But that won't work, Nidhogg continued as he raised his mana. I was looking forward to it quite a bit, fighting against you, the antagonist of the prophecy. At that moment, Jaehyeon's ears suddenly started ringing loudly. Caution, for the first time I encountered a mythical being with full character. The difference in class is extreme. Stop fighting immediately. Stop fighting immediately, however. Jaehyeon did not back down. He laughed and raised his mana to the fullest. I think I met someone worth fighting for after a while. Do you think so too, Hela? You know what? Jaehyeon is just as insane as I do. Of course. She was smiling as well. Jaehyeon caught his breath and looked ahead. Nidhogg, the owner of Yggdrasil in mythology and one who is described as the strongest among those with poison. Right now. Jaehyeon was about to battle against such an existence. Nidhogg moved his huge body and took a combat stance. Don't worry, I won't do my best. Of course I should. If you kill me here, you will lose too. Right? Nidhogg smiled at Jaehyeon's bold words. He looked at Jaehyeon, exposing sharp white fangs. O antagonist of the prophecy, from now on. I will test you. Jaehyeon couldn't help but laugh at those words. He shrugged his shoulders and accepted the words. However much. Chapter 214 Nidhogg Part 1 There is only one condition. Condition? Nidhogg had presented one condition to Jaehyeon right before the battle. He was baring his fangs. I visited this place to strengthen the weapon containing my power. So fight me using only that. Other than that, I won't limit the use of magic and skills. Of course. You shouldn't get help from Hela and Fafnir either. How is it? Nidhogg's conditions. This was an obvious penalty for Jaehyeon. Being unable to use the Dragon Slayer Bombung would inevitably be a huge limitation for him, but I will. Jaehyeon readily agreed and raised his magic power. No matter how much Nidhogg is a mythical being and has a penalty to himself, there was no reason to be afraid now, from the beginning. He had no intention of killing himself. I wonder if it's the third trial. Forcibly testing my limits right now is risky for Nidhogg and Van Aesir. Nidhogg wants only one thing from me in this quest. It's just to confirm whether the name of the opponent of the prophecy is false or not. Nidhogg told Jaehyeon a while ago. He said he was looking forward to fighting himself. What this meant was clear. Nidhogg in this quest, it is trying to test reproduction. It's as if the third trial has already begun at the point of coming to Nastrand. I done probably designed it from the beginning. Jaehyeon nodded his head confidently. I done. Who was in charge of the third trial had a bit of a blind spot. But he was also a god. She had prepared another preceding ordeal to test herself from the start. Fight with Nidhogg and Hel in Nastrand. This will help Jaehyeon grow in a better direction. Jaehyeon, stay focused. After thinking for a while, I heard Hela's voice in my ears. Jaehyeon suddenly came to his senses and looked at Nidhogg's huge body. Then, start in earnest lightly for now from step 2. At the same time as Nidhogg exploded his light beam, the ground nearby dug in and a huge divinity was released from his body. That's exactly level 2. It was about the same as Jaehyeon's current level. Tsutsutsu, for the first time since the battle with Heimdall, Jaehyeon experienced a sense of dizziness. After all, is it the status of a mythical existence? Even though he hadn't revealed his full power yet, Nidhogg's personality was on a par with his own. If it was a normal raider, he would have collapsed or lost his life here. The battle with the opponent with the divine power had been fought many times, however. This was a battle on a different level from them. Jaehyeon's body was shaking at the sensation of a chill on the nape of his neck, but he calmed himself down. Release the godhead, as if fighting back. Jaehyeon didn't lose and opened his godhead. Unlike other battles, the reason for opening the fight from the beginning was simple. This is because in the current battle, you have to show off everything you have, because Nidhogg is not an opponent that can be dealt with a reasonable mind and skill. Tsutsut, Jaehyeon's body began to be filled with an enormous divinity equal to Nidhogg's. Nidhogg raised an eyebrow. Anyway, this battle seems to be going to be quite long. Along with that voice, the venom breath spewing from Nidhogg's mouth past Jaehyeon's shoulder. Kwang, the breath flew behind Jaehyeon and a huge explosion sounded. Then, Powerful magic power began to swirl inside Virgilmere. Hela watched their battle and put on a worried expression. Please, Nidhogg shouldn't be overly excited. Jaehyeon was strong. But he wasn't on a level comparable to Nidhogg, who could use a full blow. The power of a mythical being is at a level that is not at all inferior to that of a god. Perhaps it would be impossible to deal with Jaehyeon unless he grows at least one more step from the current liberation stage. I don't think it will take too long to get there. Hela said that and crossed her arms, unbeknownst to me. My hands were sweating, the battle between Nidhogg and Jaehyeon. This was going in a more interesting direction than you might think. Meanwhile, that visual fog garden. This was the only sunny area in Niflheim. Idun, the god of youth, loved this small area. Although the sun installed overhead is nothing more than an artificial sun, which is quite different from the sun swallowed by SKLL during a solar eclipse, even this is valuable here. Hugh, is it somehow going to end? I tossed it to Nidhogg. But I'm tired from working for the first time in a while. Idun muttered, pressing down on the dark circles below. She hadn't been able to rest for the past 2 days as she prepared for the third ordeal, unlike the trials of others. The third trial he supervised was the kind that could not be prepared in advance. After all, the most important thing in my ordeal is time. Idun quietly thought about what the adversary would do as he went through his ordeal. The first and second trials in the past, I have already heard of what happened there. First you met Hel after defeating Nightshade, then met Smur and passed the 3 trials of wisdom. Idun had no choice but to feel great interest in the opponent. That would be 2. This is because after the second trial, Smur, who was uncooperative with Van Aesir, completely changed his attitude. Doesn't the guy who doesn't show up well during meetings suddenly attend all of a sudden? Or does he say he believes in the opponent of the prophecy? Idun had also heard all the stories of the last meeting in Helheim. Due to her fugitive status, she was unable to attend in person, but was able to attend the conversation from a distance through the crystal ball. She still couldn't forget what Smur said then. Adversary, he will grow up. I believe he can kill Odin, together with our giants and my father, even Hrungnir's revenge. He didn't trust humans, he didn't reject races. But he thought humans were the weakest among the races of the 9 worlds. The adversary, Jaehyeon, changed him with just a few days of hard work. How could that be possible? Second ordeal. This was a test that was said to be too difficult even among the gods, to the extent that when Hrungnir first prepared for the second trial, Loki scolded him for saying the difficulty was too high. However, the adversary passed this successfully. At that point, several months had passed since he had possessed Odin's artifact. But even so, I'm not sure you'll pass my test. Idun muttered that, imagining the reaction of the soon-to-be-returning adversary in his ordeal. Her own ordeal was once again different from Hrungnir's second ordeal. No matter how strong you are, you cannot pass easily, and you cannot move on to the next test unless you learn something. Idun decided that in order to further develop the adversary, it was not simply strength alone. So he prepared for the current test. Well, but Nidhogg will have to send the enemy before that. Nidhogg has a strong fighting spirit and enjoys testing opponents. He too will be testing the adversary in his own way. I hope the adversary will do well. Idun muttered that and took out a golden apple from the basket and put it in his mouth. Wasak, the flesh of the golden apple was crushed and the acidity burst out. It was then the juice from the bitten apple spurted out. Chut. It splashed on my clothes. What else will the kids say? Idun's white clothes were stained with apple juice. Usually, she often spills something on her clothes. The other servants assisting Idun always clicked their tongues when they saw her like that. It was disrespectful for a servant, but Idun didn't care about that at all. Rather, should I say that he is the one who notices himself? She let out a helpless sigh and took out another apple. Idun let out a small sigh, wiped the apple on his clothes, and took another big bite. It's the clothes I threw away anyway. So what, you can wash it. Idun quickly returned to his usual positive self. She didn't pay much attention to the little things. Kwang, Jaehyeon saw a purple breath passing by his head. It had destructive power beyond imagination. It's so powerful that even just brushing against it will kill you instantly. Of course. Now that the godhead has been released, it won't go to that extent. But it's dangerous. Jaehyeon continued his thinking with a sentence that came to his mind clearly. The power of the skill is so strong that it cannot be countered with absolute arithmetic. If you consume too much magic power, you will be at a disadvantage in future battles. Absolute arithmetic consumes different mana depending on how strong the opponent's magic is. If it was an attack of the previous level, it would be difficult to block it several times, no matter how much magic power he possessed. That was the reason Jaehyeon avoided Nidhogg's breath a moment ago without blocking it. After, Jaehyeon slowly approached him without letting go of the tension at the destructive power that exceeded what he thought. First of all, you need to properly monitor the enemy's movements. If the process of analyzing the enemy's attack patterns and skills is not preceded, it can be attacked even if only one attack is allowed. You've got pretty good wits, said Nidhogg with a laugh. Jaehyeon quickly raised his mana. Hold the sword in your left hand. and use your other hand to unleash magic. It was a process that Jaehyeon had enough repetition and mastery of after establishing himself as a battle mage. Is this your turn this time? But unfortunately, I have no intention of waiting. Just in time for Jaehyeon's attack, Nidhogg prepared another breath. Hela shouted, "Be careful, Nidhogg is strong with Hell's protection. I won't have to worry about getting sick, but it won't be easy. Do not worry, Hela, I have my own thoughts." Active skill, Aqua Punishment. The next moment, Jaehyeon's skill was activated at the timing of his breath. Aqua Punishment, at the time of fighting Fafnir in the past, it was the strongest water attribute skill Camilla had ever used. It would be nice to use lightning magic, but now that there is the essence of the sea, it is better to use water magic for efficiency. Compared to mythical skills, it consumes less mana, but the power is almost the same. In addition, water magic is effective against poison property attacks. Poison attribute attacks basically have the property of contaminating something, but water attribute magic has the effect of purifying it. Nidhogg's mouth twisted up. It's pretty strong magic for a human being, but do you think you can deal with me with it? Of course, no matter how, Nidhogg, even if you're strong. If you are of the same rank. As Jaehyeon muttered, he saw a huge whirlpool of water floating in the air. I have no intention of losing. With those words, Jaehyeon lowered his hand and countered the breath that was fired at him. Wow, with a fierce noise. Nidhogg made a small sneer. It was because Jaehyeon's attack was clearly pushed back by his own breath. Jaehyeon's new model was not even visible because it was covered in dust from the aftermath of the attack. Nidhogg murmured in disappointment. It's disappointing. I thought it would be much stronger than this. It was the time he thought. How about disappointing later, at that moment? Along with the sudden voice, Nidhogg's forehead crumpled. Jaehyeon, who had appeared from a blind spot, swung a dagger at him. He opened his eyes and tried to respond to Jaehyeon's attack. However, at level 2 of Godhead, he could not keep up with the speed of reappearance wearing various artifacts. But nothing to worry about. I can't even hurt my body with that guy's level. Nidhogg's body was not as strong as Fafnir's, but it was very sturdy, a hard outer shell that can withstand both magic and physical attacks. As long as he was wearing this, an absurd attack would be of no use to him. Anyway, that sword won't be able to pierce my scales. Chow, it was then, what? The fact that the outer skin he prided himself on being strong was cut and the fountain of blood gushed out. At about the same time, Nidhogg's face was stained with bewilderment. Active skill, Intangible Sword Type 2 Phantom Sword is activated. The sword in your hand creates an afterimage and starts shooting accurately towards the enemy's torso. It was much sharper than the usual H1 sword and showed excellent cutting power. The reason was simple. The effect of the title, Dragon Hunter, is activated. It wasn't just bombing that was effective against dragons. Why is it different from what you expected? Saying that, Jaehyeon lowered the sword he held with all his strength. Chapter 215, Nidhogg Part 2. The effect of the title Dragon Hunter is activated. Damage is added by 30% to the target with the character. Chut, although the dagger went shallow, it succeeded in slashing the enemy's body slightly. It's a good attack. At the same time as Nidhogg said that, his body began to recover quickly, the appearance of flesh sprouting from the cut skin with a green effect. Jaehyeon looked at this and kept his mouth shut. It's like the time of Fafnir, as expected. The dragon's regenerative ability is on a different level. The cut that Jaehyeon left on him a while ago was difficult for normal monsters to heal easily. However, it seems that it was not difficult for a mythical dragon. In the first place, it was a big deal to pierce the guy's skin even once, so Jaehyeon wasn't shaken at all. Meanwhile, Nidhogg frowned at the awareness of Jaehyeon. No matter how much he released his godhead to match the enemy, is this really understandable? The adversary was a human who had only been open for a few months. To him, who has been dealing with Joke for over 10,000 years, Jaehyeon is still just a kid. But you said you were pushed back by him for a while. However, despite Nidhogg's thoughts, Jaehyeon shrugged his shoulders and said as if it didn't matter. It will get better and better. I guess so. Nidhogg looked at Jaehyeon calmly after receiving the comment as if he was having fun. Adversary, he was strong, excellent movement and genius sense beyond what he thought, and that attitude of embarrassing himself was admirable. Awesome. It is a skill that has reached a considerable level even as a sword. The power of the swordsmanship that Jaehyeon had just shown far exceeded what he expected. Nidhogg was surprised that he, known as a wizard, could wield a sword like that. However, instead of continuing to be surprised, he focused on fighting Jaehyeon. Nidhogg felt his blood gradually boil. Try to hold on this time too, Pan, saying that. Nidhogg approached the reappearance without realizing it with speed that was not commensurate with his size. Then his huge claws swing. Woo, fast. Jaehyeon lowered his head to dodge the attack that passed over his head, then pushed the ground and kicked it into the enemy's blind spot. Nidhogg's attack is very strong, but a dragon anyway. If you use the effect of the title, you should be able to deal with a guy with the same status relatively easily. Bang! Jaehyeon continued to exchange battles with him, uses magic to keep enemies in check. aiming from behind and attacking with a sword or attacking while blindfolded. This worked. Nidhogg gradually started to be pushed back, and Jaehyeon was estimating his own status through him. Where have you reached now and how far can you grow in the future? If trials continue to test and judge me, I will only use them. Jaehyeon thought so and continued to swing the sword in his hand and block the enemy's attack with magic. Jaehyeon wasn't weak enough to be pushed back by Nidhogg, who didn't do his best. He continued to overwhelm the mythical dragon. It was then the completely unexpected words came out of Nidhogg's mouth. Adversary, you are strong. Jaehyeon hesitated for a moment, but shrugged and accepted the words. That's good because the adversary you are counting on is not a weakling. If you've come this far, you've seen the three gates of Nastrond and Hell. Nidhogg suddenly changed the subject. Jaehyeon's eyes narrow and he heads towards the dragon's huge body. What is he trying to say now? What did you feel as you passed the gateway to Nastrond? What did you feel? They are asking what they realized while looking at the gruesome scenery of Hell. Jaehyeon couldn't help but be shaken by that question. He stopped attacking and looked at the dragon talking to him. I came through the three gates a little while ago and realized my sins, to abandon one's comrades and run away and not to regret killing a person. It wasn't that Jaehyeon didn't feel guilty. It's a problem that can't be wrapped up with words that can't be helped, to let people die, because this was an act that could not be understood under any circumstances, however. Jaehyeon judged that even if it wasn't the best, it wasn't the worst. He decided because the person who was important to him was more important, sacrificing others. When Jaehyeon tried to say something, Nidhogg's voice continued again. I know, what did you see in Nastrond? Nidhogg bared his teeth. You faced your own weaknesses and sins right there. You acknowledged your weakness without covering yourself with lies. This is your greatest strength. I face sin, in fact. When asked about the murder at the last gate, Jaehyeon did not lie. The gatekeeper of the gateway asked himself, won't you kill people again? He said that he could go to the final gateway only if he unconditionally affirmed this question. However, Jaehyeon didn't do as he said, denied he has no choice but to kill people and other people in the future. It was a decision I made because I didn't want to fool myself with lies, even if I had to face everyone in Nastrond. Jaehyeon thought that that was the way he was going. I eat those who tell lies at the last gateway, who showed hypocrisy. They hurt others easily. That spirit only breaks others. So I'm here to break their chain. Nidhogg looked down at the reenactment and continued, but you didn't do that, admitted that your imperfections and the direction you are moving can never be acknowledged. So, it's a story that I liked you, of course. I don't intend to see it that way, but I mean, you're inflexible. Jaehyeon said that and continued to raise his mana. Nidhogg didn't give up an inch either. He started putting pressure on Jaehyeon by using his deeper magic power. He had been beaten quite a bit by Jaehyeon in the previous battle. And it wasn't a good situation because, this time, I decided to have a little more fun. From here, Nidhogg opens up a deeper level. The active skill Insight Eye is automatically activated. The enemy's danger level is very high. I'll do it right, Nidhogg. He looked at the opponent of the prophecy and thought. The rumors weren't exaggerated. Such a spirit, I can't believe he's a human, like most gods and giants. Nidhogg thought humans were weak. While in Virgilmere he saw many arrogant people and they all fell into weakness. He was also involved in the battle during Ragnarok. To such a strong man, the existence of a human being was nothing short of a symbol of imperfection and weakness. However, no matter how you look at it, the adversary far surpassed the humans he knew. For the past tens of thousands of years, it was the first time he had seen humans equipped to stand up to him, even though it was only at the level of the second level of divine power liberation. It was a state of awe. It wasn't until several months at the most that Jaehyeon got stronger. When the first half Aesir priests gathered to talk, it was thought that it would take at least 10 years. But no, at this rate of growth, within a few years he will be able to rival the Aesir god. Our wishes may really come true. Nidhogg thought so and saw a dragon looking at Jaehyeon with a worried expression. Pappy, he was a being revived with Fafnir's soul. Fafnir, he was a wise dragon, although he became a dragon after birth. His strength was at a level that no one could ignore. That's why he acknowledged the enemy and decided to follow him, even at the risk of erasing all of his past memories. This was the reason why Nidhogg wanted to meet Jaehyeon in the first place. Fafnir, why did he decide to follow Jaehyeon? I didn't know for sure. But I thought there might be a reason, so I wanted to check it myself. Adversary, whether he is the one who deserves Fafnir to follow. Van Aesir. Is he a person who can risk the world's life and death? I'll do it right. With Nidhogg's declaration, Hela's harsh cry was heard from behind. Nidhogg, this is a bit excessive. The adversary is still only at the second stage of goddess liberation. You should know the difference between the second and third levels. This is my fight, Hela. I'll leave it to you here. However, despite Hela's words, Nidhogg accepted it and showed white teeth. He looked back at Jaehyeon. However, there are Greek words. I'll give you one chance. Nidhogg looked forward to fighting Jaehyeon and couldn't stand it. High-pressure mana leaked out of his body and put pressure on the intestines. Will you stop fighting with me and give up the quest? Give up, Jaehyeon looked at Nidhogg. Catching his breath, he smiled mischievously. Uneasy. I expected it, but it's the third stage of divine power liberation. From here on, even with the power of the title. It will be difficult, but the conclusion was already out. I think it was a question you asked knowing that there was no way I would give up. After saying that, Jaehyeon jumped up again. He had to become stronger quickly, also. With rapid growths, there are always risks involved. You can't back down here. It should come out like that. Nidhogg swung his claw at Jaehyeon with a happy expression. Wu claws flying towards Jaehyeon's neck with a harsh sound. It had the power to break even the strongest iron at once. Kong, Jaehyeon raised Nidhogg's fangs to block his attack. It left traces of dragging on the floor with a sound like a burning flame. It was because Jaehyeon was pushed back due to the weight difference with the enemy. The hardness is similar. The artifact's grade is low, but it's still an artifact that has inherited Nidhogg's power. It was the moment I thought so, bang, before I knew it. The flying claw hit Jaehyeon's body again. His body flew backwards and crashed right into the wall. Cuck! Jaehyeon let out a heavy breath and looked ahead. I felt my vision shake unsteadily. He quickly felt the claw-grazed abdomen to check the wound. Blood poured out of his mouth. But there was no major abnormality in his stomach. Abyssal armor, I think it's thanks to this. Jaehyeon quickly came to his senses and once again avoided the claws hitting the wall. Jump forward, narrowly evade the attack. And straighten your body soon after. The wall behind you begins to crumble, but Nidhogg didn't stop there. Did you make a bet with Smur in the second trial? What? Let's make the same bet with me. Jaehyeon lifts his head and looks at him. What is he proposing, but this time? 3 times, block my attacks 3 times without dodging them. If you can endure it all, I'll take it as having received my recognition and strengthen your weapons. Damn it, you're asking for something difficult. As a representation. It was very difficult, block 3 attacks, an attack from Nidhogg. A mythical being, Jaehyeon took a quick look around. The moment when Nidhogg's attack on himself stopped for a moment. You have to figure out a way here. Nidhogg's words continue between the rapidly turning gaze. Okay, only 3 times if you block all of this. I will admit you, from the beginning my opinion doesn't seem to matter. Jaehyeon nodded as if he couldn't. 3rd time. It was close to impossible by any means, but the possibility was not 0. It's intermittent. But I'll have to try something. Jaehyeon thought so and clenched his fists. That was the moment. Fire RURR. Nidhogg fired the first breath with a sense of playfulness. Sudden attack. It was a surprise attack at an unexpected timing. This bird, a cowardly surprise attack. It was an impudence not worthy of a mythical being. Jaehyeon quickly reached out his hand, said Nidhogg. Bursting into madness, now. This is the first one. Kwang, a huge explosion rang throughout Virgilmere. Chapter 216 Nidhogg Part 3. This is the first. Kingrang, Jaehyeon's eyebrows narrowed as he heard the harsh explosion that accompanied the voice. Then, the thread of magic extending from his hand cuts the boundary of the field into pieces and divides it into several sections. A skill that intervenes in the enemy's magic and returns it to nothingness. This was one of Jaehyeon's specialties. Active skill, absolute calculation. The shards of broken magic scatter like glass. And Jaehyeon's hair blows. A silence fell over the black hair that sat down gently. Jaehyeon calmly took a breath and reflected on his situation. With this, absolute arithmetic can no longer be used. Magic power is limited. Nidhogg's breath was much stronger than the first encounter. Thanks to this, Jaehyeon was forced to revise some of his plans. The breath that Nidhogg fired first was the power of the second stage of divine liberation. However, the one that flew into him a moment ago possessed the power equivalent to the 3rd stage. Jaehyeon felt his hands tremble from magic of power he had never experienced before. Now, in the remaining 2 attacks, Jaehyeon had to use his wits. It is impossible to block his attacks with only physical defense. From now on, it would be difficult if he did not find the best move he could and engage in battle. The first one was blocked in a standard way, but you'd better not rely too much on that skill. Nidhogg said excitedly and grabbed his huge claw. He had an expression that he couldn't stand the current battle because he was happy. Jaehyeon frowned and asked, "What do you mean?" Your absolute arithmetic is magic that forcibly dissipates magic. Because of this, there is a major drawback in that it consumes too much mana, just like you are now. Did you notice it as well? Nidhogg had already figured out that Jaehyeon couldn't use absolute arithmetic anymore. He was remember, absolute arithmetic may be effective against weak opponents, but it is not very effective in fighting mythical beings, even if it's Odin. The magic that one being can use is limited. Nidhogg prepared his breath once again, a second attack that leaves no gap. This was again an even stronger force. He laughed. Then, the second time, the same breath as the first time came out of Nidhogg's mouth. However, the situation was clearly different from the moment before the surprise attack. Before the next attack, Jaehyeon had plenty of time to think, also. He had already finished thinking about how to block the next attack. Fire, the poisonous breath mixed with impurities rapidly reduces the distance between Jaehyeon and him. Jaehyeon immediately created magic. He prepared to block the enemy's breath by operating magic close to the limit he could draw out. How stupid, it's too much magic for you to block. That's something you have to do to know. Jaehyeon laughed at that, Jaehyeon. It was then, suddenly. With the birth of a huge magic power, the ground around Virgilmere began to vibrate. At the same time, qua 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 qua, the water surface of the spring was distorted, and a column of water of enormous water pressure gushed out from the depths. They collided with each other and created a rough whirlwind. Activate the effect of the artifact essence of the sea. The vortex that was created before I knew it gradually grew in size and gathered in one place. Particles of water condensed in front of the representation's eyes. It was building a defensive line in a circle as if to protect the representation. Oh no, Nidhogg let out a sigh, then. The whirlpool and the dragon's breath collided. Kwang, a huge roar erupted, Shaya, by the time the sound of the explosion had died down. The plume of water that had risen to the ceiling was falling like rain. Visibility is slightly obscured by steam. Nidhogg looked at Jaehyeon with a shocked expression. The adversary, did you intend to use the lake's water from the start, knowing that water property attacks are highly effective against poison property breaths? In a short moment, it reads the information of the field and implements it as magic. This is difficult for anyone. However, the adversary in front did a great job, calmly without being afraid of his own breath, which is the third stage of divine liberation. Nidhogg became more and more interested in him and prepared for his final breath. His two eyes awakened the spirit of holiness and burned fiercely toward the adversary in front of him. At that moment, Jaehyeon smiled. Is there only one left? I will put more power on the final breath and somehow make the opponent feel frustrated. Lethargy in front of overwhelming power. Nidhogg thought so while looking at Jaehyeon. It was because he was also heated by the opponent's shocking response a moment ago. By the way, the reason he was trying to keep Jaehyeon in check was simple, because everyone needs defeat and setbacks in order to grow further. Nidhogg wanted to give the adversary a new ordeal when he thinks. Jaehyeon has been stepping on the Silk Road so far. He thought he had become stronger by clearing only certain quests. Of course, this was a great misunderstanding. As Nidhogg, he didn't know how much bloody life Jaehyeon had lived. So it was a quick decision. He had a surprisingly naive part which sometimes made him not believe in anything he hadn't seen with his own eyes. Because, after a minor misunderstanding, Nidhogg decided to test the adversary. The condition of the quest that Idun gave to the opponent was his own recognition, according to the original promise during the second stage of divinity liberation. The power should not be released anymore. It was because it had been talked about like that with Idun and the other half-Aesir priestesses from the beginning. However, when he met the adversary in person, he changed his mind. I was burned by the battle with him and wanted to see the value of the opponent with my own eyes. Experience defeat if you do that. You will be able to know the opponent's vessel. That was Nidhogg's conclusion. Meanwhile, Jaehyeon was still calm, in order to block the last breath. It was necessary to think enough from now on. The difference between humans and dragons is heaven and earth, no matter how long Jaehyeon flew. There was no way he could compete head-to-head. Also, if so, find another way to block it, that's all. This is the final attack. Are you nervous? A little bit. After saying that, Jaehyeon took a deep breath, fortunately. It wasn't a surprise attack until the last attack, however. Nidhogg was only preparing a breath that was stronger than before. I've felt it since a while ago, but the breath is getting stronger. I didn't hear anything like that when I first bet. Okay, it looks like you're worried I'm tired. Nidhogg made a trivial joke at the crucial moment. He realized that his gag was insignificant only when he saw Jaehyeon furiously crinkle his forehead. Anyway. It's the end, so try to endure it. FYI, after Nidhogg spoke appropriately, he was ready to fire his breath. That moment, the essence of the sea that Jaehyeon used suddenly lost its light. Then, the water in the lake began to not be properly controlled as if it were under a ban. Nidhogg suppressed the mana and scattered it. Nidhogg laughed. I won't fall for the same trick twice. Water is no longer available. Are you going to give up right now? No, I didn't think the same trick would work twice from the beginning. Fire, right then. The dragon's mouth opened wide, finally. The final breath flared up and flew towards Jaehyeon. But what could it be? Jaehyeon didn't even think about avoiding it and just watched the breath being fired. Even at this moment, he continued to think fiercely. Nidhogg's breath is strong, attack of the third level of divine liberation. I can't stop it with my current skills. But it has to be stopped. How can I stop his attack? The magic Nidhogg showed was already surpassing anything he had ever seen. Jaehyeon caught his breath and looked at the purple flames that slowly erupted. Caution, it is an excessively high-level magic compared to the user's level. Leave the battle immediately, Nidhogg's magic. This boasted overwhelming inaction to the extent that even the system warned. Quite different destructive power from the time of Fafnir, which lost much of its status. However, you have to find it, how to block the breath. Even Nidhogg wouldn't have given me an ordeal I couldn't overcome. There is always an answer, it's just that I haven't found it yet. Kroong, Jaehyeon-kun, the urgent voices of Pappy and Hela could be heard, but did not reach Jaehyeon. At that time, Jaehyeon's thoughts accelerated to the limit, and things around him began to flow slowly as if they had stopped. Flames soared from the dragon's open mouth and slowly flew towards itself, burning away all the mana around it, slow and sharp. Even so, Jaehyeon did not stop and continued his thoughts, just like that. A very fleeting time passed like an arrow. The breath was now only about 2 million away from reaching Jaehyeon's torso. Nidhogg, who was watching this, clicked his tongue. The adversary, has he lost his mind? No matter how much I adjusted my power, it was the third level of divinity liberation. If I get hit by that, I won't be able to wake up for at least 3 days. Isn't it the breath that I decided to avoid from the beginning? Jaehyeon's reaction he expected was to realize his powerlessness and run away. Nidhogg firmly believed that it would grow the opponent, however. Jaehyeon never moved the way he thought. I just quietly contemplate the burning flame as if it were beautiful, in the midst of blinding the son-in-law with a bright flame. Jaehyeon, who had been silent, finally smiled. Now I get it, magic is a continuous language system. It exerts its power in the flow, and that also means that if you break the chain of language itself, magic will be neutralized. Thinking about it, Jaehyeon raised his head and put strength into the fangs of Nidhogg in his hand. Then, time accelerated again. My ears that had been blocked were opened and the noise around me lingered in my ears. Then, in an instant, the breath that flew to Jaehyeon's distance scatters angry magic and tries to devour him. Hela's eyes were filled with concern. Jaehyeon-kun, move now if we avoid it now. We can somehow. Hela was speechless. It was because a shocking sight was unfolding before my eyes. You said you closed your eyes, instead of avoiding the attack. Jaehyeon closed his eyes. He focused on the senses of the whole body. I can clearly feel the movement of magic power, a huge movement that seems to swallow me up at any moment. Magical power that attacks oneself like a tidal wave. When Jaehyeon feels this and opens his eyes again, his eyes were colored with brilliant gold, beyond the eyes that emit a much stronger light than before. It was visible to Jaehyeon. Nidhogg's breath is like a tangled skein, connected by countless lines of magical power. Also, he saw the minute gaps vaguely revealed between countless lines. Jaehyeon muttered as if he had realized. Each of the runes that make up the magic was a thread, and the magic that was activated by it was a thread. Letters are intertwined to form a typed form, that's magic. At the same time as the accident occurred, Jaehyeon recalled a memory from the past. It was at the time of the mock dungeon. He first encountered Odin's crow and saw the thread of magic while dealing with it, the thread that continued to inject mana into the guy who was connected to the Kobold Lord. Jaehyeon had a memory of stopping the regeneration of the Kobold Rod by cutting it off, so he took up his sword. I was mistaken, magic can't cut it, I thought so, but it wasn't. Magic is a continuous flow, that is. It is a thread if you cut the knot. The magic will go back to nothing. I held the machete knife in my hand while making a light. Then a sword is enough, I can bell. Nidhogg's fangs cut from the lower left to the upper right, leaving a path so huge that it could not be thought of as a dagger. While everyone held their breath, the first thing that burst out was Hela's astonishment. What, with the dagger in his hand? Jaehyeon accurately cut Nidhogg's breath in both directions. She muttered as if she couldn't believe what had just happened. This is nonsense, Nidhogg's breath, you cut it. The breath that was shot to devour Jaehyeon splits into 2 stems and flies behind him and gets stuck in the wall. Quang, a roar erupted and Jaehyeon smiled as he looked at the dagger he was holding in his slightly trembling hand. Before I knew it, Nidhogg was looking down at me with a shocked expression. You can't believe it, can you see the magical grain? Jaehyeon tilted his head at his words. What magical texture, what is it? Have you seen such a crazy bastard? The dragon's curse echoed through Virgilmir's empty cavity. At that moment, Jaehyeon's eyes narrowed at the voice message he heard. A new effect of the active skill absolute calculation is derived. Chapter 217 Magical Texture. A new effect for the active skill absolute calculation is derived. Jaehyeon's eyes widened at the system sound he heard. New effects derived from absolute arithmetic. Absolute arithmetic was already a sufficiently fraudulent skill. Jaehyeon scratched his head and turned his eyes to the message window that popped up. In his opinion, the effect of absolute arithmetic was already ridiculous. A skill that can break all magic with magical power. It was something I couldn't even put a price on. Where the hell is there a corner to strengthen a skill that already has such an effect, however? The question of reproduction was immediately resolved. Displays updated skill information. Active skill. Name, absolute operation rating, X stats. Understand and destroy the structure of magic operation, only with magic whose structure is known. The ceremony can be dispelled without consuming mana. 1. Reverse the magic, transform it into a formula, and destroy it. 2. Magic that is destroyed by absolute calculation consumes different horsepower depending on the rank. A line was added to the original skill description. Jaehyeon's eyes widened when he saw this, and astonishment slowly poured out of his mouth. It doesn't consume magic. I really couldn't help but open my mouth, no matter how much the effect was applied only to skills that he knew the structure of. This was a great innovation. You can nullify magic without spending magic. Simply put, this meant that Jaehyeon would not be harmed by any magic if he learned the formulas for all the magic that existed, even without consuming mana at all. Of course, it's impossible to learn all the arithmetic expressions, but anyway, it's undeniable that it's useful. It's a huge effect. As Jaehyeon nodded in satisfaction, he heard Nidhogg's trembling voice. Really, did you cut my attack without knowing that it was magical? To that, Jaehyeon had no choice but to give the same answer as before. Therefore, do you want me to explain what it is? Crazy guy. No matter how much I hear the same thing twice, it hurts a bit, hearing Nidhogg's words. Jaehyeon frowned, however. Nidhogg seemed to have no intention of picking up words. It was because he didn't quite understand what he had just seen. What Jaehyeon has done is beyond the category of genius. Perhaps it was only natural that Nidhogg reacted violently. Loki, how on earth did you choose such a guy as your adversary? Meanwhile, at that time, Yehyun's ears heard a refreshing system sound. I succeeded in gaining recognition from Nidhogg. You have cleared the subquest Nidhogg's Fang Enhancement. Nidhogg, a legendary dragon that is said to have phenomenal power even among members of the Van Aesir Alliance. He had lived a long time and had little experience meeting his match. Unlike Fafnir, he was a dragon from birth. Inevitably, it was overwhelmingly stronger than the others. Except for Loki, no one could guarantee victory in a one-on-one battle with him. Thanks to that, he felt bored, no matter who I fought. My heart never pounded, so it was understandable. Loki, who was at least a match for himself, was also in a situation where he could not move due to the first Ragnarok. It was frustrating for him. 10,000 years passed like that, end of hell in Nastrond, while protecting Virgilmere. He saw countless rotten humans and fought them, but it wasn't pleasant at all. To him, who was already on the 5th stage of divine liberation, human beings were more than just pyramids. That's how he lived his life, with his sense of self-righteousness covered. But just a moment ago, Nidhogg's eyes flashed. It is because the ability of the opponent was more than he thought. The guy saw the grain of magic. This is only possible for those with divine powers, and those who are at level 3 or higher of liberation. The adversary did just that, magic power. To put it simply, it was the flow of magical power itself. After he finished thinking, he slowly opened his mouth while looking at Jaehyeon. I will explain the texture of magic. Of course you know about rune words and magic, right? Rune words are letters and magic is a phenomenon that is manifested as a continuous combination of runes. Is not it? Jaehyeon's Nidhogg nodded. Right, magic is like a story, to put it simply. Runes are letters, magic can be seen as a completed book. It was an apt analogy. If there is only one letter, it cannot be a story. However, if there is a continuous flow of this, it will exist as a full-fledged story. Jaehyeon sincerely admired Nidhogg's analogy, but the doubts didn't go away. But why are you giving me a fundamental explanation of magic now? If a scene from a book is ripped out, the book retains its value as a story. I understand what you mean. Jaehyeon was shocked as if he had been hit in the head with a hammer. Nidhogg was on. The same goes for magic. Adversary, let me ask you one thing. What did you see there when you cut my breath a moment ago? Jaehyeon slowly followed the situation from before. I saw the tangled threads of magical power, and you cut the knot. Right, Jaehyeon was able to quickly grasp the meaning of his words. That is the grain of magic. The act of cutting the tangled knot you saw in the flow of magical power. This was an act of tearing up the book and making it lose its value as a story. That's why the magic was dispelled. As I nodded in agreement, Nidhogg frowned. Is that all? Any other reactions? Jaehyeon shrugged in embarrassment at his words. Why are you reacting like that? Did your pride get hurt in the battle a moment ago? Okay, since you don't seem to understand. I'll explain. What you did just a moment ago, even if it was a god, couldn't be done easily. Most of them do not even see the grain of magic. Jaehyeon didn't understand right away. It is true that he has attained a good rank, but he has not yet reached the point where he can stand against God. Judging from its simple destructive power, reproduction is still in its infancy. However, Nidhogg seemed to have a different idea. Of course, God is strong. I have a deeper level than you, however. This is an innate realm. It is innate from the beginning, but you are different, recognizing the grain of magic in a subject that has built up a human body, because this is something no one can easily see. Is this enough? As far as I know, there are only 2 beings who have been able to see the grain of magic so quickly. Jaehyeon raised his head involuntarily at his story. A shocking name sprang from Nidhogg's open mouth. Odin and Loki. You are reproducing their past achievements here and now. Odin and Loki. Jaehyeon kept coming in until now, right after returning the 2 names. Odin as something to be killed, Loki as the leader of the Van Aesir, because the names of the 2 gods cannot be omitted from Ragnarok. The cause of Ragnarok in the myth that people are well aware of was Loki. As a result, a war began and many gods met their end. Of course, there will be distortions in this too, however. One thing was certain, these 2 gods played a pivotal role in Norse mythology. Hela said it too. I have a talent comparable to that of God. It was a story that I had heard and spilled with one ear back then. Now I couldn't help but believe it, after a while, as the dust cleared. I heard the sounds of Hela and Pappy rushing towards Jaehyeon. Jaerung, Poppy flapped her wings and flew into his arms while Hela crossed her arms and looked Jaehyeon up and down. Haha, I can't believe what he did. But Nidhogg is right. As I said before, Jaehyeon's talent is at a level that is not inferior to God's at all. If you give it too much space, it will become a habit. Even Hela said so. But Jaehyeon was not shaken. Talent. Jaehyeon was well aware of the false part of this sweet word. Talent misleads many people, no matter how splendid you have. You have to polish it, then it's just a raw stone. It takes effort to bloom. Jaehyeon wasn't the type to be swayed by the stories around him. And he had a personality that couldn't be lazy on his own. Surprised to react that way to my praise, Nidhogg said while looking at Jaehyeon with interest. Jaehyeon turned his shoulder and looked up at him. Probably feeling stiff from the battle earlier, he had something to ask for. It's hard to wait. He smiled and put his hands in his pockets. Weapon strengthening, won't you? I forgot, ha ha ha, good, I'll do it right away. So put the weapon on the floor for a while. At Nidhogg's words, Jaehyeon obediently put down Nidhogg's fangs. Nidhogg motioned for a moment, asking Jaehyeon to step back. When Jaehyeon silently stepped back, he lightly raised his mana. Tsutsutsutsutsu. Along with the sound, the magic power that existed in the surrounding air rushed into the dagger. Nidhogg's fangs stay with enormous divinity. And the sword's appearance slowly begins to change. Jaehyeon gulped and glared at him. Yet, enhancement of the artifact Nidhogg's Fang has been successful. The rank of Nidhogg's Fang will be upgraded to Myth. The magical power surrounding the artifact on the floor dissipated, slowly revealing its interior. The cloth was firmly attached to the hilt, and the black blade, which was originally black, had a mysterious blue light. At its center, a purple crack radiated light like the eyes of a demon. Just looking at it, it seems like it's a high-grade item. Jaehyeon thought so and saw the dagger rising from the floor. Nidhogg's fangs rose in the air and flew in front of Jaehyeon before he knew it. Jaehyeon stretched out his hand and lightly gripped the sword. The length of the blade or the overall grip did not change significantly. Rather, it's a good thing. If the form changes a lot, it will take time to adapt in many ways. Jaehyeon decided that the current structure was just right. Its basic attack power increased by more than 1.5 times. And it was good in many ways because it could continue to be used where it had been used so far. How do you like it? I tried to strengthen the weapon one more level with my strength, Nidhogg said excitedly. Arrogantly, but then, Jaehyeon took a step forward, ignoring Nidhogg's excited voice. But I mean, what is it? Don't you think the reward is too small compared to the difficulty of the ordeal I took? What? It was the moment when Nidhogg was perplexed. Jaehyeon raised his mana and looked at Nidhogg with an expression that he didn't understand. The message that popped up then, you can learn new skills, use one blank card, passive skill, poison dragon sadism myth, has been registered in the second socket in an instant. Nidhogg, who had his skill stolen, burst out of his nose. It was something he would only do when he was really upset. Because I am the one who takes care of my share, Jaehyeon laughed. Then I'll take it well. Chapter 218 Idun's Golden Apple Part 1 Passive Skill. Name Venomous Dragon Sadism Rating. Acquire the power of the mythical Venomous Dragon Nidhogg. Maximizes the power of addiction-type skills. Overlapping effects of poison status or higher are always applied at maximum. When attacking an enemy who is in the poison state, 50% of the damage is added. As expected, it's a mythical level skill. Jaehyeon smiled with satisfaction as he looked at the newly copied skill. Poison Dragon Sadism. This was Nidhogg's core skill, which could serve as Jaehyeon's new hand. Jaehyeon nodded as he read the skill window. He briefly recalled the situation from before. The first time I decided to copy this skill was when I destroyed my first breath. Anyway, opportunities to copy mythical skills aren't common. If there's anything you can get here, you have to get everything. Jaehyeon was careful not to do any harm. Also, the bet Nidhogg had placed on him a moment ago did not match the difficulty of the quest at all. This is most likely Nidhogg's dogma. I'll have to take care of what I did. There was also one blank card left. So there was no problem copying the skill. No matter how much it is, I didn't expect to even brush off my skills, Nidhogg said, smacking his lips bitterly. He had a worm-eaten look on his face, apparently. The skill was stolen, it couldn't have been fun. However, Jaehyeon didn't care at all, rather. He looked at Nidhogg and said as if teasing, I haven't even taken the third trial yet. Are you already getting things out? Nidhogg frowned at Jaehyeon's words. I didn't know the adversary could be such a nasty guy. Is Hela always like this? Yes, unfortunately. Hela said so without hesitation. Apparently, there seemed to be quite a lot of complaints piled up against Jaehyeon. This time, Jaehyeon didn't even pay attention and ignored it. Well, anyway, congratulations, adversary. You successfully blocked my attack. Now that you've strengthened your weapons, I don't think there's anything more I can do for you. Sure. Jaehyeon turned around to get out of the seat after being properly spoken. I got everything I deserved according to his word. Now I really have to go through the third trial. It was not good to procrastinate for a long time. It was when Jaehyeon thought so and stood in front of the door he had first entered. Wait a minute, there's something I haven't said yet. What is it? Jaehyeon turned to Nidhogg again and asked, said Nidhogg, leaning his enormous body. You must be heading to Yggdrasil soon, right? You should have received the quest from Mimir by now. Yes. Jaehyeon was surprised for a moment that Nidhogg knew about it, but soon understood. He is also a member of the anti-Aesir faction. It was no surprise that Jaehyeon knew about the quest he had been given. Jaehyeon crossed his arms for a while and recalled the past. At the time when the Nornir system was updated, It was the moment when I realized the truth about the army of the dead in Einherjar. The quest I received at that time. The main quest system breaker. Jaehyeon looked up again to remind him of this. Main quest, system breaker. You notice the plan of Odin and the Aesir gods. Head to Yggdrasil's control tower and destroy the system to prevent the awoken from becoming Einherjar. Difficulty, compensation, restriction conditions. Recreation of divinity liberation level 3 or higher could not complete this quest because it was not yet a level at the time of receiving this quest. The third stage of divine power liberation. This is because the conditions themselves were too harsh. It's better now though, it's just one more step forward. Of course. It's the same as not being able to proceed with the quest because the class isn't enough yet. Jaehyeon shook his head. It is still far because there is only one step left. No, it won't take long if it's your talent. You'll reach level 3 in no time. I guaranteed it myself, so I'm sure of the credit. Jaehyeon's eyes widened slightly at Nidhogg's assertion. Well, Nidhogg told me that he was the greatest talent after Odin and Loki. It was not unreasonable for him to be so sure. So, what do you really want to say? I don't think it's just encouragement. I wanted you to kill one guy while I was gone. You want me to kill you, a bird head that lives on the top floor of Yggdrasil. I want you to kill him. Nidhogg frowned as if he was annoyed at even mentioning it. At his words, Jaehyeon looked back at Shinhwa for a while. There was one corner to catch. If it's the bird's head that lives at the top of Yggdrasil, you're probably referring to the nameless giant eagle, incidentally. He is known to be on very bad terms with Nidhogg. Jaehyeon nodded moderately, recalling the information he had read in the library in the past. Remember. Good, then since I took all of my money. Go through the third ordeal right away. Nidhogg cheerfully saw off Jaehyeon until the end. Jaehyeon walked towards the road he had come from. Go through the gate and see Nastron's hell once more. Hell formed through 3 gateways. The road past was still a gloomy landscape. The only thing that changed in that gap was Jaehyeon, meanwhile. Nidhogg, who was watching Jaehyeon's departure, muttered as he looked around the smashed field. Odin, the antagonist of the prophecy and the being that will destroy Asgard, I've proven that his name isn't a lie. As Nidhogg said earlier, he had high regard for Jaehyeon, a natural talent and an endless desire to improve. It is growing its opponents to higher ground, however. The second Ragnarok, this will come sooner than you think. I hope the adversary will jump over me by then. If the other gods heard this, they would all be horrified. Nidhogg is one of the strongest in the anti-Aesir alliance, or even in the entire 9 worlds. Can you surpass that person? It would be easier to secretly pluck Odin's beard, of course, if I really did that. I would have to rot in Asgard's prison for the rest of my life, in front of the classroom at Miles Academy after the mathematics lecture. In the hallway, 3 people are trudging back to the dormitory. These were faces tired from continuous lectures. Kim Yoo-young grumbled and said, Min Yi-hyun, the kid who says attendance is tight. Misses the academy again. Where the hell are you and what are you doing? I know, didn't even get a text message. Is something going on? When An Ho-yeon agreed and accepted the words. Seo In-na's expression quickly darkened. It was because he was worried about Jaehyeon. Isn't it a big deal? No way, then you would have told us first. Jaehyeon doesn't usually talk about himself, I'm worried. Kim Yoo-young was eloquent. But even she couldn't object to Seo In-na's words. In reality, Jaehyeon was the type who doesn't usually talk about himself well. He tends to listen to what others have to say, but for some reason, he rarely reveals his true feelings. Even Kim Yoo-young fell silent. What the hell is Min Yi-hyun doing that keeps him busy every day? Whoever sees it will know that Jai is saving the world. Kim Yoo-young sighed and said at her words. The 3 of them nodded their heads almost simultaneously. It didn't take long for Jaehyeon to return to Idun's garden, the way I came once in the first place, even if it wasn't so. The way back was not difficult because he was Jaehyeon with a bright eye for the road, taking care of Kim Yoo-young who was his usual guide. Finally. This is the 3rd trial. I feel like I should go back after finishing everything already. The 3rd trial will not be easy even for you. Hela, who was walking side by side, said that and warned Jaehyeon, like a guide. Hela knew the contents of the ordeal line by line. I couldn't tell Jaehyeon everything according to the regulations. But it was true that it would be the most difficult ordeal of all he had ever gone through. You have to hit it first. Kroong, Poppy walked behind and wept softly as if agreeing. Yet, those who returned on the road arrived at the center of Niflheim. Still. It was a good feeling because it was a place I had been to once. Mist Garden. This was the beginning of the 3rd ordeal. Jaehyeon released the outer barrier again and went inside. I have to do well this time somehow, as always. When Jaehyeon took a deep breath before the ordeal, a woman appeared from the entrance of the Mist Garden with a bright voice. Oh, you're here, come on. The owner with a cheerful voice approached and stood in front of Jaehyeon. Jaehyeon was able to guess who it was with his intuition. He raised an eyebrow finally. You show your face, Idun, saying that Jaehyeon looked up. In the place where his gaze reached there was Idun. The god of youth, brilliant green hair and deep eyes with a mysterious atmosphere. It was a woman wearing a white blouse and carrying a small basket. It's pretty. Yihyun couldn't help but be genuinely surprised. That's how Idun's beauty was outstanding. It was a different beauty from Seoin-na, a goddess with a lovely feeling who gives people strange happiness. This was very similar to what was described in Norse mythology. Was it hard to go? Would you like some tea first? Idun greeted Yihyun and the others and said she was looking around as if Yihyun's existence was strange. Yihyun asked in a calm voice. Rather than that, "Are you ready for the ordeal?" Idun replied in an arrogant tone. "Of course, I prepared it so that you can play it right away if you want to. How are you going to take the test now?" "Yes, please." There was no time for Yihyun to delay, even at this moment. "The Sir will be in motion. There is no time to rest. Here. Take this. It is a must-have item for this ordeal." Yihyun tilted his head as he suddenly accepted the item Idun gave him. It was a very unique object to be tested. "Is this a seed?" when Yihyun asked. Idun stretched out his chest and answered confidently. "Akure, this test is to grow a tree." "What are you growing?" Yihyun asked, dumbfounded, as if Idun was strange. I tilted my head and said, "It's to grow a tree." "That Noha, why are you doing that in the ordeal?" Yihyun asked that without even realizing it. It was something we couldn't understand. In the face of having to beat the Aesir gods as soon as possible. What? Grow a tree slowly. Chapter 219 Idun's Golden Apple Part 2. I didn't expect this kind of reaction. Idun hesitated while looking at Yihyun's crumpled face. She couldn't understand why is it that the sublime test of growing plants is met with a trivial response. How wonderful it is to grow a tree, however. She never said the words out of her mouth. It was because Yihyun's expression was too good to spit out words. In fact, Yihyun had not yet grasped the meaning of this ordeal. Until now, I've been fighting hard and using my brain. But why is this ordeal like this? 2 tests I've taken so far, they all had their own themes. Yihyun quickly figured out this and went through the ordeal more smoothly. But no matter how hard it was, I never thought that the ordeal of growing a tree would come out. I understand for now. Can you elaborate? I was embarrassed, but I couldn't help but take the test, form of the first test, at that moment. Hela's words that this test might be the most difficult caught my heart. Meanwhile, when Yihyun asked, Idun relaxed his expression and resumed his explanation. "Kuhm, then I will explain. So listen carefully." She put her hand on her waist and cleared her throat. "The content of the ordeal is simple, growing an apple tree and then harvesting its fruit. Plant the seeds I gave you earlier, diligently water them, and let them bask in the sun. If you do that, oh, would it be faster to just read it? Main quest. Idun's Ordeal Part 1. Idun, the owner of the Mist Garden, is giving you an ordeal. Grow the seeds you receive from her to harvest golden apples. Difficulty, rewards. This quest is a chain quest when cleared. It leads to Trial of Idun Part 2. Remaining time, 30 days. Failure penalty, restarting the ordeal after reading the contents of the quest. Yihyun was still unsure. He came to the conclusion that he had no choice but to bump into it and ask, "But I don't have much time. You don't know when Odin and the Aesir gods will move but to grow a tree." "If that's the case, don't worry, here in the Garden of Mists time passes 30 times slower than in Midgard. Well, the golden apple tree seeds I gave you can grow in a month." "Ah, among the dungeons, in many dungeons. Time passed differently inside and outside." Yihyun quickly understood and looked at the seed in his hand. "I'll guide you to the field first, follow me." Idun took the lead and said so. Yihyun, dubious about it, followed her. There was nothing in his mind except to go through the ordeal somehow quickly and return. Yihyun, who followed Idun to the field, was once again taken aback. This is a field. There was nothing but cracked earth and wasteland all around, a dry place with almost no moisture. "Plant a tree here. Did I give you the wrong location?" "No, this is right." Idun said that and playfully put his hands behind his back. "What you are going through is the third ordeal. It can't be that easy." "Can it?" Yihyun couldn't help but agree. "At first, I thought it wouldn't be difficult to plant a tree, grow it, and harvest the fruit. Because the 2 ordeals I've been through so far had to risk my life. Because of this, he unconsciously thought that this test was relatively trivial, but it wasn't like that. In order to grow a tree, a good field is essential, if not even something like fertilizer, but there is nothing around," Yihyun said with a puzzled face. "Why the hell is the ground so split apart? There are no weeds, let alone trees, right?" I had a brief fight with Nidhogg before, but he seemed to be angry and let out his breath. "You know, because I met you too, right? Because his personality is so eccentric, he's going through a lot of hardships." Yihyun was speechless. "So, is this a story about fixing this place that is now messed with poison and even growing trees?" "As I said before, it takes 30 days to grow a golden apple tree. Then good luck." "Wait, should I tell them it's like how to raise them?" "There is no such thing as a separate way to grow a golden apple tree. Just plant it in the ground and water it. By the way, there is a well in front of you, so you can get water from there." "Then I'm short of naps, so I'm done." "Hela and the cute dragon, let's go with you too." Idun said so without hesitation and then disappeared. Hela and Pappy also noticed that they were tired and quietly avoided their seats, suddenly left alone. Yihyun murmured, pessimistic about the situation. "What the hell is this, huh?" But there was no other way. Anyway, isn't Idun also the god who presides over the third trial? He wouldn't have given him an ordeal he couldn't bear. And there would be a breakthrough somewhere to overcome. Jaehyeon, who was worried, muttered as he stepped toward the field, "Let's plant it first." Jaehyeon planted the seeds of an apple tree in the barren land, to put it in conclusion. Jaehyeon's farming was ruined. Even after about a week has passed since then, the seeds have not even germinated yet, when Jaehyeon was working hard to sprout. On the terrace of the mist garden, three beings sat watching him. They were drinking tea grown in Idun's garden. "Why is that?" Hela suddenly raised her head and asked Idun. "What are you asking?" Idun said. Taking off his pretense, Hela let out a sigh. "I am asking why you gave me such a difficult ordeal. The seed given to Jaehyeon, that's actually sick." "OMG, when did you notice?" Idun tilted his head back as if shocked, showing an exaggerated reaction. However, when Hela looked at her with cold eyes, her expression calmed down. Well, I am the same as Nidhogg. You want to see if the adversary can move forward. It's bad taste because it was born innocent, that's why I hate you." "Isn't it because I'm too pretty?" Idun playfully accepted the remark and looked at the sweaty opponent, as Hela said. "Jaehyeon will struggle in this test. Jaehyeon's actions in the ordeal so far, this will again bind him in the third ordeal, but it wouldn't hurt to help out a little." Idun put down the teacup he was drinking while muttering, "Oh, are you crazy? How can it not even sprout for a week?" Jaehyeon, who was tending an apple tree in the field, threw down a watering can with Idun's face on it and said, "The seeds were planted and watered, but the sprouts did not germinate." Jaehyeon glared at the spot where the seeds were planted with an annoyed expression. "Isn't there something wrong with the seeds?" As a representation, it was a natural thought, according to Idun. "An apple tree from this seed will grow quickly enough to harvest fruit in a month, but at this speed. Isn't that impossible?" Jaehyeon felt nervous in a situation he could not understand at the moment. I can see why Hela said the third ordeal could be the most difficult, somehow. "The back of my head hurts." The thought of being betrayed by Idun ran through my head and anger welled up, but there was no other way, even if you go and argue with her. "Nothing will change. Didn't the tiger also say that it would come when I said it?" Jaehyeon let out a sigh when Lee Dun, who had come to the field before he knew it, looked at him and asked, "As you can see, I wish I could give you a tip, a heart that loves plants. I won't stand it if it's a joke." Idun gasped at the resolute tone that drew the line between Jaehyeon. She broke into a cold sweat and laughed innocently. "Sorry about that. I knew that. What do you mean? Can I ask you one thing? If you can answer me. This seed, is it alive?" At Jaehyeon's question, Idun opened his eyes wide as if he was slightly surprised. She said as she quickly returned to her natural, virtuous face, "Of course, the seeds of golden apples do not die and then wait for the time when you will bloom someday." "Okay." Idun's expression became interested in Jaehyeon's calm reply. She stepped behind Jaehyeon. The seed still showed no sign of germination. "You seem to be having a hard time. Would you like to change it to another seed?" Idun's question. This was to motivate reenactment if you switch to a different seed. "The tree may sprout a little faster, in fact." Jaehyeon also pondered for a while, but soon he shook his head. "It's okay. But you're shooting at me with the intent to kill me right now. Changing the seed won't affect the difficulty of the test. Are you still not going to change?" "Yes, the reason is, I heard you haven't died yet. It's too early to give up," after Jaehyeon said. He waved his hand. "It meant that if you weren't going to give us useful information, don't take offense." Idun silently stepped back and returned to the terrace, as she tried to calm down the corners of her mouth that rose involuntarily. Hela's voice came from behind. "Are you sure you like it?" 2 days later, Jaehyeon borrowed a notebook from Idun and started writing in his journal. "It reminded me of the biology observation journal I used to write in middle school, and the trauma seemed to rise. At that time, they said they dried all the kidney beans and killed them, but now I couldn't help it, because if you don't observe properly, you might not notice the change." It was precisely the 10th day after the ordeal began that he recorded his journal. Day 10, it hasn't sprouted yet. Water is given every day and sunlight is supplied from the artificial sun floating in the sky. But the seeds are still silent. 20 days left now. Should I have changed the seed as Idun said? No, there is still a lot of time left to think that way and give up. Let's start again step by step, one step at a time. Day 12, the buds haven't sprouted yet. There are also no notable changes. Idun doesn't come to see me anymore. I feel my patience wear away little by little, but I can't help it. I decided to eat as positively as possible. Day 15. Now we have passed the turning point. There are only 2 weeks left. I am worried about whether I will be able to do well, however. Even if you worry, the buds that did not sprout will not suddenly sprout. As always, you need to calm your mind. Day 20, there is still no change in the seeds. Day 21, no change today, now. The remaining days are down to single digits. Day 24, inject magic to see if the seed is alive, as Idun said. The seed is definitely alive. It seems that the reason why it doesn't sprout is because of my lack. Day 27, I am still working hard. I will work hard until the last day and somehow clear this ordeal, just like the previous 2 trials. You must overcome them. Day 30. It is now the last day of the third ordeal that I promised with Idun. Finally, the seeds sprouted. Chapter 220 Idun's Golden Apple Part 3 Finally, it has sprouted. The last day of the ordeal. Jaehyeon cheered as he finally saw the sprouted seeds. A dainty-sized bud sticking out its head greeted Jaehyeon. It took a very long time, really. No matter how different the time goes outside and here in the mist garden. It was a long journey of 30 days. Jaehyeon finally succeeded in sprouting after all his hard work. It's a situation he can't help but feel overwhelmed by, however. Jaehyeon quickly came to his senses. You have just taken the first step. The ordeal was not over. At most. I only had 30 days to sprout. It would take much longer to properly grow an apple tree. He still has a long way to go. But it is true that there is hope. Ordeal penalty restart if we start over. We'll be able to get here a little faster. Jaehyeon sighed and clenched his fists. Looks like there's some progress. Congratulations. When Jaehyeon was distracted, he suddenly heard Idun's voice from behind. Suddenly. With her hands behind her back. She saw the seed that Jaehyeon had grown. Idun smiled and smiled. She squatted down on the floor and rested her chin lightly. Jaehyeon responded with a calm expression. It is true that progress has been made, but it is only starch that has sprouted a new sprout. It is rather a problem that I have only been able to do this for 30 days. No. You did well enough. Yes, Jaehyeon tilted his head at Idun's resolute words. I don't think he was originally such a warm character. But what is it all of a sudden? It was at that time when Jaehyeon looked at her and questioned her. Idun straightened his knees again and stood up from his seat. Do you think you have failed the ordeal now? So what? Jaehyeon scratched his head and confessed honestly. It is a test that requires growing trees for 30 days. But I only sprouted on the last day. The odds of success are 0. If this were a normal tree, it would be. What is that? Jaehyeon tried to ask back with a slightly puzzled expression. Deed. Suddenly there was a vibration from the bottom of the field. And the seeds began to change. The sprouts sprouted from the seeds Jaehyeon planted grew rapidly and began to grow in size. Deed, the tree was growing at a speed far beyond common sense that Jaehyeon knew. Even bamboo, which is known to grow several tens of centimeters a day, was not at this level. What is this? Jaehyeon blankly watched the growing tree with a shocked face. Suddenly, the sprout became a small seedling. And it didn't take long to grow to Jaehyeon's waist. However, it did not stop there and the tree continued to grow. As Jaehyeon looked around with a puzzled face, he suddenly heard Idun talking. The first seed I gave you, it was the seed of a diseased golden apple tree. I'm sorry. But I also wanted to test you. Seeds of diseased trees. The seeds of a diseased golden apple tree do not germinate easily and do not consume a lot of water. Its biggest characteristic is that it does not grow without the will and conviction of the person who planted it. It's a will. Yes. A tree will not grow unless it has the will to sprout and the will not to give up. It was an ordeal that was designed that way from the beginning. Idun turned and approached the growing golden apple tree. Then he reached out and touched the branch, still a tender branch, but she knew. This means that he will soon grow up to become a lofty giant tree. The golden apple tree is a mysterious plant. It grows and bears fruit in 30 days. But it does not sprout during the 29 days it is planted in the ground. Doesn't it sprout? When Jaehyeon asked as if he was dumbfounded. Idun chuckled. Okay, all it takes to grow this tree is patience and faith, because that is all. It's a futile ending for something of an ordeal. Jaehyeon thought that Idun had managed to prepare for this ordeal. She said at first, it doesn't take much skill to grow a tree. It does not require knowledge of miscellaneous plants or special fertilizers, just waiting to believe the tree just grew. The trial of Idun. It was Jaehyeon who safely put the first button on. But there were still things I was curious about. You suggested it a week after planting the tree. How about changing the seed? It did. What was the reason? Idun pondered for a moment. Then looked back at Jaehyeon again. Because I wanted to know if you gave up. If you threw away the living seed because it didn't grow well for a few days and chose something else, you would have failed the test. That, in the end, is also denying yourself. Do you deny me? Jaehyeon nodded his head as if he had just realized that. The third ordeal of Idun and the sixth seed was passing one thing on to him. This seed was projecting reappearance, seeds that did not even sprout until the 30th, but it grows and bears fruit in one day. It was the same with the reproduction before the return. He was weak and tried but couldn't climb, however. After returning, he blossomed his talent and reached the present state before he knew it, like a golden apple tree that continues to grow even at this moment. Golden apple trees sprout on the 30th day after planting and grow in one day. That said, if I had changed the seeds halfway through, I wouldn't have been able to pass the ordeal. From the beginning, Lee Dun assumed all of this and asked Jaehyeon this question. But your answer was different. I didn't give up the seeds. Instead you asked, are these seeds alive? Hearing those words, Jaehyeon raised his head involuntarily and looked at her. Idun smiled. That obsession-like will that never gives up on anything makes you go forward, I know. Then is this the end of the third ordeal? What are you talking about? There is one more linked quest left. The third trial is not over yet, as expected. Jaehyeon sighed as he was about to slip away. From the first time I received it. It was written as a linked quest, probably, even as Jaehyeon. I didn't think that the ordeal would end just by growing a tree, but don't be too heartbroken, there is only one quest left now. That sounds good, so what is the content of the quest? At that moment, a voice message was heard along with Idun's hand gesture. You have cleared the main quest, the Trial of Idun Part 1, it is linked to the second quest. You have accepted the main quest, the Trial of Idun Part 2 displays quest information. Main quest, the Trial of Idun Part 2 defend the tree from the demons that seek golden apples and harvest the fruit. Difficulty, reward, Idun's gift remaining time 12 hours failure penalty, trial restart, what is this? Protecting the apple tree. Idun answered Jaehyeon's question with an innocent smile. That's right, when the golden apple tree bears fruit, it scatters the incense of great magical power. Jaehyeon nodded in agreement, certainly. The golden apple he ate before possessed tremendous magic power. Didn't Jaehyeon also have the experience of eating it in the past and increasing his total magic power at once? Probably by now. All of Niflheim's monsters would have gathered, I don't know, but there must be hundreds of them. What? In an instant, Jaehyeon forgot even about his father-in-law and asked back. Idun crossed his arms and nodded. As expected. The end of the ordeal is the battle. Among them, watching the Great War is the best. Oh well, I'll get out of the way soon, it will get in the way of the battle. Wait a minute. Jaehyeon stretched out his arms to grab Idun. But he couldn't reach them. He gritted his teeth as he saw the vacancy of Idun, who had disappeared before he knew it. Idun, I won't leave you alone once the ordeal is over. Jaehyeon took a deep breath before he knew it. Poppy approached him and prepared for battle with him. At first glance, the enemies surrounding the tree in all directions were about hundreds. Krrrrrrrrrr, all sorts of monsters. Such as the demonic beast in the form of a plant that was heard and the troll he dealt with previously. Jaehyeon opened his magic and shouted, "Let's go, Poppy. You protect the tree, Krung." Poppy responded to Jaehyeon's words and used the giantization skill. Poppy, who had grown in size before he knew it, was excited and waggled his tail. Meanwhile, the apple trees were growing at a rapid pace. There are still 12 hours left before the golden apple tree bears fruit. This battle won't be easy. Having said that, Jaehyeon's expression wasn't too bad. He poured out his mana at once towards the flocking demon beasts. To Jaehyeon, who also fought Nidhogg, they are not just pyramids, of course. There were too many of them. Active skill, poison rain. The magic power that spreads out from Jaehyeon was scattered in the sky and soon created a huge purple cloud. Poison lane. It was literally a skill that poured out poison. Of course. I'll have to be careful not to touch the golden apple. Shaya, the magic formed from Jaehyeon's body begins to spread. And soon it rushes into the air and casts a shadow over the monster. A dark cloud that extends its momentum by obscuring the artificial sun. Seeing this, Jaehyeon smiled. Now he is trying to use magic of attributes that he has never used in actual combat. I didn't know I would be able to use poison property magic. Jaehyeon thought so with a faint smile on his face. Up until now, I had been fighting a battle of overlapping deadly poison using Nidhogg's fangs, so I didn't have to use poison property magic directly. It is common to use poison magic to grant an abnormal state of poisoning, and the power of the skill itself is not that great. However, Jaehyeon decided to use poison rain now. The reason was simple, a message coming soon, due to the effect of the passive skill Venomous Dragon's Sadism. The poisoning status ailment is strengthened to the deadly poison. Status ailment applies the deadly poison status ailment to designated targets. Multiple enemies become poisoned. Maximum stacking. Jaehyeon raised his eyebrows as he looked at hundreds of demonic beasts that had become deadly poison before he knew it. Poppy also burned his fighting spirit. Holding a white breath at the corner of his mouth, Jaehyeon took a step forward and activated the skill again. Active skill formation of magic tools is activated. Artifact Nidhogg's Fang myth has been successfully created. Then, shall we test the new weapon? Jaehyeon's body leaned forward and soon his model disappeared from sight. Then one of the enemies in front is mercilessly cut down without knowing why. Awesome, 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 the witch beast, which was split into several pieces in an instant, died without even screaming. Jaehyeon put his strength into the dagger he was holding. The sound of the system that came with it made the corners of his mouth rise again and again. Damage is increased by 50% due to the effect of the passive skill Poison Dragon's Sadism. Chapter 221 Tree Defense Part 1 Damage is added by 50% due to the effect of the passive skill Poison Dragon's Sadism. Awesome. Every time the sharp dagger danced, the monster in front of me became a piece of meat and rolled on the floor. Seeing the sharper blade sharper than he thought, Jaehyeon felt an eerie feeling that made his hair grow softer. The Poisonous Dragon's Sadism, I never thought the 50% damage bonus would be this much. It was completely different from simply seeing it in numbers and experiencing it directly. Jaehyeon smiled as he looked at Nidhogg's fangs. It was a moment when I felt the reward of strengthening the items while struggling in the hell of Nastrond. Keep going. Jaehyeon caught his breath and looked at the enemy. The number of enemies is great. Even if you estimate it, there are close to hundreds of monsters. Even Hela can't help you this time, you have to do something yourself. Trials must be overcome alone without anyone's help. In the case of Poppy, since it is her pet, there is no problem in participating in battle, but Hela was different. Now I had no other option but to believe in myself. Krrrrrrr. Jaehyeon looked around at the low, creepy voice he heard. The magic beasts of Niflheim surrounding him all had a bloody appearance. The weakest guy is at a level that exceeds B-class. The ripple effect of each one was already equivalent to that of the instructors at Mills Academy. But I can't back down. Jaehyeon sighed and put his strength into the dagger he held again. He didn't forget to raise his magic either, sword in one hand, magic in the other. That was the battle, mage's battle. You succeeded in stopping the first wave. It was a message that suddenly came to Jaehyeon's ear after about 2 hours had passed. Jaehyeon opened his eyes wide and tilted his head. Wave, what do you mean all of a sudden? I'm sure Odin said there were only 2 ordeals. Wave, it was the first word I heard while carrying out this quest. Jaehyeon narrowed his eyes with a puzzled expression. It wasn't long before the message followed again. The details of the second quest have been updated. Main quest. The Trial of Idun Part 2. Defend the tree from the demons that seek golden apples and harvest the fruit. Difficulty, reward, Idun's gift, remaining time 12 hours, failure penalty, trial restart. New. Do you want to check the detailed information of the quest? Jaehyeon flipped over the system screen to check the newly added detailed information. It contained information he had never thought of. Idun. Jaehyeon muttered with an angry face. It was unfortunate for him. But the ordeal was not over yet, rather. It was to the point where I thought it would be more correct to say that it was just the beginning. Jaehyeon read the newly added information with a puzzled look on his face. The rules of a game are written in the system window. Let the tree defense game begin. Tree defense game rules. 1. The purpose of the defense game is simple. The goal is to protect the golden apple tree from the monster's attacks, and to defeat as many monsters as possible to meet the achievement conditions. 2. All enemy monsters are divided into 3 types. Penetrating, defensive, magic type. All of them have a mutual relationship, and you must know this and fight to win the defense game. 3. 1 point for each normal monster you kill, 30 points for every elite monster that appears during the wave. 4. Guardian helps you to protect the tree. Users can use points to summon monsters to the allied camp to assist guardians or strengthen defense barriers. 5. Elite monsters appear in every wave, and the wave ends when the elite monsters are defeated. As the wave repeats, stronger monsters appear. By the time Jaehyeon finished reading the explanation, the system message continued. The second wave starts in an hour. During the break, complete the maintenance and lead the second wave to victory. Guardian and friendly faction, I guess I'll have to use my head. Groom, Poppy, who had approached me, also cried softly as if agreeing. Deed. At that moment, I felt a vibration from under the tree and something rose up. It looks like a giant root tangled up in a mess. They were golems made of soil and tree roots. A guardian is summoned to your camp. After a while, Jaehyeon nodded at the message he heard and looked at the golems. Are you the guardians? Guardians follow the player's will and help protect the golden apple tree. You destroy all enemies approaching with trees. Poppy. Will you help the guardians too? Krung. After giving orders to Poppy and the guardians, Jaehyeon started climbing the tree. The golden apple tree had already grown to a height of about 20 meters. It took quite a long time just for Jaehyeon to go up. It didn't bear fruit yet, but it wouldn't be long now. Is the real end in sight? Jaehyeon was a little upset at the thought that it was not long before the golden apples grew. It was because he remembered the terrible days of the past 29 days. Of course, we still have to lead 2 more defense games to victory, but it's worth a try though if it's a defense game. I remember playing it often when I was young. Jaehyeon enjoyed strategy games quite a bit when he was young. Defense games and turn-based simulation games were his favorite genres. Thanks to Jaehyeon, he understood deeply. The first thing to do when playing a game like this is, there are 211 monsters defeated, remaining points 211, consume 100 points to install a defense fence. As expected, building a defense system, Deed. With the sound of tree roots intertwining, a rust-colored wooden fence began to surround the golden apple tree. Jaehyeon continued to climb the tree and reached the top. When we reached the top, like a mist garden, there was a thick mist of water around us. Beyond that, I couldn't see an inch ahead, so I knew where the enemy was coming from. Also, I had no idea what monsters were waiting. After all, it must have been an ordeal. So it was not easy to set it up. This was the expected part. Jaehyeon didn't care and moved on to the next order. Then next, consumes 30 points to summon 30 defensive monsters. Frost Trolls, consumes 20 points to summon 20 infiltrator monsters. Frost Wolves, consumes 20 points to summon the magic-type demon Orc Shaman. Jaehyeon consumed points to summon allied monsters. In this defense game, there were 3 types of monsters that could be summoned to the friendly camp. First up is the Frost Troll. It is said that it has very good defense, and it is said that it will regenerate even if its limbs are torn off unless it is killed instantly. The second is Frost Wolf. It is an infiltration-type monster that is useful for targeting the enemy's rear and boasts high efficiency in guerrilla combat. The third is an orc shaman. It is a magic type and has low defense. But it also has high attack power, so it was a natural enemy of the frost troll, which is a defense type. Basically, like rock, paper, scissors. The three monster units have strong opponents and weak opponents. Defense types are weak against magic types, and magic types are weak against penetrating types. Penetration type is again weak to defense type. The three units were strong and weak against each other, a game you can never win if you don't understand it well. It was a defense game. After, Jaehyeon smiled as he watched the magic beast slowly summoned under the tree. Second wave in this battle. Jaehyeon had a skill he had to test, after regression. A skill that I got really early on but couldn't use because the conditions weren't right. One was available now, also. Jaehyeon planned to use all his cards to quickly clear this test, because I hate going through the same ordeal twice. Jaehyeon smiled and raised his mana lightly. It is finished in one go, about 10 seconds before the second defense game begins. Jaehyeon was in the middle of activating the tree attribute magic chain of trees to strengthen the fence around the golden apple tree. Chair, the wooden fence is defenseless against the teeth and axes of the enemy. If you hang the chain like this, it will be a little stronger. Even if it is difficult to expect such a big effect, it will help a little. It's better than doing nothing. Jaehyeon did his best to prepare for the second defense. I had planned enough in the past hour. And now was the time to move rather than think deeply. Then let's go, along with that voice. The same system sound as the first one was heard again. The second wave begins. Defend the enemy's offensive for 2 hours and protect the golden apple tree. Pajajijik, a blue gate that slowly starts to spawn on the opposite side of your formation. Uncountable numbers of mighty demonic beasts began to emerge from that gap. If the guys I dealt with a while ago were only average B class, now they were almost at A class. According to the explanation of the system a while ago, the level of monsters that appear gets stronger as the waves repeat. From now on, Jaehyeon alone will not be able to wipe out all enemies like in the first wave. Jaehyeon jumped down from the tree and landed in the middle of the monsters pouring through the gate. The number of enemies that appear to be at least 10 times greater than the ones summoned. This was overwhelming the magic beasts of the allied camp. It wasn't long before a battle between the two factions began. The HP of 2 frost wolves is exhausted, will be recalled. The HP of 1 frost troll is exhausted, will be recalled. Several demon beasts were counter-summoned by the attacks of the opposing factions. Which beasts? Jaehyeon wasn't worried. The situation could not be said to be good. But there was no need to overdo it and replenish the magical power. He watched the enemies pouring towards him with the corner of his mouth raised. He muttered with a confident expression, "Because it's a fight you can win." Suddenly, a gigantic dragon's cry erupted from behind and the sky shook. Active skill Dragon Fear. The enemy's stats are reduced by 20%. Poppy, who had become gigantic before he knew it, activated a skill and partially weakened the power of the monsters in the opposing formation, as befits a dragon belonging to the highest ruling class. The power of the skill was amazing. The weakening of the enemy was quickly felt. The aspect of the battlefield, which had been pushed back by numerical inferiority, began to flow slightly differently. Now, the situation is almost equal with the enemy. But it doesn't end here. Jaehyeon smiled. He didn't stop there and activated one more skill. Active skill Call of the Conductor is activated. A skill that had never been used since it was obtained in the past burst out of Jaehyeon's fingertips. Commander's Shout. It was a skill that had never been brought out before because of the harsh condition of having to fight with more than 50 allies, which was obtained in the past theme dungeon. Also, it had the effect of boosting the spirit of allies at once. The effect of Call of the Conductor increases the stats of allies by 1.3 times. A friendly frost troll in front crushed the enemy's head with precision. In a grand battle, even a 10% difference is bound to be huge, even more so if dozens of allies became 1.3 times stronger. It's a game you can't lose. Jaehyeon smiled softly as he said that. Chapter 222 Tree Defense Part 2 in the past. While clearing a themed dungeon to get TRP's Thunder Walk, Jaehyeon acquired a skill, Call of the Conductor. It can only be used when there are 50 or more allies on the field, and it is a skill that immediately increases the stats of allies by 1.3 times. This was a skill that Jaehyeon could hardly use. After the regression, I've been traveling alone or with my colleagues most of the time. There was no such thing as 50 people gathering in the first place. Because of this skill was sealed for a while. The power was certain, but the restrictions were also obvious. So there was no other way for him, but now it's different. For the first time, Jaehyeon activated the Commander's Shout, raising the stats of his allies, and the result was the monsters of the enemy camp whose head and limbs were broken right now. The enemy's formation had long since collapsed. Jaehyeon swung his sword and magic all over the battlefield in order to disintegrate them more quickly, according to his movement. Several monsters are quickly eliminated and leaked out of the gate. Troll, you guys surround the tree as much as possible to block the attack, you frost wolves. Move behind the enemy and defeat the mages. All wizards stand by, wait for me to instruct you. This was the reason why Jaehyeon started fighting at the highest possible level a moment ago, to give effective instructions. The biggest part of the defense game was, of course, the eyes and the brain. There is also this saying, to read the battlefield you have to see it from a high place. Reproduction was to adopt a standard method. Jaehyeon thought and smiled. But he saw a guardian golem struggling on the battlefield without being able to line up. Jaehyeon let out a deep sigh as he failed to use his size properly and was beaten by the enemy. There are only one person with such a problem. The time when Jaehyeon clicked his tongue. Suddenly, I heard the sound of the system again in my ears. It was a continuous voice that made me feel better. You have defeated the enemy, earn 1 point. You have defeated the enemy, earn 1 point. You have defeated the enemy, earn 1 point. Jaehyeon turned off the display of the kill message and focused on the battle again. About an hour later, he began to slaughter the gathering monsters with his allies. Poppy also continued the battle with an appearance that was not pushed at all by the A-class monster, although the grade is not high yet. The scales covering the body are at a level that even S-class magic cannot easily penetrate. The value of Pappy in the defense game was beyond imagination. How is he doing it somehow, unlike the first time? I had to deal with level enemies, so there were quite difficult tasks in between. But I managed to persevere. Reinforcing the wooden fence also helped quite a bit. The chains that were tied right before they hurt the tree did their job. The frost troll's axe was blocked by chains and could not break the barrier. Jaehyeon knows, of course. Using the system properly is the most important thing in this ordeal, but your base is just as important. You can build a fence to block enemies, but it costs points to strengthen it. But if I use a skill, I can strengthen it without spending points. We must dig loopholes without blind faith in the system. You may think that the word loophole is very broad. But it is not wrong. Jaehyeon was thinking of making the most of the defense game. Enemies killed so far 304. The number of enemies Jaehyeon has already killed has reached 300. It's about time to appear. Jaehyeon was looking around for something. The identity of what he is searching for is simple. Elite monster. These are the ones who instill a big risk traditionally in defense games, even in the explanation of the system a while ago. Jaehyeon had a story about these elite monsters. It is a special monster that appears at a specific time during a wave. It was the moment Jaehyeon thought about. Whoa, thud, thud, thud from somewhere along with the sound of a trumpet. Demonic beasts in armor could be heard rolling on the ground. Jaehyeon immediately raised his head, a monster that appeared before you. It had an unusual appearance that I had never seen before, a monster that walks on 4 legs with huge horns on a rugged body that looks as if it has been padded with rocks. The reason why he appeared now was easily guessed by anyone. That guy, he's trying to break the wooden fence. The elite monster destroyer appears. Jaehyeon gritted his teeth and ran towards the witch beast. The guy that appeared now was specialized in breaking wooden fences. The wildly grown horns stretched out ferociously, as if tearing apart anything in front of them like paper. If something like that crashed into a wooden fence, no matter how chained the wooden fence was, it was certain that it would soon be destroyed. Jaehyeon took a deep breath and ran towards the destroyer. It has to be stopped somehow, tree defense. When Idun first prepared for this ordeal, one of the beings he judged to be the most difficult to deal with was the destroyer. An existence that can break the opponent's defense line at any time and blow away a large number of demons at once. His destructive power was as great as his name. Of course, Jaehyeon was the first guy I met, so I didn't have much information. It was far from kind, as trials usually are. It was because Idun, who had an innocent personality, was a god that was even more difficult to deal with, but you have to adapt. If you endure 2 more times, all trials will be over. I can't make a mistake here. Jaehyeon didn't have the confidence to look at a tree that didn't grow for another 30 days. In any case, it was a situation where he had to be stopped now. Ooh-oh, the monster let out a wild cry and glared at Jaehyeon. As expected by Jaehyeon, the guy was gathering his strength to break the wooden fence. Jaehyeon, pull your legs back. Lower your head and shrink your body. It is to be ready to shoot forward at any time. Jaehyeon deployed his magic to stop the destroyer, no matter how strong the sword was. It never occurred to me that it would be fine from a head-on collision with that horn. Blocking that guy's movement was the first priority, but before that, use the points to upgrade the wooden fence to level 2. Jaehyeon upgraded the wooden fence. At first, it was just a wooden fence, but now the tree's roots have sprouted and it looks like it's spiraling around an apple tree. It is certain that it is much stronger than before. After, Jaehyeon caught his breath and continued to run. Before he knew it, he stood in front of the enemy. The destroyer was already preparing to launch its own body. Woo-woo, the destroyer's body is shot, a speedy movement that was not commensurate with its massive size. Jaehyeon activated 2 magics at the same time just before the wooden fence and the horns touched. Active skill Mana Chain LV5. Active skill Ice Chain LV3 is activated. Jaehyeon used chains to tightly bind his horns and body. Then spread the chains of ice in front of the wooden fence to create a second line of defense. However, His speed did not decrease that much. Yet, Kwang, the destroyer's horn shattered the ice in front of it and inflicted deep damage to the wooden fence. Jaehyeon gritted it, Poppy, at Jaehyeon's call. Papi activated Dragon Fear towards the destroyer, however it was to no avail. As expected, is it that Poppy's level isn't enough yet? Poppy is now a C-class pet, no matter how strong it was compared to its rank. It was difficult to deal with the destroyer. Destroyer is at least an S+ grade monster. Dragon Fear was a skill that exerted an effect on those weaker than himself. I can't even use white salt, there is a risk of burning the tree. As if Jaehyeon couldn't do it. He made Poppy come down from the tree and deal with normal monsters. Jaehyeon stood in front of Destroyer. Hoping that he would take the time as much as possible, he snorted and took a second horn thrust. Not like that. Jaehyeon got close to the destroyer and grabbed the horn and put his strength into it, because of its overwhelming power. It could not stop the attack, but it could change its trajectory. Bang! Destroyer narrowly missed the wooden fence and crashed into a large tree that was originally growing. Following, quadrupeduk thump, a nearby tree was completely torn to pieces like paper. Seeing this, Jaehyeon fell into a flashback for a while. Come to think of it, that tree, Idun said he loved it, for some reason. I thought that Jaehyeon was a teacher. He jumped once more and grabbed the dagger he had made before he knew it, the final stage of the second defense. Jaehyeon had no intention of backing down. Oh no, my lovely baby, I'm sorry, Hela said with a bright expression while drinking tea on the terrace. Idun had just lost the tree he cherished. He always bothered me, so I'm relieved. Unbeknownst to Hela, she had been living with Jaehyeon for a long time, and unbeknownst to him, he had a similar personality to Jaehyeon. Unintentionally, some of that viciousness had transferred to her. Idun covered his forehead and looked at the smashed tree with a bewildered expression. How long did it take to grow that thing? About 100 years, 100 years. It was an amount of time that would have been enough for an ordinary human to die. Of course. It may not be a long time for Idun, who lives immortally. But I'm the worst at waiting. Idun was a god who could not wait even if he played a marshmallow game and would eat it right away in a second. Patience did not exist for her from the beginning, however. Hela seemed not to mind at all. Drinking tea and having luck. What kind of tree is it? You can grow it again. Let's talk about trials soon. About a tree? Then how should I call you, Mr. Tree, Mr. Tree? I think that's more like teasing. Ha Akue, what do you want to ask? The first elite monster. Of course, saying that. Hela smiled. The two knew the elite monsters of the ordeal they are talking about now. That this is not talking about Destroyer. Boom bang bang, Jaehyeon was continuing a fierce battle with Destroyer. Destroyer's horn stabbing was at a level that even several S-class raiders could not easily stop. A monster with stronger physical power than any monster Jaehyeon has ever seen. Jaehyeon couldn't help but break out in a cold sweat. But no matter how strong the enemy was, it was never to the point that Jaehyeon couldn't deal with it. I fought Nidhogg, a mythical level, but I can't struggle to this level. Jaehyeon thought so and quickly deployed his magic. Active skill Hellfire. Wow, Jaehyeon deployed Hellfire, the strongest flame skill in the S-class, and fired it at the guy. A distance of about 10 m, the attacker staggered. Ooh oh, the enemy took a few steps back as if embarrassed, but soon walked out of the smoke intact. His body was slightly red from the attack. As expected, no matter how S-class skills are, it's impossible to pierce the guy's outer shell. Jaehyeon felt this from the moment he changed his trajectory. Despite all the attacks, the guy was not even hurt. Destroyer seemed angry. But this time he ran directly at Jaehyeon, not at the wooden fence. Jaehyeon moved quickly and narrowly avoided his horn, then smiled. Of course I know it's hard. But I mean, he quickly leaped into the air and looked down at the angry destroyer below. Then, after adding strength to the falling speed, he grabbed the dagger that he made quickly. There are not many opportunities. After muttering that, Jaehyeon unleashed his magic under the poisoned destroyer's feet. A huge magic circle was created and emitted light. At the same time, the guy's huge body started to get hit by purple drops. Active skill Poison Shock. Enemy becomes over deadly poison. Status Maximum Stacking. As soon as he heard the sound of the system, Jaehyeon applied force to the fangs of Nidhogg in his hand. And Shu, active skill Leap in the air. He bent down steeply and began to descend, a speed at which even the destroyer could not react. Jaehyeon smiled and raised the blade, a sword that stabbed straight down, naturally. The destroyer did not dodge. Even a witch beast knew how hard his outer shell was. I didn't think I would be hit to this level. But contrary to what I thought. The destroyer's skin was torn like tender tofu. The guy shook his body as if he couldn't admit that he had been cut. Jaehyeon knew from the beginning that this would happen. I learned it at the academy, how to deal with a monster with a hard body, that it is to heat the outer skin with flame magic and then soften it and cut it. Jaehyeon was not sincere. But he was an excellent cadet, and excellent students were able to use what they learned in the right place. Then Jaehyeon's sword rode down his back and down to his heart, cutting Destroyer's body in half. Originally, it was an excellent weapon, but if the skill was added to it, would be perfect. The passive skill Poison Dragon Sadism is activated. Awesome thud thud. It wasn't long before two dismembered bodies fell to the ground. Message that came with him. You have succeeded in defeating the second elite monster destroyer. You have defeated an elite monster. You have earned 30 points. The second wave has all ended. Monsters killed 342. Possessed points 383. 30 points were consumed for strengthening the wooden fence. So there were 383 points left, the degree to which enough more monsters can be summoned to help. Is it over anyway? For now I have to go back and reorganize. Jaehyeon muttered. Wiping away cold sweat, last wave, it will be much more difficult than this. Jaehyeon saw a tree bearing green fruit before he knew it. He climbed on top of it with Poppy, due to the upgrade of the wooden fence a little while ago. A small hut-like shelter was formed there. The night has come. The scenery felt like everyday life for the past 29 days. But today was different, defense game. This was very difficult as you had to block all enemy attacks for 12 hours. When growing seeds it was still possible to attach eyes. But now that was impossible. I am terribly tired, Jaehyeon muttered and cursed. It was worth it. The number of monsters Jaehyeon killed today exceeded 550. The great battle was difficult no matter how big the gap with the opponent was. After a while, Jaehyeon made a rough decision on how to play the final defense game that would cover the night. After a lot of thought, I made a manual that can counter several variables. No time to try this out, unlike just before. Jaehyeon had revealed almost all of his cards, as if Jaehyeon couldn't help it. He got up and looked at the tree. It was to see if there were any wounds anywhere. It was then that a completely unexpected variable arose. Jaehyeon, who was looking around the apple tree, suddenly gave out a puzzled voice. It was strange. Can't this be a branch? Is it torn off? It's true that I struggled a little while ago, but even the wooden fence didn't break through. In the second defense game, there was nothing to damage the tree. It must have been. Poppy, have you ever been pierced? Krung, Jaehyeon asked just in case. But Poppy also shook his head, the health gauge indicated by the red color of the tree. The wooden fence has never been pierced, so why was it cut? The moment I was thinking about it, a memory flashed through Jaehyeon's mind, and goosebumps appeared all over his body. At the time of defeating Destroyer a while ago, the voice he heard, you have defeated the second elite monster. Second, come to think of it. Jaehyeon's eyebrows slowly narrowed and his expression settled down coldly. Did elite monsters appear in the first wave? Chapter 223 Tree Defense Part 3 Did elite monsters appear in the first wave? I thought about it for a long time. But it didn't come to mind right away. Jaehyeon scratched his chin with a puzzled expression. It was strange. When I first read the rules of tree defense, the following was written in the quest window. Elite monsters appear in every wave. And the wave ends when the elite monsters are defeated. Elite monsters appear in every wave, but I never hunted the first elite monster. That's what it is in the end. The first elite monster, you'd be right to think he's already appeared and is hiding somewhere, and it was very likely that he had damaged the tree. Jaehyeon pursed his lips and looked at the tree whose vitality had been slightly chipped. Jaehyeon lifted his head and turned around, he muttered. Frowning, that's somewhere in the friendly camp. The moment he realized with a refreshing voice. A new quest emerged in front of Jaehyeon's eyes. I noticed the existence of the first elite monster. The hidden quest is accepted. Find the first elite monster hiding in your formation and defeat it. Compensation will be increased upon clearing. Hidden quest. In the hidden elite monster tree defense game, there are monsters secretly hiding in your formation. He is greedy and eager for golden apples. Find the first hidden elite monster and defeat him. I thought there were hidden elite monsters. I never thought of this again. Jaehyeon brushed his hair and complained. It couldn't have been more embarrassing for him. The difficulty of the game itself, called Tree Defense, was also very high, and it was enough to test the reproduction. But hiding another elite monster here to put them to the test again, Jaehyeon is Idun. The fierce goddess's third trial made her teeth tremble. Anyway, I'll complain later. The priority now is to find the first elite monster. Jaehyeon stood up on a simple chair made of thick tree roots and raised his mana, as expected. The first skill I used was mana perception. Tsutsutsu. Jaehyeon spread the nascent magic power widely and collected information around the tree. It was to check if there was something other than the magical power of the existence he knew around him. If the enemy is hiding using the stealth skill, I'll be able to find it through magic detection. However, contrary to his thoughts, he did not feel any alien magical powers around him. I couldn't help it. Mana detection is a great skill. But it wasn't a skill that could perfectly distinguish between enemies and allies. Jaehyeon took a closer look at the tree at the same time as connecting the thoughts. Before long, he was able to find several small wounds on the corners of the apple trees. Jaehyeon crossed his arms and tilted his head. I thought it might have been hurt by a ranged attack, but I don't think it was. The wounds on the tree were not caused by ranged attacks. The outer bark of the tree left marks as if it had been stamped with a dagger. At that moment, a thought passed through Jaehyeon's mind. Yeah, now I get it. Elite monsters do not hide their appearance or damage trees with long-range attacks. Jaehyeon hurriedly turned around and clenched his fists. Then, the remaining possibilities are His gaze turned to one place. After a while, the place where Jaehyeon arrived was the garrison where Pappy and the summoned demon guardian were gathered, a place where friendly troops are waiting for the next wave. Because you don't have time, everyone. Stand up and stand in a line. Jaehyeon shouted with his magical energy. He lined up the beasts and guardians and scanned the surroundings with his eyes. Chuck, chuck, soon all the allies lined up in front of him, as Pappy stood with his feet next to each other. Jaehyeon patted Pappy's head and said, "You don't have to stand." Only then did Pappy relax and start eating the sandwich that Jaehyeon had brought out earlier. Jaehyeon took his gaze away from Pappy and raised his mana. Active skill Insight Eye, based on the opponent's ability. We classify the degree of danger. Jaehyeon started to check the level of danger of his allies using the effect of the skill. Of course. There was a definite reason for his actions, just to confirm the fact that you guessed. The risk level of the designated target is low. The ranks of all monsters were fixed. Well, it was more strange that the same monsters were summoned. But the grades were different. Jaehyeon continued to check the details of the guardians. The same message as before continued. And they busily shared the degree of danger of the beast. A message that doesn't seem to make much of a difference, but Jaehyeon was convinced. The fact that there will be hidden variables in this that you have not properly grasped. The risk level of the designated target is low. The risk level of the designated target is low. The risk level of the designated target is low. The designated target has a risk rating of medium. And a message he heard at that moment proved that his prediction was not wrong. Is it you, a spy? Jaehyeon smiled and raised his fist towards a guardian, Kwang, without hesitation. He swung his fist and the guardian's new model flew and stuck into the wall behind him. The wall on which the wooden fence was built shattered and splinters of wood flew out. Turbuk. Jaehyeon took a step forward and looked at the fallen guardian, the perpetrator who hurt the tree. Jaehyeon had just found it. Jaehyeon's mouth held a fishy sneer. He was still walking towards the guardian. If you think about it. It was strange from the beginning. Why did the guardians, who were programmed for trials, make mistakes when performing group actions? Jaehyeon murmured and looked at the collapsed wall. The guardian's body, which had been pinned to the wall, fell to the floor within no time. The golem's stone fragments fell from the pit of the stomach that was hit directly by the attack. Familiar face, it must have been him. The boy's face was oddly familiar, the guy who made a lot of mistakes when he first lined up and went into battle. At the time, Jaehyeon thought his actions were just happenings. However, it was never because of his own shortcomings that he repeatedly made mistakes, just because he wasn't a guardian from the beginning. It was because he was a thief who was aiming for the golden apple while wearing the mask of a guardian. Actually, when he used the Insight Eye a while ago. Unlike the others, the risk level was classified as medium. This was obviously odd. When I first explained the rules of the game, the system spoke to itself. It is said that the ranks of all guardians and monsters summoned are fixed. But only one guy has a different level of risk. The reason is obvious. The moment Jaehyeon is convinced, once again the sound of the system was heard. You have found the first elite monster Beatlayer. Jaehyeon nodded at the message he heard and realized that he was not wrong. Bitlayer. The system referred to the previous elite monsters as such. Bitlayer means a traitor or a traitor. It's a monster worthy of its name. Jaehyeon clicked his tongue thinking that. He raised his magic power without delay, Kaira, with him, as if realizing that it was impossible to hide any longer. Bitlayer, who was in the form of a guardian, changed his appearance. Kuruk, the original tree roots and stone fragments were distorted, and tentacles protruded from the cracks. The tips of the tentacles were as sharp as a well-forged sword. It seemed that the cuts on the trees I had just seen were caused by these tentacles. Huge black eyes opened from the center where the core should be. Jaehyeon couldn't help but shake his head involuntarily at that bizarre appearance. I never thought I would hide this guy. Jaehyeon groaned and looked ahead. I also thought that I shouldn't slow down overall. The difficulty of the third ordeal was very high and gave Jaehyeon a great hardship, waiting endlessly and doubting what he believed in. Jaehyeon had no choice but to clench his fists in a burning desire for revenge against Idun as he went through this over and over again. Let's see, the wave starts in an hour. I'll finish it in 30 minutes. Jaehyeon raised his fist without even pulling out his sword. Weapons are good and magic is good. But fists are the answer to a guy who stabs people in the back. Slap, Jaehyeon's tightly clenched fists turned Beatlayer's face around once again. Ki? The guy wouldn't know. That's the beginning and the fact that I'll be moaning at Jaehyeon's fist for the next 30 minutes. Jaehyeon instinctively knew how to hit with such force that the enemy's spirit would not be broken. It was like an instinct born from many years of experience. Bite this tight. After a while. As soon as I heard the sound of tapping my hand, a system window popped up. You have succeeded in defeating the first elite monster Beatlayer. You have succeeded in clearing the hidden quest Hidden Elite Monster. The reward for clearing the ordeal is increased. You have defeated an elite monster. You have earned 30 points after defeating the Bitlayer. Another 30 minutes passed. Jaehyeon sighed as he prepared for the final wave. The defense barricade was upgraded to the last 3 stages by using 100 points again. Thanks to that. The remaining points are 313. Thanks to killing 2 elite monsters, I earned 60 points, so I didn't spend as much as I thought. Jaehyeon took all the remaining points and bought the Frost Troll, a defensive monster. I don't know what kind of enemy will appear at the end, but the boss fight won't be that easy. There will inevitably come a situation where Jaehyeon will face the boss alone. And choice and concentration were important now. Penetrating and magic-type monsters are also good choices, but at this point in time the efficiency was poor. So is it finally the end, Grung? Akae Poppy. Do you want to go back soon? The sandwiches are all gone. Yihyun smiled mischievously. Poppy smiled and nodded. It seemed that he missed Kim Yu-young and the terrible dishes she cooked. Yihyun caught his breath and prepared for the final defense on top of the tree. The third wave begins, with the sound of the system. In the distance, a group of pitch-black troops could be seen advancing. Thud, thud. The coercion of the Witchbeast Corps walking in line boasted a final wave-like solemnity. Yihyun looked at the two witches walking in the middle. It is difficult to accurately estimate the size due to the distance. But the face is perfectly matched with the giant figure that is likely to exceed at least 2 meters, and he was holding an axe the size of a lion's head. Yihyun's brow furrowed. His gaze lingered on the two beings. Overwhelming magical power. Yihyun felt it. The two beings he is looking at right now, that they are the elite monsters of the last wave. The third elite monster, Executioner, appears, as if confirming the fact. The sound of the system rang in Yihyun's ears. Chapter 224, The Executioner Part 1, The third elite monster Executioner appears. Yihyun looked at the two witches slowly advancing toward the golden apple tree. Executioner, as their name suggests. They had a bloody appearance. The black cloth over the head and the protruding belly added to the sense of intimidation of the two beings. Yihyun was a bit nervous about the magic he felt from the enemy. The two executioners had exactly the same level of magic power and size. Are the two attacking at the same time? If so, dealing with them would be quite difficult. The magical energy felt by the enemy is at least S-class or higher. Until now, he had many experiences of fighting strong opponents. But his experience of fighting more than two was not so much. Because, as usual in a battle, a number of variables arise just by increasing the number of opponents by one. But there was no time to ponder for long. You have to hit it first. The two executioners were not as strong as Nidhogg. But they were strong. Even with the current reproduction, depending on the compatibility level, it can be quite a struggle. Moreover, his goal is always to win the defense game. It's not a quest that can be cleared simply by defeating enemies. Defense, the essence of the game, is defense after all. Defeating the enemy is of course important. But it meant that defending the base is the top priority. After Yihyun finished his thoughts, he jumped into the battlefield again. The rough voices of the demons surrounding them burst out. Active skill Wind Boost LV5 is activated. The angle of view narrowed. And I began to feel the texture of the wind coming up through my ears. In the eyes of Yihyun, who quickly closed the distance with the enemy. There were only two witches, Executioner. They lifted their axes high as if they felt Yihyun's presence. Yihyun did not slow down at all and continued to run towards the beast. Do not waste time and finish as quickly as possible. With a small nod of his head, Yihyun took out his dagger and stabbed it right into the neck of one of the executioners. Hooked, the attack hit accurately, however. What happened? The only thing that came out of Yihyun's mouth was a short curse. Shit. Yihyun instinctively realized that his sword had failed to strike the opponent. He immediately bent his knees and prepared for the enemy's counterattack. Yihyun quickly kicked the guy and widened the distance behind him. What kind of monster is that again? When I measured my magic power, I knew that it was strong, but I didn't think it was so strong that it was impossible to attack. In fact, it was overwhelmingly strong compared to other raiders and monsters. But it wasn't crazy enough for Yihyun. But why is my dagger not working? After thinking for a while, Yihyun immediately came to a conclusion. The executioner isn't strong enough to overwhelm me. There are separate conditions to inflict damage on them. Years of radar experience sharpened the sense of representation. Yihyun straightened his sword again, and that moment, a new quest window appeared before his eyes. Less than 10 minutes have passed since the last defense started. As usual, Idun was watching his performance from the terrace. Hela is also sitting across from Yihyun and drinking tea, probably worried about Yihyun. Hela watched Yihyun go through the ordeal with a glance. And her heart tightened inwardly. Wow, I really didn't expect you to do this. But it's really amazing, Idun said excitedly. Her expression was satisfied with Yihyun's performance. That would be too. It was because the antagonist who had thought he would be knocked out of the first quest was holding up better than he thought. She could understand why Hela had been so confident about Yihyun's skill in the first place. I have wit and I have power, besides. Even the talent is perfect. In Idun's opinion, Yihyun was a very good financial resource. In fact, any god would have come to a similar conclusion, but she had been trapped in the Mist Garden for a long time. Much less had a chance to see another human being. One can only guess at how great Yihyun's talent is. If I had known this, I would have made more fuss. Hela thought so and shook her head. The time when the two of them drank tea and looked at Yihyun going through the ordeal. Suddenly, Hela said with a rhyme. By the way, why did you rush to add an unplanned third wave? Huh, what do you mean? You seem to have forgotten that pretending doesn't work for me. Hela was after taking a sip of the tea in front of her. During the initial construction phase of the third ordeal, there were 2 waves in all. The last wave that Jaehyeon is going through right now, this is something you made hastily. I guess Hela can't lie, that's right. At first there was no third defense, I just added it a moment ago. Also, Hela muttered that and looked at Aiden. I meant to explain more. Aiden nodded. There is no particular reason, like you. Hela, I fell in love with the adversary, so I wanted to give you a better gift. That's why we added the contents of the ordeal. If you want to give a present, just give it, Hela muttered. And Aiden shouted in a huff. No way, Hela doesn't know what. Every gift has to have a cause, in short. The conclusion was this. The reason Lee Dun added the ordeal was to make a legitimate cause because he wanted to give Jaehyeon a gift, but his pride wouldn't allow it. It was an absurd reason. But it was true, isn't it just because you're lonely? In the Mist Garden there are not many people or gods going in and out. Well, it must be because there is no one to accept your unscrewed personality. Aiden's expression hardened for a moment at Hela's words, which stabbed exactly where it hurt. But soon returned to normal. She was a little weepy, Aiden said while clearing his throat. Hela, because you say that you don't have any friends, at Aiden's words. Hela narrowed her eyebrows strangely and sharply. You won't have any more friends. After scratching Aiden's glassy heart. Hela returned to the main topic. But anyways, if you arbitrarily increase the difficulty of the ordeal, Loki and the anti-Aesir allies will try to eat you. The great adversary just needs to pass through, as far as worrying. Hela shook her head in a sharp criticism, whatever the circumstances. There was no justification for Hela to stop her. Unfortunately, Aiden had the authority to grant trials to the adversary. Right now. I just wanted Jaehyeon to finish it safely. Boom, bang, the axes of the 2 demons aimed at Jaehyeon's shoulders with a time difference. Before long, the axe grazed Jaehyeon and stuck right into the ground. The power of the axe falling while crossing was at least at a level that far surpassed that of an S-class raider. Jaehyeon had no choice but to swallow his saliva. It's downright creepy. Jaehyeon unknowingly spits the words out of his mouth. It was to the point where I didn't know why such a bloody-looking guy appeared while playing a defense game. However, no matter how gruesome they looked, the fact that Jaehyeon had to fight them did not change. But this is the last one. Jaehyeon worked hard to rationalize it and unfolded his magic, active skill Ice Edge, as soon as he raised his hand. Condensed cold air burst out and created a pillar. Ice magic was chosen to block the enemy's movement and analyze the battle situation. It was a strategic decision. Kwang, the towering pillar of ice, accurately attacked the enemy. However, even with the powerful attack, the 2 beings were not harmed at all. Jaehyeon was also expecting this. Kwang, rather. The executioners came to shatter the ice created by Jaehyeon with the axe they were holding. It's bloody. Jaehyeon thought so and kept an eye on the enemy who continued to attack. I tried to take the initiative in the battle, but it wasn't easy to narrow the distance between the 2 of them. It was because if you tried to attack one, the other would attack, so it was difficult to withstand. At other times, it would have been nice to take a break from the battle and rethink the strategy, but I couldn't do that now. What Jaehyeon is playing right now is a defense game. This was because if it was breached even for a moment, it would be practically impossible to protect the tree. No matter how you think about it, the situation is not good. Jaehyeon continued to use magic and kept the executioners in check who resisted his attacks. At the same time, he recalled the newly popped-up quest window, Special Quest. Judge Executioner stop the Executioner, the elite monster of the last wave of tree defense, and defend the base. However, the Executioner is a 2-in-1. 2-in-1 monster, you cannot inflict damage unless certain conditions are met. Difficulty, reward, Aiden's gift upgrading failure conditions 1, failure to protect the golden apple tree 2, death by the executioner. Aiden's great gift can be obtained. Jaehyeon first grasped the essence of this quest. From the beginning. The quest didn't tell me to kill the executioner, stop them and defend the stronghold, that's the main thing. Also, this was to satisfy the probability of why Jaehyeon's attack from earlier did not work on them. You cannot inflict damage unless you meet special conditions. Jaehyeon thought as he reflected on this phrase. No matter how great the executioner's mana is, it's far short of a level comparable to mine. Even so, a little while ago I couldn't damage them. In the end, it means that system interference is taking place regardless of the gap between them. As well as the system said, there are hidden clear conditions for this quest. Jaehyeon looked at the 2 executioners in front of him with a confident expression. 2. 1. 2. He smiled as he repeated the meaningful phrase in the quest window. I get it now, how to kill the executioner and what are the conditions for clearing the hidden quest. Jaehyeon saw it. A single shadow stretched out from behind the 2 executioners. Chapter 225, The Executioner Part 2, Destroying the Executioner and the Conditions for Clearing the Hidden Quest. These 2 are matters that need not be considered separately. Jaehyeon smiled at the long shadow of the demon. The last elite monster in front of you and the hidden clear condition for the sudden quest that occurred. As he said, these two were closely related. No, it would be correct to see that they are connected to each other. In the past, Jaehyeon had cleared a quest with a hidden clear condition, last festival, in the event that marked the end of the themed dungeon. Jaehyeon had to run away from the dust of Surt, in a situation where the base was destroyed and normal quest clearing became impossible. Jaehyeon made a wild decision after much thought. The hidden clear condition was achieved by defeating the dust of Surt. With this experience, Jaehyeon was able to quickly figure out the hidden conditions of this quest. To defeat the executioner, that would be the hidden clear condition. In fact, it was absurd that there were other clearing conditions other than killing monsters in a defense game. Bang, dodging the axe that fell down, Jaehyeon continued the accident. Also, the quest said, the two of them one of two. Two witches, that's the essence of an executioner. Why didn't his attacks work on the executioner at all? The answer to that question was now passing Jaehyeon's head. The godhead is opened. Jaehyeon immediately opened his godhead and closed his eyes for a moment. At that moment, a golden light leaked from Jaehyeon's left eye. At the same time, just like when he fought Nidhogg, he began to see magical threads in his left eye. The threads of magical power each formed a knot and settled in both witch beasts. Its location is the heart. Also, Jaehyeon muttered that while looking at the thread surrounding the witch beast in front of him. I wondered why there was only one shadow, so two demons exist from one soul. Right after Jaehyeon figured out the essence of the executioner, he took a posture to attack again. The body bends like a spring and then shoots at the enemy. Taught, activating wind attribute auxiliary magic was now indispensable in battle. In the case of movement magic, most of them were mastered reproductions, so they could move quickly with little mana. Jaehyeon accurately cut the thread of magic connecting the executioner on his left side while holding Nidhogg's fangs tightly in his hand. Chow, this time. I could feel the dagger cutting through the guy's body without passing by. Is it Akage? However, hasty judgment in battle always resulted in bad results. Jaehyeon's eyebrows narrowed, and the axe swung from the executioner barely past his shoulder. A direct hit would have been enough to cause quite deep wounds. Jaehyeon looked up at him with a puzzled expression. At that moment, he had to face a shocking scene. SSSSSS. The thread of the broken magical power, is it being sutured? The thread of magical power he had just cut off was regenerating, even stronger than before. As the system said, it seems that there are other methods of attack. It seemed that the enemy could not be killed just by cutting the knot in which the thread of magical power was tangled. Somehow, I was wondering if things were going to be a little easier. Jaehyeon also rolled his body to avoid another executioner's axe that was connected with his thoughts. Bang, the axe was thrust down and the ground was torn to shreds. Jaehyeon took a deep breath and took a deep breath. You have to think, how can I get rid of them? He recalled the string of magical power that had been regenerated even after his previous attack. It must have been connected somewhere and slowly started to be sealed. The place where the thread that fell from the knot of magical power of the guy I cut is connected. Then, Jaehyeon's eyes widened and a bright smile spread across his lips. Another executioner's knot. The knots of magical powers of the two beings were connected to each other. Jaehyeon activated his magic detection and realized that they were sharing their magic. After all, is it the last elite boss of the wave? An enemy that cannot be slashed unless you see the thread of magical power. In addition, even if one thread is cut off, it is an existence that inherits each other's magical power and reproduces it again. These were people that no radar in the world could deal with, but Jaehyeon wasn't too worried. This is because the simplest and most destructive way to kill them passed through his mind. Even if you cut down one side. If you can't kill it by supplying magic power from the other side. Jaehyeon laughed. Isn't it Akue to cut them both at the same time? He felt that the next attack will definitely take their breath away. Smart. Yeonhwa's guild master's office. Yu Seongyun is yawning, exhausted from overdue work. The dark circles that came down to her cheeks were telling of her hard work. Come in. As she spoke while pressing her forehead. A familiar man entered from outside. It was Park Seong-yi. The manager, he spoke with a worried expression. Your face is very damaged. Yu Seongyun sighed and leaned back on the chair. I can't help it, considering the recent social trend. Seongjun Yu sighed, recalling recent news articles at home and abroad. Recently, the average grade of monsters appearing in dungeons and fields has risen a lot, and the number of dying raiders has also increased accordingly. Yeonhwa was already suffering from a number of guild members getting hurt. Even if it wasn't, there was a report about it. So I came to inform you. Yu Seongyun's expression hardened slightly at Park Seong-yi's words. I barely managed to get the job done a while ago. But the job came back. It didn't seem like a pleasant thing to see Park Seong-yi holding the weight. Yu Sung swallowed his saliva and asked, what happened again this time? Park Seong-yi smiled bitterly at her words and continued the report. The gate has exploded. When Park Seong-yi opened the rush, Yu Seongyun's expression became even darker. For Raider, the gate is a way to make money. But it means that there will be a situation where you have to risk your life anyway. It was not a matter to be taken lightly. I don't think Seongyi Oppa would have said that much if it was a normal gate. Is it a big deal? It is said that it is at a level where it is not certain that it can be blocked by the radar that exists in Korea. The expression of Park Seongyi, who said that, was also not good, so far. Major guilds in Korea have blocked the gate better than any other country in the world. The damage was also not that much compared to other countries. Of course, this was possible because Daegu was the first place in the world where demon beasts were rampant. Since we were able to prepare for this first, the establishment of the National Association was relatively quick. And we had no choice but to prepare well. However, that was not a condition to disparage the skills of Korean raiders. Korea was a country that produced many excellent radars compared to its population, but even Korea can't stop it, Yu Sung said while biting his lips. I guess I'll have to ask for help from other countries. In fact, that seems almost impossible. Yes, when Park Seongyi started rhyming, a panicked voice leaked from Yu Seongyun's mouth. Park Seongyi, who was watching her reaction, tensed his neck and continued. It's not just South Korea that the gate has exploded. In countries around the world, unprecedentedly large gates have begun to open. Yu Seongyun had no idea how to respond to his words. Are the gates bursting out at the same time? I've never had anything like this before, but things were already happening. It is important to dig into the cause now. But it was time to respond first. Please gather the major guilds together within 3 days. All right, Park Seongyi and Yu Seongyun in an instant. Both felt it that this thing is going to go unexpectedly, cut them both at the same time. The conclusion of reenactment was very simple, but few people could put it into action. No. It would be right to say that there are no humans except for reproduction, because that would probably be impossible even for Balak. Reproduction is also not an easy task. I've been using the sword for quite some time now. But its density and time are not comparable to Balak's, and the weapon is good, but it doesn't compensate for speed. In short, Jaehyeon's sword has destructive power. The speed for a certain finish is insufficient, but it's not like there's no way. Jaehyeon has always overcome his unfavorable situations with his wits. He had no doubt that he could do it this time too. Jaehyeon released his magic and completely disappeared from the place where he was standing. Active skill Stealth LV3. Active skill Wind Boost LV5 is activated. The effect of the passive skill Light Step maximizes the efficiency of skills related to speed compensation. Jaehyeon ran towards the enemy at the speed he could achieve. He then went behind the enemy and deliberately exposed his shoulder and abdomen with his arm extended, just like when he fought Ju-won in the past. Jaehyeon threw a very tasty bait. Executioners responded immediately to his movements. I raised my axe to him and struck it down with all my might. Bang! Jaehyeon smiled as he avoided the falling attack at the same time. One to cut his torso and the other to his shoulder. It ends here. Jaehyeon's eyes once again turned bright gold, contemplating the 2 knots connecting the enemy. Without hesitation, he put his strength into his sword. Nidhogg's fangs. Blue magic flames rise from the tip of the dagger. Tsutsutsutsut. Jaehyeon reached out and let the angry sword flow. The sword that had already left my hand cuts through 2 monsters at the same time. I activate the intangible sword type 3 extended sword. As soon as Jaehyeon's sword touched the magic knot, he faced a change. The intangible extended blade flew precisely towards the enemy and cut off 2 knots at once. Awesome, Jaehyeon laughed. 2 enemies, however. The sound of cutting was heard only once. You have succeeded in defeating the 3rd elite monster executioner. Kingrang. Meanwhile, the sound of a teacup breaking under the table on the terrace of the mist garden was heard. There. Idun muttered while watching Jaehyeon's performance with a stunned expression. Wasn't it a monster I made to catch? Are you crazy? Idun only chanted like that in a low voice. Chapter 226. Idun's gift wasn't the monster I made to catch. Idun laughed while watching Jaehyeon's battle with a puzzled expression. What the hell is this? It happens all the time. So I'm not surprised. Hela shrugged strangely and received the word. Well, for her it wasn't once or twice that Jaehyeon showed a side beyond her imagination. That kind of reaction was normal, however it was not Idun, of course. He handled both the first and second quests brilliantly, but it was only in his imagination. No matter how lax a god Idun may be. Isn't his opponent only a human? I had already predicted to some extent how he would use his wits and how he would overcome them. I'm sure it must have been like that. I wrote down the words hidden clear conditions, but I never thought I'd kill the executioner. Does this make sense? It was just a phrase written to motivate the enemy. Idun covered his face with his hands in a situation that clearly went against his intentions. Then Hela asked, pouring oil on her situation. I look forward to it. What is the big gift you're going to give to Jaehyeon? Horak. Hela said that with a mean smile and sipped her tea. Idun grabbed the hem of her blouse and looked at her for a moment, but soon smiled with a dejected expression. Anyway, good is good. It would be good if the adversary became stronger. Idun had no choice but to seriously worry about what he would be robbed of after Nidhogg's fangs were strengthened. You have cleared the main quest, the Trial of Idun Part 2. You have cleared the special quest, Executioner Judge. You cleared the quest through the hidden route. Compensation is increased. Jaehyeon made a satisfied expression as he saw the messages that came to mind one after another. I had to take a bit of a risk, but anyway. The rewards are increased. In fact, in the battle just before, Jaehyeon was able to successfully finish the last wave somehow if he dragged out time. There is no disadvantage for not fulfilling the hidden clear conditions. And Jaehyeon has already gained a lot from this ordeal. There was no reason for him to act like that. I've been doing well so far, but a mistake here could have been dangerous. However, Jaehyeon accepted the anxiety factor and took the path to receive more rewards. If it were me before the return, I would never have chosen the path. As he went through the hell of Nastrond, Jaehyeon felt that he had become stronger. Not only that, in fact, the third ordeal itself greatly improved his mental side. Originally, Jaehyeon's mentality was very strong, but he wasn't the type to take risks and fight like he does now. In any case, preserving his own life was Jaehyeon's top priority. However, this time, Jaehyeon clearly realized that he could not grow higher in the near future in that way. In the showdown with Nidhogg and the three waves, he learned a lot. You always have to think to go in a better direction. There is a limit to repeating meaningless battles. Jaehyeon was thinking of going further, silently as always, Jiing, at that moment. A white light appeared all over his body and his body was sent somewhere. He frowned and closed his eyes for a moment, and when he opened them, Jaehyeon was already on the terrace of Idun. Idun was frowning at Jaehyeon with his hand on his waist. Congratulations on passing the ordeal. Isn't that a welcoming face at all, despite Jaehyeon's words? Idun's expression was not good. It feels like seeing a god right before he loses his money. To start with the conclusion, Idun dutifully prepared something better than the original reward and handed it to Jaehyeon. However, since it was such a unique reward, Jaehyeon stopped asking, "So you want me to give you the land?" Huh, Idun said that with a bright expression. The hand on her waist was still not lowered. Now she seemed relieved again, after all. I thought that it was a simple personality that Hela recognized. Jaehyeon crossed his arms and said, "Could you elaborate a bit more?" Of course, Jaehyeon was well aware that Idun was trying to give him the best. In the first place, no matter how unprepared she is a god. There was no way he would change his words. And he was not a fraudster who would turn people away. My temper is so weak. Besides, they're giving you land. It was a story that Jaehyeon couldn't help but make his mouth water. Recently, the dirtiest thing has been the price of land in Korea. He can afford it now, but Jaehyeon was worried about the monthly rent in the past. At the time, having my own house and land was a desperate wish. My land. It was a pleasant sound. Jaehyeon asked Idun to properly understand the use of this land. Idun chose a word for a moment, then spoke again. To put it simply, I am giving you a mini garden where you can grow plants. It is a mysterious land where you can grow golden apples and all kinds of medicinal herbs. The mysterious land. Okay, right here, I'll give you some of the land in the mist garden. Jaehyeon couldn't help but admit that the conditions she had put forward were really unconventional, but there were parts I didn't understand. But can the earth be so easily detached and attached? Of course not, the adversary is an idiot. At Idun's words, Hela lightly hit her head and said, I can't use it if you carelessly say that we will lose some land. Please explain properly. Okay, Idun said after clearing his throat with a big smile. It's not that I'm giving away the land, but I'm giving you a key to access the mist garden at any time. By the way, it will also open a gate that allows you to move directly from Midgard to Niflheim. Jaehyeon, if there is such a thing. When he first came to Niflheim, he didn't understand why he took the risk and started the Draupnir. Is that possible? Jaehyeon asked with a sad expression on his face, if there was such a way. I'll tell you before using Draupnir. Do you want to fight? Jaehyeon unknowingly clenched his fists. OMG, Idun added an explanation as if he had noticed Jaehyeon's unusual reaction. The item I'm going to give you now is designed so that you can only store places you've visited once. Well, even that, Asgard notices it, so I can't go in and out comfortably unless it's in a hidden place like the Mist Garden. Akue, in addition, Idun said that he would open the return portal himself. Jaehyeon thought about using Draupnir when he returned to Midgard, but this saved him the trouble. Idun opened a comfortable portal. But I didn't have to repeat the disgusting thing inside. So that's all you can do with the land. Was Hela's original opponent so rude? He had already received enough compensation. But Jaehyeon was struggling to rip off even a little more. In fact, it was absurd for Idun. It is to share the land of the Mist Garden that he manages. It was this land where the other gods were also salivating and begging for a little bit. I'm also sharing the land with a big heart. Idun thought so, but couldn't get it out of his mouth. It was because he thought he would look too small. Instead, she forced a frown and acted displeased. You're saying it because you don't know, so I'll be generous with it. But the value of my land is enormous. As for the other things you can do with the land, You'll learn more when you get back to the garden with this key. We have prepared a suitable tutorial for you. All right, I don't mean to make you feel bad. Jaehyeon tried to calm him down but suddenly got angry. Yes. The reward is good and everything is good. But suddenly raising the difficulty of the ordeal or sending it to Nidhogg, in terms of reproduction. Aiden suffered a lot, now he also had a reason to be angry with Aiden. Jaehyeon gritted his teeth. It seems to be the fault of both sides, should I apologize? Jaehyeon's words were tinged with a strange, eerie feeling. Aiden quickly averted his gaze and mumbled, oh no. It feels cool after a long time. Hela rarely praised Jaehyeon. It seems that the two do not get along very well, or should I see it as a good thing? Quickly give me the next reward, there are still rewards left to give. At Hela's urging, Aiden said with her tear-stained face in full bloom, my next reward is the right to drink tea with me. There. I had no choice but to express my pure doubts, the right to drink tea together. Isn't that true? Jaehyeon forgot that he was being rude and said that, meanwhile at his words. Aiden hesitated and stepped back with a shocked expression. You refused the tea time I suggested. Aiden was a beautiful god no matter who saw it. How many people in the Anti-Aesir faction wanted to drink tea with him, but the human adversary refuses his offer all of a sudden. She felt rejected and had to hang her head. Jaehyeon just tilted his head with an expression that he still couldn't understand. Aiden said in a crawling voice, drinking tea isn't the main thing. But I actually have something to say, it's a story you need to hear. As expected, what kind of gift would drinking tea be? Jaehyeon's face quickly became satisfied. Aiden looked at Jaehyeon with a curiously sharp expression. Jaehyeon asked without even paying attention. So what is the story you are going to tell me? Your destiny. The antagonist of the prophecy. The emotions on Lee Doon's face are erased in an instant, and his eyes turn to Jaehyeon. A subtle herbal scent was felt from the fresh green hair, however. There was also an unknown feeling of uneasiness leaking out of him. Do you remember the contents of the prophecy that came down in the past 9 worlds? The weakest being the opponent of the prophecy. Will destroy Asgard and Odin, isn't that what it says? That's right, but there is one thing you don't know. What do you not know? Prophecy is not everything, there is more to follow. Aiden laughed brightly. From now on, I will tell you the second half of the prophecy from 10,000 years ago. This is information that has not been allowed to you until now. Chapter 227. Continuing story part 1 from now on. I will tell you the second part of the prophecy from 10,000 years ago. This is information that has not been allowed to you until now. Information that is not permitted. Okay, Jaehyeon asked. Frowning at her words, what the hell is that? Let's move on for now, it seems like it will take some time, and since I have to open the portal to Midgard. I can't go back right now anyway. Aiden's serious face from a moment ago was gone, and he had returned to his innocent face before he knew it. Hela wondered if she was acting as a god for the first time in a while, and murmured softly. Jaehyeon nodded his head. This is the last part of the prophecy. If you don't listen to this, it will definitely be a loss, if you can't go back quickly anyway. It's good to recover your body and take a little rest. The ordeal over the past month has been very dense. It would be a lie if I said I wasn't tired. All right, I don't have a great interest in cars, but I'll hang out with you. At Jaehyeon's words, Aiden nodded vigorously and replied, After a while, Jaehyeon followed Aiden to the garden terrace. He was sitting in a white wooden chair and looking around. As expected. A garden is a garden. When I first arrived, I was so distracted that I couldn't look around properly. Well, now that the ordeal is over, I have some time to look around. Jaehyeon looked at the shelf where various gardening tools were arranged in an orderly manner. Huge blades for pruning and bags of fertilizer, and flower pots lined up in rows. Aiden was a poor god, but he wasn't lax about growing plants. In many ways, it was fortunate for him. This tea is made with a special herb that does not grow in Midgard. And it will surely taste good, your body will melt a little too. Aiden explained excitedly and said. Jaehyeon nodded his head in an appropriate answer with a shy expression on his face. It was because I was bothered by the lengthy story. Ah yes, thank you. The tea Aiden handed over seemed to be brewed with a special herb that had the property of resisting the cold of Niflheim. I only took one sip. But my frozen body started to melt and my body heated up, as well as, unlike golden apples. They don't taste bad, it smells great too. It was to the point where I wondered how to farm like that. Well, even the golden apples were effective. Though Jaehyeon continued to sip tea while thinking nonsensically, Aiden watched him happily with his chin on his chin and smiled. Jaehyeon said with a slightly uncomfortable look at Aiden's attitude looking at him. Did you put anything on my face? No, it's been a while since I had a guest. So I'm a little excited. It was kind of a sad story. Click. Jaehyeon carefully put the teacup in his hand on the plate. He pondered for a moment, then carefully let go of the rhyme and asked, by the way, Hela called you the Sir's fugitive. Is it okay if I ask why? Of course, there is a story about the prophecy that needs to be heard. But Jaehyeon decided that it was not so urgent. I received an answer from Aiden that it would take 2 more days to open the portal anyway. No matter how long the story about the prophecy was. It wouldn't be enough to last 2 days. Idun rubbed his chin with his index finger and thumb and glanced at Jaehyeon. Jaehyeon was calm. If you ask me something difficult, you don't have to answer because it doesn't mean anything. I was curious about Lee Doon's situation, but I didn't want to force myself to listen. The reason I asked her about tinnitus now was just out of curiosity. If it hurt the opponent, there was no reason to bother. No, I'll tell you. At that time, Idun opened his mouth as if he had made up his mind. The truth about her tinnitus slowly began to leak out from her tight, crimson lips. Aesir's fugitive. It was a name that Jaehyeon had acquired in an unexpected way, at first as the god of youth. I belonged to the throne of the Aesir. Odin had a lot of land and seeds to grow golden apples in Asgard, and several people were attached to me. After cultivating all sorts of plants with the help of humans, I grew a golden apple. Golden apples have the power to prevent aging. So many tribes coveted and tried to have them, but Odin was greedy. He never gave golden apples to anyone but himself and the Aesir. He was strong and with brute force crushed all those below him. At the time, everyone except Loki thought it was right, me too, but I realized later that it was wrong. Odin caused the first Ragnarok and rejected all other races. He monopolized the golden apples I grew and used them as weapons. At the beginning of the war, the Sur and anti-Sur forces fought almost equally, but as the war gradually lengthened, the tide turned in favor of Odin. It was because of the golden apples I grew, gods and armies that do not age. This was a level that could not be stopped no matter how strong the anti-Aesir forces were. At the end of the war, Loki was defeated by Odin. That's the first Ragnarok. It was the result of the end. Of course, there may have been other factors, but it is an undeniable fact that the apples I grew added to the horrors of war. The war drove many races to extinction. Dragons, dwarves, giants, all of them have been reduced to about 1/5. And now it's just a situation where we can only maintain them. I am after the war is over. I felt guilty, remorse. It made me make a completely different choice than I thought. Odin's opinion was blindly right. That was to distribute my apology, the apple of immortality, to the races that were damaged by the war. However, I didn't know that my choices will result in the deaths of more people. More death. Jaehyeon was listening to her story without even touching the car. Idun nodded. Okay, Odin, he found out that I was handing out apples to other races and kept threatening me. I won't let you go if you share apples with others, but I refused his order and continued to hand out golden apples to the war-affected races. That was the beginning of the disaster. After muttering that, Idun put on a dark expression, feeling anxious. Jaehyeon looked at her and asked again, so what did Odin do? Killed them all, everyone who ate the apple I gave you. Jaehyeon had no choice but to grit his teeth involuntarily. Idun, who distributed the apples, did not kill them, but rather punished those who ate them. Odin warned Idun, don't you dare go against my decision. She made a choice that took away the value she cherished and made her more painful. He would have thought too, Idun, only she can grow golden apples, even for his own cause. Odin had to use her so he wouldn't kill it. Jaehyeon felt disgusted. Odin has committed countless sins and never hesitated to ruin a person's life. He terp Ju1. And Idun, he was trying to manipulate countless people to suit his taste. As a representation, it was incomprehensible. Ragnarok, what the hell is he trying to achieve through war? What the hell is driving him? It was Loki who reached out to me then. He told me to run away from here with me, stop getting out of Odin's clutches. So you ran away, okay, because I couldn't see other people dying because of me anymore. Afterwards, Odin ordered numerous Sur gods to search everywhere to find me. Loki and Hel are here to hide me. I chose Niflheim. Niflheim, Jaehyeon could clearly understand why the garden was in such a cold place, to make sure Idun is hidden. Even the gods of the Aesir would never have thought that Idun would be hidden in a place where there were only ice and prisoners. From the beginning, Loki created a subspace here to protect Idun from them and floated an artificial sun. Loki, he's someone I have to meet someday, the leader of the anti-Aesir coalition and the one and only strong person who overwhelms himself that Nidhogg recognized. Jaehyeon guessed what kind of person he might be. In mythology, he is portrayed as a mischievous god and was the culprit of all sorts of incidents and accidents, but both Idun and Nidhogg. As a result of hearing the stories of many gods, Jaehyeon thought that he might have a different side from Shinhwa. Loki will appear in front of me sooner or later because Aesir's movements are getting stronger. Right now, Loki was imprisoned in Asgard's dungeon, however. Once Ragnarok begins, all worldly restraints and restraints disappear. Naturally, all the chains that oppress Loki will be severed. Jaehyeon felt it, that a meeting with Loki would be scheduled in the not-too-distant future. I think so. Suddenly, Lee Doon looked at Jaehyeon and asked, now, my story ends here, the process until I got the nickname of Aesir's fugitive. How did you get the answer you wanted? Yes, thanks for listening. Jaehyeon said that in a slightly subdued voice, no matter how you think about it. Her life wasn't normal. How much did Idun worry about during that war? It was Odin and his subordinate gods who caused the war. But the damage was completely borne by others. It must have been very difficult. It looks bright at first glance, but it must have rotted inside. Jaehyeon looked at her with a darkened face, because I felt pity. I couldn't manage my expression properly. Maybe I didn't even know I felt the same, because Jaehyeon's life wasn't that smooth either. At that time Idun, who was looking at Jaehyeon, approached him and lightly pushed his forehead. Her expression brightened up before she knew it. Are you still young? Yes, Idun smiled brightly when Jaehyeon asked back at the sudden statement. Originally, when you listen to someone's sad story you have to laugh. Saying that, Idun was clearly smiling, but for some reason he looked very sad. Jaehyeon raised an eyebrow, okay, while thinking that that was Idun's choice. Watching Jaehyeon regain his calm face, Idun put his hand on her waist. She nodded and said, then, shall we get to the main point now? Is it a story about prophecy? That's right, to start slowly, the second story of the prophecy from 10,000 years ago. Jaehyeon held his breath involuntarily. What follows from the prophecy? What truth does it contain? And why does Lee Dun have such a bright yet dark expression with mixed emotions? Chapter 228, Continuing Story Part 2, 10,000 years ago. After the end of the first Ragnarok. As you well know, a prophecy came from the three Norse sisters. As soon as the contents were revealed, the whole world was thrown into chaos. Jaehyeon nodded. This was a story he knew well, antagonist of prophecy. The reason why he got that nickname was right there. The first prophecy, it records the death of Odin and the destruction of Asgard. The weakest being will destroy Asgard. It was the content of the prophecy that Jaehyeon remembered, the story that the antagonist will destroy Odin and Asgard. This terrified even Odin and the Aesir. For this reason, Odin tricked Hugin, one of his crows, into his family to keep an eye on Jaehyeon. Afterwards, to kill him when the power of the prophecy runs out. Indeed, he succeeded. Before returning, I must have died. During the battle with Jaehyeon Min, Jaehyeon felt his heart stop. The reason he is alive now is only thanks to the Nornir system. Also, this was a variable that even Odin did not expect. Continuing from the first prophecy, what the hell is that? Jaehyeon couldn't stand it and asked. First of all, before going into details, know that this information is only known to a few of the gods. Information that only a few know. Okay, originally you didn't have the right to listen either, but after clearing the third ordeal, your status has risen enough. So you have that right, that's why I'm telling you. Authority, after all. The Nornir system also had an increase in information that could be viewed along with the rise in rank. Jaehyeon nodded. It seemed that clearing the ordeal and raising the level were the conditions for unlocking the limited information. I'll tell you just once. So listen up. With those words, Idun opened his mouth again, the enemy of the prophecy. The blood of those who stand by his side will open the way. The one who stands by him, Jaehyeon's forehead wrinkled as he listened to the story. It just didn't sound good. The one who stands by paved the way with blood. These were difficult keywords to think about positively. This is the full text of the second verse. Idun said so with strength. Jaehyeon's brain spins tightly. Retracing the phrase and beginning to interpret it carefully, it was in fact an inexplicable sentence. First of all, this isn't a mystery. The reason why it took Jaehyeon to understand this was purely because he did not want to accept it. Before long, his expression hardened. Jaehyeon clenched his fists and said, "No way, growing up by my side," he continued, raising his head. "Are you talking about my colleagues?" In an instant, a thought passed through Jaehyeon's head. It was a terrible thing to even imagine, antagonist of prophecy. The road to Odin is opened with the blood of those who stand by him. To put it simply, if Jaehyeon doesn't sacrifice his teammates, it meant that Odin could never be killed. Idun nodded slowly with his lowered eyes. That's right, according to the prophecy, your companion must be sacrificed. It's a pity. But you can never kill Odin without the sacrifice of your allies. The prophecy has already foretold their death. Idun was like that, with a calm expression on the outside, but on the inside, it was burning to black. She was honest and did not deceive Jaehyeon's feelings. Idun also had the experience of losing people he held dear to him. In a situation like this, vague words of hope only hurt him. So, in the current situation, I had no choice but to speak more calmly. It was the best consideration to keep him from suffering. A moment of silence passed inside the mist garden. Jaehyeon looked at the ground with a bewildered face and was lost in thought. My colleagues, they say they might die. The repeated story still lacked a sense of reality. As for his colleagues, the members of Circle 9 and Yonhwa Guild, also, it must be talking about the relationships that have been built up since returning. But did you foresee their sacrifice, the prophecy of the three Norn sisters? Jaehyeon felt an uncontrollable anger rising from within. He returned to protect the things that were important to him and ran until now. The prophecy was telling us to abandon those dear to us for the greater good. It's dirty. Jaehyeon sincerely thought so, of course. All of Jaehyeon's colleagues, except for Kim Yoojung, are all close friends after returning. If he wasn't the one he was determined to protect at first, and if he had been him before, he didn't know if he would have made a different choice when the situation came. However, Jaehyeon now had no intention of abandoning his colleagues. When you fall to the bottom, from the bottom, They saved themselves. He was about to give up in the battle with Heimdall. But his comrades showed him the way to go. But to give them up here, do you think I will abandon my colleagues, depending on the situation? In spite of Jaehyeon's cool voice, Idun only responded coldly. Emotion was completely erased from her face. It's as if the person who was laughing and chatting a while ago had disappeared without a trace. Jaehyeon gritted it. The things he wanted to ask her were floating around in his head, complicating him among them. Jaehyeon vomited a fundamental question. Then what have I been fighting for all this time, for the sake of the 9 worlds? Do you think I would tolerate that? Jaehyeon was clear as if he was biting. I came all this way to protect my precious things. There is no reason to defend the world by giving up on them. Jaehyeon said that as if he were declaring, and got up from his seat. However, he knew Idun, she is not evil. There must be a clear reason why you say this to yourself. It was also the 3 Norse sisters who made the prophecy in the first place. It has nothing to do with Idun's will. It was harsh to hold her accountable. Even so, Jaehyeon couldn't help but feel the anger that the target was unclear. What is fate to constantly test oneself who does not want to be swept away? Ragnarok, if he abandons his comrades. What will Jaehyeon have to protect in that war? Parts Tsutsut, a portal emitting blue light opened in the middle of the fog garden. Finally, after 2 days, the door to Midgard was opened. For the past 2 days, Jaehyeon has been using the room Idun gave him. It was dusty and had to be cleaned, but the bed itself was quite comfortable. No matter how imprisoned it is, what a god's dwelling place. It didn't feel overwhelming like Hell's temple. But I liked Idun's garden because it had a cozy atmosphere. However, apart from the comfort of the dwelling, Jaehyeon's heart was not very comfortable. The second prophecy made by Idun, because this was enough of a story to shake oneself. Sacrifice of colleagues, you can't defeat Odin without going through this. She said the prophecy was not wrong because it was a word that a god the size of Idun had spoken to him. I had no choice but to use my heart. Idun looked at Jaehyeon and immediately smiled. You can come here anytime with the key I gave you. So come visit often. It's boring because I'm alone here. Do not worry, even if you don't, I'm going to bother you a lot. In fact, Jaehyeon had been thinking of taking good care of the land he had been given by frequenting the Mist Garden. If you receive something, you should use it properly. Moreover, it is not the land. It was even more strange if he didn't pay the money properly after receiving it. It was the moment when Jaehyeon thought so and was about to take a step toward the portal. Wait a minute, suddenly Idun stopped him and said, one more thing, I have something to tell you. What happened all of a sudden, Idun said, completely erasing the expression from Jaehyeon's words. I cannot change a prophecy that has already been confirmed, even if it is a god of any tribe. It was a thump that landed on my chest, however. Jaehyeon wasn't shaken at all. For 2 days he had already decided on his course of action. Also he knew that Idun never said these words to hurt himself. She was telling this story purely out of concern for herself. It is not that there is no way at all. Because of that, Jaehyeon had no choice but to say that. Idun's eyes widened at his words. Her whole body trembled for a moment. Isn't there no way? You mean there is a way to reverse the prophecy? At that moment, a shocking thought passed through Idun's mind. Certainly, that method isn't the worst option I can think of. There was only one way, a way for Jaehyeon to change the prophecy and protect his comrades, but it's so. I don't know if it's the worst or not, then I'll just go. I don't have enough dates to attend the academy. So I have to go quickly. Jaehyeon shrugged his shoulders and walked out of the opened portal as if he were running away. Hela, who was following him to the portal, looked back for a moment at the last moment and said, it is a road that is close to impossible, but the adversary will not change his choice. It's better to give up on persuading him. Groong Poppy also nodded. After saying that, Hela and Papito disappeared beyond the portal. Idun remained alone and stared at the place where everyone had disappeared. She was almost certain of the way Jaehyeon had said it. The adversary is waiting, an end in which all bonds and bondages are gone. Ragnarok. Jaehyeon wasn't trying to stop Ragnarok. He was trying to change fate by causing it. Absolutely absurd. It was impossible to even attempt this without guaranteeing one's own death. Even so, Jaehyeon was thinking of putting this into practice, even if there is some kind of suffering ahead of it. But if that's also your choice, Idun muttered, then smiled brightly, so I am a fugitive and you may be the enemy, remembering the last words Hela said. She squeezed the hem of her skirt tightly, antagonist of prophecy. He was trying to overcome the prophecy of the 3 Norn sisters that had already come down, unlike myself who ran away and hid in the prophecy. I will always support you, adversary. I hope you don't make the same mistake I did. You have the power to right wrongs. Saying that, Idun's face was still full of smiles. The place where the halo of light disappeared and Jaehyeon returned was in his hotel room. It was because when Idun first set the coordinates of the portal, it was recorded to be transmitted here. Every time Jaehyeon visited Idun's garden, he couldn't head to the closed city every moment. So he liked the route that was as simple as possible. Let's take care of the key from the academy first and then use it again, first of all. After calling my mother, Yihyun gathered his thoughts and put on his clothes. Because I was exhausted, I planned to go to a restaurant to eat something, for a while. Hadn't he been mowing the grass in Idun's garden? Now he desperately needs protein, belt ring. That was when Yihyun opened the door and stepped outside. It's Min Yihyun, from across the hallway. I heard Kim Yoo-young's voice screaming, there. All the members of Circle 9 were gathering and talking. Yihyun looked at them with a puzzled expression. Why are you here? Where have you been? Seona asked. Yihyun hesitated for a moment before answering. That something happened, at those words. An Hoyeon shook his head. You should have tipped us off. I was worried about all of them. Come to think of it, I didn't say anything, when Yihyun scratched his head and said that. Kwon Soyeol glared at him with his eyes narrowed. Yihyun felt a chill run down his spine. Kwon Soyeol walked toward him with his hands clattering. I feel really bad right now. Do you know what the reason is? I don't know. I took care of all the circle business while you were gone. I'm sorry. But can I hit you once? Hit me. Soyeol, no violence. Kwon Soyeol clenched his fists and Lee Yisang grabbed her arm to stop her. A daily life that is no different than usual, but for some reason. Yihyun felt a pain in his chest. According to the second prophecy, everyone here will die. Now Yihyun's eyes are focused on only one place, and wherever his gaze reached. The face of the person he had to protect was clearly emerging. Jaehyeon Kim, it's not long now. Yihyun recalled the memory from before returning. Jaehyeon Kim, less than a month left until the day she died in his place. Chapter 229 Mission Period Part 1 A top-notch restaurant serving all kinds of meat on the academy grounds. Here. The cadets of Circle 9 are huddled together. Yihyun sang a song saying he wanted to eat meat. So we decided to talk in detail at the restaurant. Chiik. Yihyun's mouth waters as he hears the meat being served on the grill. How much protein did you miss during the meat? Replacement ordeal. Yihyun swallowed his saliva and couldn't take his eyes off the meat when suddenly he heard a disapproving voice in front of him. Where did you starve? Kim Yoo-young was looking at Yihyun with her chin resting on her face. The others were pretty much the same. All of them sent silent pressure demanding an explanation of the disappearance case with their eyes wide open. Apparently, he was curious about Yihyun's whereabouts. Yihyun nodded, thinking, well, is that kind of reaction natural? He suddenly disappeared without a message and returned after a week or so. It was a strange situation for them not to worry. It is said that while he was away, his colleagues went to visit Kim Jaehyeon, the chairman of the board, and inquired about his whereabouts. It was a worrying mind and a lot of effort was put into it. Of course, it didn't mean much because Yihyun was not in this world in the first place. There was no way to find it even after searching everywhere. So won't you tell me again, where have you been? Well, that's right. Yihyun nodded at An Hoyeon's question, as a representation. It was an unavoidable problem. Even if I went to Niflheim to take the third ordeal in the first place, no one would believe it. It was better not to ask each other deeply about these issues. Fortunately, the party didn't ask any more about him. Each of them brought Yihyun something to eat and helped him satisfy his hunger, as expected. Seon Na was the most active. Eat this too. She was smiling as if she was in a good mood as she prepared Yihyun's favorite food. Actually, Yihyun tried hard to avoid her gaze and kept putting the meat in his mouth. Everyone here was already reading the ominous atmosphere felt in her actions, seeing Seona taking care of him. Yihyun felt like he was going to be put on top of him for some reason, but he didn't show it on the outside. Isn't it about taking care of yourself with a worried mind? It was clear that we would both feel sorry for each other if we said we didn't have to worry about it here. For now. It would be better to close your mouth and eat something. But after hitting a few times, my insides feel better, Kwon Soyeol said while turning his fists. Actually, I said it grandiosely. But it didn't hit me hard. Just talk and go. Only then did the other colleagues not worry, and he only complained, not complained. Yihyun couldn't help but nod his head. In fact, her sudden disappearance had no choice but to put a lot of pressure on her. It must have been even more difficult because he had to take care of the circle work he had to do instead. As Yihyun, I couldn't help but be grateful in many ways. Thank you, seniors and everyone, for worrying about me. What do you say to grow chicken? Kim Yoo-young wrapped her shoulders and pretended to shake her body. The others also had goosebumps all over their bodies at Yihyun's warm words. And their expressions were not very good. Yihyun frowned slightly. Is it so strange that I say warm words? No matter how much you think about it, isn't it too much still? How much did I take care of for my colleagues? Yihyun thought so, but suddenly Lee Yisang pointed to the TV and changed the topic. By the way, the world is the end of the world these days. The news comes out all the time like that. News, Yihyun tilted his head. He munched on the meat and moved his gaze to the TV that Yisang Lee pointed at, a monitor in the center of the dining room. There was a story flowing out of him that could arouse Yihyun's interest. Recently, the frequency of outbreaks in dungeons has increased, and the radar world is complaining of a lack of manpower. The average rating of the gates appearing is also rising. It seems that something unexpected is happening if we don't prepare from now. The content of the news was unusual, apparently. Something happened during the week without Jaehyeon. I don't like the aftertaste, I'm anxious. It got so crazy right around the time you left home. Kwon Soyeol let go of his rhyme and continued. The average rating of dungeons appearing all over the world has suddenly risen. They say the radar manpower shortage is at its peak. She said that while slurping the naengmyeon she ordered with the meat. Isn't this really a big deal? Kim Yoo-young responded with a worried voice. But Kwon Soyeol patted her on the shoulder as if telling her not to worry. It's bad to think too positively. But you don't have to think too negatively. It's because the Academy's emergency call hasn't been completed yet. Let's not be too scared already. School emergency meeting. This is an emergency situation in which the safety of the people is damaged. And the cadets of the Academy have to fight. To put it simply, it was a military call-up order issued in case of emergency. It is implemented by the National Radar Association and has occurred several times before returning. So Jaehyeon was also mobilized for it. Well, I didn't do much. Jaehyeon shook his head. Clearing his thoughts, there are many other things to worry about right now, because I've never heard of anything like this happening in the past. I had never heard of a sudden infestation of demonic beasts at this time before returning, probably. As always, the association is playing tricks to rip off more of the national budget. By the way, isn't it about that time? After a while eating, Jaehyeon spoke rhymingly. And Kona immediately responded. Huh, you mean during the Academy mission? Everyone nodded in agreement at the same time. Duration of Academy missions. This is the second step for cadets to go out into the world. This is a great opportunity for MIL students to gain practical experience while resolving requests issued by local governments. It was an event that I was looking forward to as a reenactment, Jaehyeon said as he got up from his seat after finishing his meal. Then let's move somewhere and talk properly. The other party had already finished their meal. Everyone jumped up at his suggestion. They were slowly backing away. Looking at the amount on the bill, it was because it was a high-end restaurant, so the amount taken was considerable. Jaehyeon smiled and called them over. I'll do the calculations. So why don't you run away and come? He was also a man with a minimal conscience. I should at least feed him as much as he made me worry. Of course he ate the most. 2 hours later, after talking with his colleagues about the mission, Jaehyeon returned to the hotel. He muttered as he sat down on the bed. I feel like I'm home now, after all. Is the house the best? A thumping sound came from the whole body. It was because his body was stiff due to accumulated fatigue. The ordeal was also an ordeal. How could my body scream like this every time I hit one, as Jaehyeon? It was something I didn't know. Is it time to settle the reward for the ordeal now? It was a reenactment that earned many rewards in Mistgarden and Nastrand. Reinforcing Nidhogg's fangs was encouraging enough. But the rewards you'll see now are no different. A new skill obtained after passing the ordeal of Idun. This will further accelerate the growth of Jaehyeon. Jaehyeon opened the skill window without any doubt. Passive skill. Name, Idun's warmth rating x the warmth of the benevolent and beautiful goddess Idun significantly increases the amount of experience gained by party members. As the party members grow, the user also acquires additional stats. Party members' growth rate is doubled. In a party state, whenever a party member's level rises by 1, the user's free distribution stat increases by 1. The first thing I checked was the skill, Idun's warmth. This was a very useful skill for growing party members. How hard was it to level up in the system? Leveling up was very difficult for Raider to the extent that there was even a section where he had to kill thousands of monsters just to raise one. However, if you have your own skill, you can double the growth rate of your colleagues. In addition, whenever they grow up, they can acquire their own stats. This was an essential skill for Jaehyeon to save his colleagues in danger. Perhaps Idun was considered to protect my colleague. Good, I think I can use this from now on. Next. He nodded and took an item from his inventory and held it in his hand. It was a key with a green decoration. Soon after, detailed information about the item floated in the air with a familiar sound. Special item. Name, key to the Mist Garden grade. Myth, the key to move to the Mist Garden in Niflheim. It was a key with no explanation other than that it could move to Niflheim. However, the status window that accompanied him was enough to excite Jaehyeon. Special item, name, land contract rating. It is a contract that allows you to transfer part of the land of the Mist Garden. It was signed by Idun himself. It feels good. Jaehyeon felt a surge of emotion. It was only natural that he finally had his own land. Jaehyeon, he happily blew magic light into the key. Key to the Mist Garden recognizes the user, transfers the user to the Mist Garden in Niflheim. Along with the sound of the system, Jaehyeon's vision was enveloped in a brilliant light. Eventually, when I opened my eyes again, I'm a little sick of motion sickness. But I arrived just right. Jaehyeon smiled with a satisfied expression. The place he arrived at was unmistakably the Mist Garden. Soon he was looking around and muttering, by the way, when I get here, the tutorial system is supposed to work, but why is there no message? Tada, at that moment, Jaehyeon almost drew his sword without realizing it at the mysterious voice he heard from behind. A panicked voice and hiccups came from the place where the presence was felt. Fortunately, the being behind Jaehyeon wasn't his enemy. Idun, why are you here? When Yihyun looked at her and asked that question, Idun wiped his chest in surprise and said, because I am the tutorial system itself. Yes, now follow me, I will teach you how to garden. After reunion and after party with Yihyun and Pappy, returning home. Kim Yoo-young threw herself on the bed and fell face down. The hotel bed was soft, but somehow uncomfortable. I guess it wasn't like that usually. Is it time to change the seat? Kim Yoo-young touched her smartphone and soon set it down on the bedside table. By the way, Min Yihyun, are you really dating me? When I returned home and was alone, the events of the past came to my mind clearly. The image of Ina Seo who kept taking care of Yihyun whenever he ate something. This was something I wouldn't do well unless I was in a relationship. I don't know. But I'm sure there is something between the two. What's obvious? At first I don't think so, I did, but now I've changed my mind. At first I heard that Yihyun rejected Seo Ina even though he knew her feelings, however. Judging from Seo In-na's active behavior now, it seemed that there was a good feeling between the two of them more than just friends. It's not something I care about, but it's a problem I know well in my head. But for some reason, the image of the two standing side by side was not erased from her mind. Two people walking down the street exchanging delicious food, even though I hadn't seen them yet. The image of them walking around holding hands was clearly visible in my head. Strange. Is it because I feel like I'm being taken away from him because I've been friends with Yihyun for so long? I don't know the details. But I was certain that the feelings I had right now were not normal at the time of the school trip. Kwon So-yeol said to himself, you need to be honest about your feelings, but Kim Yoo-young couldn't figure it out. What are your own feelings? She doesn't like Yihyun. I had feelings as a friend. But it wasn't romance. Seo In-na is also her best friend, if the two people's hearts are right. Wishing them well was what they had to do, but why? I don't know. Kim Yoo-young covered her eyes with her arms and thought for a moment. For some reason, even though I was exhausted from class, I couldn't sleep, I can't do anything. But I can't sleep, should I say it's such a state, so she stayed up all night until morning. The next morning the ends of her sleeves were stained dark, but no one will find out what it is. Chapter 230 Mission Period Part 2 This way, how do you like it? The land he arrived at, led by Idun, was more splendid than Yihyun thought. Gardening tools, pots, watering cans, and shovels necessary for growing plants are lined up everywhere. Idun said that all goods are services, and prided himself on not being able to get them easily. In fact, I also liked Yihyun. The site itself was much larger than expected. It's like the land of gold dust itself. It's a pity that I can't buy or sell this. It was perfect except that it was impossible to transfer or sell to others, although the drawback is bigger than expected. It was a very good situation if I could grow and use plants that would help here. Idun wandered around the mist garden and gave a tutorial on plant cultivation. How to choose good seeds. Starting with choosing a fertilizer. The main content was the amount of sunlight each plant needed. Yihyun quickly memorized what Idun had said and looked back on it. Idun narrowed his eyes as if surprised and looked at him. She glared at Yihyun with a slightly envious expression. I didn't know you could memorize it so quickly. I'm frustrated. Are you angry? Didn't I hear you right? Unsurprisingly. Idun was envying Yihyun's brain and was keeping him in check. Yihyun shook his head. No matter how you look at it, you are a student or a disciple. Are you envious of this? It's like Idun. It's a compliment in its own way. So take it in moderation. Hella said that and crossed her arms, looking at her. She seemed to really think so. Yihyun sighed as if he couldn't do anything about it. You have to explain the most important things, so what kind of plants can you grow here? What effects can you grow? This was a very important part of determining the value of this land to Yihyun. Of course. Since it was given to me by Idun, the person in charge of the ordeal, there's nothing to worry about. Still, I'm anxious if I don't properly check the human heart. Yihyun thought about it and nodded. At that time, Idun smiled and lightly gestured in the air. Then, a familiar status window pops up in Yihyun's eyes. This was more than enough to shock him. Yihyun muttered with a puzzled face. You can grow all of these. Of course, Idun declared in a confident tone as if he was confident. Yihyun muttered as he blankly read the status window. Crazy. I am tired too. Growing plants isn't easy either. The next day, Yihyun muttered that as he passed the hotel elevator and walked down the hallway. On the way back after visiting a convenience store on the nearby site, I was on my way back from going out to buy something to drink for a change of mood from having spent all day gardening yesterday. Yihyun relaxed his stiff shoulders. Even for a radar with a transcendent body, simple repetitive tasks required quite a bit of fatigue. You suffered too, Poppy. Groon. Yihyun also thanked Poppy, helping yourself yesterday, bringing gardening tools, watering, etc. Poppy also suffered a lot. When I first hatched, I was very worried that it would really help. Now I couldn't imagine going hunting or working without Pappy. Anyway, I'm glad things are starting to get used to now. Of course, there were trials and errors along the way. However, Idun's explanation wasn't too difficult, and Hella also stayed by her side to give advice. so the difficulties were minimized. It was when Yihyun was walking while reflecting on the events of yesterday. A familiar voice came from the other side of Yihyun. It was Kim Yoo-young. She was looking at Yihyun with a puzzled expression on her face while wearing a ball cap that she did not usually wear. What? Why are you so surprised? Have you seen anyone you can't see? Yihyun asked. But Kim Yoo-jung still couldn't answer. What? Why is he suddenly like that? Yihyun tilted his head while looking at Kim Yoo-jung as if he was embarrassed. Then with difficulty she opened her mouth and said, "No. I just need to drop by the convenience store." Yihyun nodded at Kim Yoo-jung's words. Poppy also raised his hand and said hello. Kim Yoo-young smiled a little and greeted Pappy lightly. "Hello, Yang." That was the moment. Kim Yoo-young's hair fell through the hat, and her flushed eyes and cheeks came into Yihyun's eyes through the tightly pressed ball cap. Yihyun's expression hardened slightly. "Hey, what are you doing? Oh no, is there anything wrong?" Kim Yoo-young's tone as if she had been waiting for an answer. Yihyun narrowed his eyes for a moment, then nodded. "If that's the case, I'm glad." Yihyun turned around and headed for his room, waving his hands. "Then I go." After Kim Yoo-young said dryly. She hurriedly walked to the hotel lobby. Yihyun stood there for a moment and looked at her back. His expression hardened. He knew, I don't know why. But Kim Yoo-young shed tears. That this is not a simple matter. Is this the first time I've seen Kim Yoo-young cry since elementary school? It seems that something unusual is about to happen. He didn't know the details behind the scenes. But at that moment, such a thought passed through his mind. Another day passed. Yihyun gathered at the outdoor training ground to take classes. Then, I will begin explaining the mission performance period that will start tomorrow at the academy. Just after finishing the magic match with the cadets, the instructor's explanation of the next event had just begun. The main thing is about the duration of the mission that I talked about with my colleagues a few days ago. The mission performance period is basically an event designed to publicize the names of Miles Academy cadets and cultivate their noble spirit as raiders. During the training period, cadets must complete one autonomous mission and one joint mission with the guild. The instructor raised his glasses and continued his explanation. Of course, grades are divided according to how well the mission was performed. Please note that detailed explanations and applications can be made on the Academy's official website on a PC. The explanation wasn't overwhelming. The instructor delivered only the necessary information to the cadets accurately. Yihyun and his colleagues were not taken aback at all because they already knew that the event was coming. In the first place, Yihyun went through it once and Lee Yisang and Kwon Soyeol also went through it last year. You don't have to be too scared. Of course. This was only true of Yihyun. Hey mister, aren't you crazy and trusting freshmen with local government duties? That's how it used to be. But this time the number of missions to be performed has increased. There was only one until last year. I heard that it is possible to carry out joint missions as a circle. All of our circles are fucking weak, it's ruined. The worried voices of the cadets are heard. No wonder. This is the first event in which the mission to be completed is basically conducted only by the cadets without the intervention of an instructor. Of course, the national raiders dispatched by the local government were waiting outside the dungeon to prepare for a dangerous situation. What I was worried about was real. The fact that they experienced a frightening event during an outdoor training camp also hardened their thinking. At that time, the cadets had to fight the Bone Dragon, a boss monster that reached a plus rank. Then, spread out in circles, plan your strategy, and apply for missions. The duration of the exercise is 1 month in total. I wish you all the best of luck. After saying that, the instructor left. Yihyun moved to the place where the members of Circle 9 were. Now is the real start. How about this? Eradication of 20 goblins in Busan. I think the difficulty level is okay too. Do you think your rating is too low? It's white. Yihyun shook his head at Kwon Soyeol's words. The group gathered again at the hideout are sitting in front of laptops and talking. They were in the middle of a conversation about a new mission. It was most important to collect the opinions of Circle members, because the school did not directly designate the difficulty and mission, and the cadet had to choose it himself. I like missions where I can get a lot of points. The more points the better. It would be better to receive at least a red or higher request. In addition, in order to raise awareness, it was good to receive good quests during the mission. Although the difficulty was high, there was a risk, but it was necessary to expand the activity radius of the circle later. Yihyun fixed his gaze on the monitor again and refreshed the order in order of difficulty. Requests are basically divided into 5 grades. The one Kwon Soyeol picked a moment ago was white, which was the lowest grade. Above that, there are 4 more grades in total from green, blue, red, and black, sorted in order from lowest to lowest. For reference, the party can only select up to the maximum red mission. Black is a student. Even there, cadets with high grades can perform only with the permission of the president. To put it simply, it meant that the maximum mission rank that Yihyun and his party, now freshmen, could choose was red. Let's go red. At Yihyun's words, Kim Yoo-jung and Kwon Soyeol let out a deep sigh. Lee Yi-sang and I are still students. So it's okay, but you're also quite decent. Are you okay? A red mission from the start. She had good reason for saying that, a red mission from the beginning. In the first place, the probability that the instructors will give permission is slim. But the probability of returning safely from here is even slimmer, especially if it's a freshman. Are you okay? Jaehyeon, of course, said so. There was no reason to be shaken by a request that was only this much despite the amount of achievement he had achieved. For now, the color has been decided to be red. So don't spit out and look over. After Jaehyeon said that, he got up and disappeared somewhere. After a few minutes, while the colleagues were arguing over the choice of mission, Jaehyeon returned with a small tray in his hand. Now, how about watching this while eating? What Jaehyeon brought was an apology. It had an ugly appearance with dents everywhere. Probably because he had shaved it himself. What, do you have any apples this small? Only ping-pong balls. Kwon Soyeol tilted his head as if it was strange and asked. An Hoyeon had the same reaction. Sweep apples aren't cut like this, talk to me. At this rate, I think there would be more flesh attached to the skin. Even Seo Nuna and Lee Yisang helped. Jaehyeon was annoyed at the party's words, but he tried to keep his mouth raised. Even so, I did my best to cut it. Each person must eat one. His eyes widened like half moons, and an eerie voice leaked out. Otherwise I can't get out of here. Kwon Soyeol was the first to sigh and put a peeled apple into his mouth. She was also weak-minded. The apples are so small that they fit in one bite. Everyone's eyes were focused on Kwon Soyeol. Wasek, then. While munching on an apple, she frowned and muttered, "This isn't very tasty." Is it? Chapter 231 Red Mission Part 1 Wasek. Wasek. Jaehyeon smiled heartily at the sight of his colleagues eating apples. The apology he handed to them a moment ago was, of course, not an ordinary apology. Golden apples. It was also raised directly from the trials of Idun, third trial, an apple grown by Jaehyeon himself in Idun's garden. Jaehyeon gave it to his colleagues. Golden apples have the power to amplify magic if you use it well. You can further raise the level of your colleagues. Of course, when Idun first told Jaehyeon that he could take the apples he grew himself, Jaehyeon was thinking of eating it himself, however. Idun handed over an apology and said the following. Only one golden apple is effective when eaten, even if you eat it now. It will be difficult to aim for a special increase in magical power. It was an embarrassing remark. Can't eat what you grow yourself. To be precise, it meant that no effect could be seen even if you ate it, but to Jaehyeon, the two were accepted as the same meaning. Items that cannot be utilized are merely ornamental. Unfortunately, Jaehyeon had no taste for decorating his home with rare items and showing off. However, Jaehyeon, who was worried, soon found a new way to use the golden apple. It's just feeding my colleagues and making them grow fast. Jaehyeon made up his mind when he heard the second verse of the prophecy. He decided to save people around him and finally kill Odin, however. In order to achieve this goal, the growth of colleagues was inevitable. At least grade A. Furthermore, if you do not reach the level of S, it will be difficult to even protect yourself. From there, Jaehyeon won't be able to save them no matter how hard he tries. It's impossible to stand by them 24 hours a day. And Odin can't stand to see it. Odin and the Aesir are ugly beings. It would be right to see that there is a very high possibility of attacking oneself by taking one's comrades as weaknesses. Jaehyeon, of course, had no intention of letting his colleagues hold him back. It was for this reason that he made them eat the golden apples and devised a plan to grow them. In addition, it could also help with their own growth. It is the warmth of Idun if you use the newly acquired X-class skills. Idun's compassion is a skill that allows you to acquire undistributed stats whenever the level of your party members rises. If I use it well, I can greatly increase my stats. If that's the case, you'll be able to move on to the next stage of divine liberation more quickly. To put it simply, there was a bigger picture in Jaehyeon's distribution of golden apples to his colleagues. Of course, their growth will also be helpful to you in itself. Anyway, it was more important for Jaehyeon to grow on his own. This was a good opportunity to catch both rabbits. Jaehyeon smiled and hid his dark feelings. Kwon Soyeol, who was watching this from the side, put on a puzzled expression. Isn't there something strange about this? It's not strange. But it's true that something is included. Maybe the next mission will surprise you. Everyone, Jaehyeon said that with a confident smile. He had to calm down the corners of his mouth that kept rising. In the next mission, Jaehyeon's stats will go up like crazy whenever his colleagues work hard to level up. I eat this completely raw. The bear does tricks and eats the stats himself. What is this if not heaven? Mission rank, red description, defeat the corrupted spirits of the newly opened B-level gate in Pohang and collect their essence reward 1.5 million academy points per person and a small amount of arc metal. It was like this. The rank is a mission that gives a lot of points to red as I thought. The condition was that they had to attack the B-level gate. But it wasn't a big risk to Jaehyeon and the others. In the first place, even at the time of the outdoor camp, their level had already risen to the point where they were different from other cadets. Above all, the arc medal that is said to be given as a reward is attractive. After completing the registration application, Jaehyeon murmured, Coa nodded and replied. That's right, because arc metal is not easily available anywhere else. That's right, it's a radish item that rarely comes out at auction. Me and I snooped at the auction several times. But we only received the message that we would have to wait a long time to buy it right away. Li Yisang answered with excitement. He looked extremely excited. Arc metal, in fact. Yisang Li was the reason Jaehyeon chose this mission, because if you have arc metal, you can make new alchemy tools. Jaehyeon recently told Yisang Li about the medicinal herbs and various plants he grows in the Mist Garden. All of them are very valuable even if they have never been or have been, even if you just use the ingredients themselves. The level will be very high, but fundamentally medicinal materials are effective when prepared. With the help of Li Yisang, he would probably be able to exert his full power. In fact, Li Yisang also decided to actively help reproduce the idea that he could handle difficult-to-handle medicinal materials. He just said, in order to deal with new medicines, we need stronger and more resilient weapons. And the optimal material for making the equipment is arc metal. It was a material with the highest hardness and resilience. Isn't it the one that was used in Yeonhwa's guild training ground as well? That's right, Kwon Soyeol nodded at Kim Yoo-young's words. In fact, arc metal is the material used in Yeonhwa's secret arena. That price is a level that can't even be taken out of your mouth. But I am worried, no matter how good Jaehyeon is. That's the case, arc metal is at stake in the red mission. I think it will be very difficult. Are you saying that I want to live a long life again? As Jaehyeon smiled. Kwon Soyeol furrowed his brow. Dun, what would you do if you applied anyway? Let's get started with a plan in place. It will be difficult if you get hurt and come back. Do not worry, there will be no danger whatsoever. Jaehyeon said with a confident expression. He was a well-founded self, red mission. The name gives off a terrifying feeling. But it is true, B-level dungeons are now at a level that Poppy can clear alone. Jaehyeon smiled at that thought. It didn't take long to prepare for departure. They stood in front of the portal to their destination. Pohang, the International Portal Center, is overcrowded and unavailable right now. So I decided to use the Academy's transport seats. Jaehyeon and Circle 9 plan to carry out autonomous missions as soon as possible and move on to the next stage. The period was given for a month, but anyway. It was better to finish work quickly and take a break, because it's so much more comfortable and relaxed. As the next mission has to be done with the guild, it takes a lot of time and has a lot of restrictions. It will take longer to prepare. So it's better to finish the autonomous mission quickly. Did you pack all your things? An Hoyeon asked while looking at Kim Yoo-young and Jaehyeon, who were packing their personal belongings. Kim Yoo-young shrugged, roughly, well this time. They pay for everything there. That's right, if you increase your luggage for no reason, it will be troublesome to organize your inventory later. As Kim Yoo-young said in this dungeon raid. The local government was supposed to provide all the necessary items. The group doesn't need to worry about it, since the academy was in a position to help them in the first place. It was not morally right to make the cadet pay attention to even such trivial things. It is said that there is subsidy from the state to Miles, but it is clear who gets help in the end. This is why the relationship between the local government and the academy cannot be equal. Basically, if one side gives or receives one-sidedly in a relationship of giving and receiving help, the equity between the two has already been broken. Then shall we depart? The party took a breath after standing in front of the portal. Soon, Jaehyeon, who was at the front, took a step forward and at the same time, his son-in-law suddenly became dark. Not long after, they quickly arrived in Pohang. Damn, is it the beach after all? Kwon Soyeol muttered that and looked around. In the middle of the blue sea. The portal the party rode on is placed in one place. Magical power felt from the blue transmission stone. At the same time, a man appeared in front of them. Is it you, the cadets who were dispatched from Miles Academy? His voice did not hide his displeasure even though he pretended to listen. Jaehyeon turned his head to look in the direction the voice was coming from. Standing there was a bad-looking man with a shaggy beard. What are you? When Jaehyeon asked. The man looked at him for a while with his expression wrinkled. I am the radar dinner of the radar management headquarters who is supposed to guide you guys. Formal dinner. Jaehyeon was the first name I heard, apparently. It was a radar that wasn't rated that high. In the past, Jaehyeon was proficient in related knowledge to the point of memorizing the list of a class or higher raters. If it wasn't in his head, there was a high possibility that he wouldn't be very good at it. Guide me. Jaehyeon looked up at him and said. Jeon Chan's face was not very good. It was because he didn't like Jaehyeon's attitude towards him. At least you're a kid, condescending that he was from Mills Academy. He was a good-looking guy, from the impression. He looks like a parasitic brother. For no reason, Jeon Chan felt annoyance welling up from deep inside. Of course. Jeon Chan had already heard about and knew that Jaehyeon and Circle 9 were taking on this request, that they have excellent skills and that they have accomplished feats that no mere cadet would dare to achieve, but he didn't believe all the stories he was hearing. no matter how strong they are. Aren't they still young children who haven't reached adulthood? To think of entrusting these kids with a B-class dungeon in Pohang City, I couldn't help but think that the leadership was really crazy. Of course. This was due to his disbelief because he couldn't grasp the strength of Jaehyeon or at least the strength of Circle 9. Unfortunately, no one corrected his thoughts. Follow me, the gate is about 2 km away. Well, I have to see the mayor first, but I mean, he said with his hands in his pockets in poor posture. At that moment, I heard Kim Yu-young's whispering voice from behind. That man who is supposed to be having dinner, is it too thick? Jiang Chan crumpled his expression once again. It was because her voice was too loud for a whisper. Chapter 232 Red Mission Part 2. After being guided by the dinner, the party followed the procedure before entering the portal, meeting with the mayor of Pohang who issued the mission and hearing in detail about the dungeon to attack. This was a process that must be followed even to request compensation from the academy after completing the mission. First of all, thank you for taking on the mission ordered by Pohang City. Pohang Mayor Go Pilseong said that and asked for a handshake with Yi Hyun, the head of the circle. He was a man in his 60s barely covering the top of his head, which was almost bald. Yi Hyun nodded his head in response. You're welcome. Go Pilseong hesitated for a moment at his bold attitude, but soon after shaking hands, he gestured to the party and invited them to sit down. He opened his mouth as he looked into the eyes of the party sitting around him. I have heard many stories, the fact that Circle 9 played an active part in outdoor camps and various events. Yi-hyun sat down and looked at his face. Compliment your opponent. Whether this is to be received as a favor is to be decided by the words that follow, judging by his behavior. He was likely to bring up negative things about the party. It was a face lacking basic trust. Perhaps he had something to say, a story that is unpleasant to them. His expectations were not wrong. I also received an official letter from the Mills Academy. I know that everyone's skills are excellent, but Go Pilseong widened his eyes and folded his hands neatly. As an old man, I think you might not have enough capital experience to clear a B-class dungeon. What do you want to suggest? Yi-hyun also asked without backing down. Go Pilseong looked him in the eyes and continued with a curious expression on his face. I would like to be considerate so that you can attack the dungeon with other raiders. They are skilled. So you don't have to worry, that friend over there is going too. He pointed to Jiang Chan, who had guided Yi-hyun and his party a moment before. Yi-hyun was so dumbfounded that curses almost came out of his mouth. He passed the third ordeal and obtained only a few mythical artifacts. It is Jaehyeon who has already broken through to the S-class level, but because of my lack of skills, I'm going to attach another radar. It's obvious. Go Pilseong's thoughts were obvious. They don't believe all of us who are still cadets. That's why I'm trying to clear the dungeon with other people and have an appropriate assortment. When Circle 9 first took on the mission, the leadership could have decided against it, but he partly did not. As the mayor, he would not have wanted a relationship with Mills Academy. He must have been thinking of getting the cadets on board by letting them receive the mission and showing them a picture of successfully clearing it. If you do that, your relationship with each other will be maintained smoothly. It didn't matter too much about distributing more points. It is only if Pohang City and Mills can maintain a longer relationship in the future. Whatever it is. It's good, Go Pilseong said with a kind smile. Don't worry, we'll keep the fact that we hired another raider as a secret. It seems like you don't trust us. Go Pilseong's eyes flashed at Yi Hyun's words as he crossed his legs, the corners of the eyes, which are wrinkled like crocodile skin, contract and show alertness. Yi Hyun smiled softly. Let's make a bet or something. Bet. At that, even he who had dealt with many people couldn't help but be embarrassed. Suddenly, what bet? Also the mayor himself and a cadet. Totally insane. He's overconfident about his skills. Go Pilseong clicked his tongue inwardly as he watched Yi Hyun. According to what I heard, talent seems to be innate, but growing to a high place seemed far away. No matter how good your skills are and how much you believe in yourself, you're a rude guy. It couldn't help but damage the reputation of the radar world. How many guys have blown my chances with pride? They were all energetic and full of natural talent. In the world, they were called geniuses. And their names came up and down in countless news and articles, but they are all dead. It did not survive and was eventually forgotten by others. A belligerent personality was an important virtue for a raider, but recklessness would result in death, in his opinion. Yi-hyun was a person who could not survive for long in this market. Go Pilseong took out a handkerchief and wiped his bald head. Can I ask what you mean by bet? He spoke politely. But his attitude was full of distrust. Yi-hyun laughed. We will cut the time to clear this mission in half. You mean half of that? Yes, then the points that were scheduled as rewards, give me twice that instead if you fail. You won't get a penny even if you clear all the missions. This is purely Yi-hyun's dogma. But no one dissuaded him. Yi-hyun is a talented person who has already surpassed the S rank. It was because there was no reason to struggle in only B-class dungeons. In the first place, It was a mission that was given 7 days to clear according to the level of a cadet. With Jaehyeon now, he should be able to catch the boss in less than a day. Meanwhile, Go Pilseong is immersed in worries, no matter how much he made up his mind not to spare points. This was a relatively better choice, basically. The right to order missions and hire cadets at the academy is not something to be bought lightly, subject to stringent government approvals and allocated according to local risk. Isn't that the academy point, however? Jaehyeon was thinking of taking care of the work without receiving a single penny. Why? Are you confident in your own abilities? I don't know why. But I felt a chill run down my spine. Jaehyeon shrugged. It doesn't matter who comes along, just reduce the number a bit, just having that old man is enough. After thinking for a moment, Go Pilseong nodded. It was too good a condition to refuse. The points that were staked as compensation were originally 1.5 million per person. This is equivalent to 1/3 of those allocated to Pohang City, if I can save it. I have to do anything, he thought so. I'll place spare radars outside if there's anything I need to do, after all. He revealed that he was free, as he was. I wish you well on your mission. Have a good rest until today. Let's start tomorrow. Greed glistened on his face as he greeted him, with a strong conviction that you will never be able to clear the dungeon in time. Dinner came after a while. The voices of 2 people can be heard from inside a luxury hotel. Did you really need to do that? It's better to settle it amicably. 3 men who were assigned a room and stayed together for the day. Hoyeon An looked at Jaehyeon and asked. He had just finished taking a shower and was changing his clothes. Rather than what other reasons, rather than, it's thick, at Jaehyeon's words. An Hoyeon shook his head as if he was dumbfounded. I never thought I would talk about gambling in a conversation with the mayor of Pohang. Of course, according to the rules of the academy, it was possible to negotiate or adjust the compensation that was originally scheduled for on the spot. But that's what seniors with a lot of names do. Seeing that he even gambled on it, I thought that Jaehyeon definitely had a great personality. Lee Yi-sang was already in bed, probably tired. It was still only 9 o'clock. But he was already weak. An Hoyeon sighed and said, how is it that you and Yu-young have different personalities yet you are almost the same? Hey, even if you compare it. Compare it with him, Jaehyeon couldn't finish his speech. It was because the face of Kim Yu-young, whom he had seen a few days ago, was not forgotten in his mind. For what reason did the usually strong woman cry? Jaehyeon, what? You know that Yu-jung cried a few days ago. Right? Jaehyeon was silent for a moment at An Hoyeon's question that caught him off guard. He must have guessed it from the look on her face. Jaehyeon nodded. Okay, I know. Do you know why? No, I don't know. Their answers were strangely at odds with each other. An Hoyeon had a worried face. It was true that Jaehyeon was also worried about Kim Yu-jung. She pretends to be bright and acts every moment. But she has a very tender disposition. I am easily swayed by the reactions of others and worry a lot. It was Jaehyeon who knew the dark side of Kim Yu-jung that no one else knew about. Jaehyeon thought for a moment. You'll find out soon what's going on. You always told me if something happens by this time. This time. Kim Yu-young asked herself why she cried. I'll tell you what happened again. Jaehyeon thought about it and nodded, but he didn't know he knew that the reason Kim Yu-young shed tears was because of him and that she would never tell him anything like this. The next day, all rough preparations have been completed. All the supplies needed to enter the dungeon were stacked in the inventory. Basically. Lee Yi-sang manages the potion, but in case it might fall during the dungeon raid, he decided to keep the potion in small parts. Since I put things in my inventory anyway, I don't have to carry miscellaneous things around. About 2 km away from the first portal I rode on. Green gates and several structures surrounding the outside of the field were erected with warning signs. This way. Jiangchan was guiding Jaehyeon and his colleagues with a bug-bitten expression. Poppy is still dangerous to reveal to them. So I hid it for a while in an extra bag. From time to time, Jiangchan, with a displeased look on his face, talked about the sound of an animal. But Jaehyeon didn't even pay attention, those who stood in front of the gate like that. Shall we go? Jaehyeon stepped over it without hesitation. That moment, no one saw Jiangchan's face. But everyone in the party guessed. He would never let the members of 9 clear this dungeon. Fucking kids to eat. Where should I try it? I'll break my hands and fingers. Jiangchan put on a sly smile, however. He didn't even expect it. How much humiliation he would suffer from Jaehyeon in the dungeon. Chapter 233 Red Mission Part 3 Inside the dungeon was a forest full of greenery. In the middle of the flood, Jaehyeon and his colleagues' dinner was abandoned. Everyone is looking around with bewildered expressions as if they had become Robinson Crusoe. Among them, the only thing familiar was dinner. He had the experience of visiting a dungeon once in the process of checking a gate in the past and was relatively familiar with the current situation. It's the same as I've seen before, fortunately. The level or strength of the gate has hardly changed since then. It's probably not a big deal unless there's an accident. Jaehyeon raised his mana and looked around. Soil Senpai, please start mapping first, and Yi-sang Senpai. Please wait here with Ane and Hoyeon, and you Kim Yu-young come and look around with me. After Jaehyeon said that, they split apart and decided to start clearing the dungeon. It was then. Wait a minute, this is a B-level dungeon. You know it's dangerous to split up and move around here. Right? Jiangchan said while looking at Jaehyeon as if he was embarrassed. It was something he couldn't understand. However, Jaehyeon only nodded his head with a calm expression. It's okay, so don't worry if you're so anxious. Stay here too, we'll check the surroundings and come back. What? Jiangchan thought that Jaehyeon was cheating on him. This place is on a different level from other gossip dungeons. No matter how much Jaehyeon is Yeonhwa's follower and has the S-class skill Frozen Earth, it was impossible to clear the B-class dungeon alone, which is called the Tomb of Many Raiders. Basically, raiders team up and go into battle. Also, the most important thing in the process is survival. It was common sense that it was safe to move as many raiders as possible in one place in a B-class or higher dungeon. However, Jaehyeon, the leader of 9, made a different choice. It was a judgment that could not be understood by Jiangchan. Are you trying to abandon your colleagues because of your own greed? Hey, at this point, no matter how famous Min Jaehyeon's colleague is, there will be a backlash. Okay, we'll find a place as safe as possible nearby. Contact me if necessary. At An Hoyeon's words, Jaehyeon nodded and started moving across the forest with Kim Yoo-young. Hey wait, go with me. Kim Yoo-young followed him with a sigh. By the way, the reason Jaehyeon moved with her now was simple. From now on, I have to properly take care of Kim Yoo-young. I can't let you die this time either. Well, even if it's not that, since he's good at wind attribute magic, he'll be of great help in the forest. Of course, even if it was a red mission. It wasn't a dangerous dungeon at all for Jaehyeon, but he knew that variables can arise in any dungeon. Also, this variable always ends in tragedy. Concentrate. You know, even if you don't say anything, when the two of them went through the forest and explored the surroundings, each of the remaining parties quickly began to carry out their assigned missions. An Hoyeon and Kwon So-yeol started pitching a tent in search of a safe place and found a place to cook food. Lee Yi-sang was preparing and arranging the potions so that they could be used anytime. Anywhere, I'll be on guard then. Seo In-na was in charge of the surrounding boundaries. Originally, at the beginning of a dungeon, it is basic that monsters do not appear often. But dungeons that are open on all sides like this place are different. Witch beasts enjoy hunting raiders who are full of mana. Like the dark elves, it was even more so if the witch beast had intelligence. Meanwhile, Jiangchan, who was watching all this, muttered with his mouth wide open. What the hell are these bastards? What are they doing? He thought about that before entering the dungeon. I remembered a conversation I had with the mayor 1 hour ago. Go Pilseong's office. So, adjust this mission to fail as much as possible. Are you saying that? That's right, just make sure they take out as many monsters as possible. Everything that can be plucked must be plucked and eaten. Go Pilseong said with a fishy smile. In fact, since he first heard about the bet from Jaehyeon, he had no intention of letting them clear the dungeon. In the first place, it is absurd to safely close the B-level gate at the level of a cadet. In addition, he was the nature to enjoy freebies. What if you use the 9 members appropriately to deal with the beast and then dispatch other raiders to catch the boss separately? Then you can close the gate without spending any extra points. Huge profits will also follow. The dinner across the street was well aware of this. He knew very well that he would receive a decent reward from Ko Pilseong when he successfully completed this task. Jiangchan nodded, looking at Go Pilseong's shiny eyes. Of course, just leave it to me. Go Pilseong reveals money, but he is not stingy, even though there have been numerous bribery charges so far. The fact that he has not been imprisoned is entirely due to his ability to shine, but don't be too careless. So, shouldn't it be life? No matter how much I didn't come out of Mills Academy, I'm also an A-class raider, don't worry too much. Jiangchan bent down to say hello and went outside, as can be seen from his tone. Jiangchan had a strong resentment towards Miles. It was because he applied to the academy in the past and failed twice and left the other radar academy. To him, Mills is a trashy academy that failed to recognize his talent. Also, Jaehyeon was just a monster created by the academy for media play. Probably my actual skills are terrible. Tell me wisely that I'm better. After a while, Jiangchan cried and cried, thinking of the cadets who would cling to him. I felt like I was already in a good mood when I thought of the guys called the elite who were praised by the world holding their pants crotch and crying. Back to the present. Jiangchan had to admit that his plan was a bit twisted, even though the rest of the cadets were okay because they didn't encounter the beast. It was because when Jaehyeon and Kim Yoo-young returned, the things they brought shocked him. There were few of them nearby. I think we should go a little deeper. Jaehyeon said so and put his booty down on the floor with a pattering sound. The essence of the corrupted spirits poured out of his bosom. There are about 30 of them. You mean you two handled this together? Jaehyeon laughed as he looked at the finished tent, ignoring the muttered dinner. Hey. It seems your tent-making skills are getting better. Has it become quite usable? Of course, it's difficult if you've had a little more training like this. An Hoyeon said that and laughed at the same time. Kwon So-yeol next to him kept writing something on the newly brought touchpad, seeing several potion bottles spilled on the floor. It seemed that he was using his own skill. Her search skills are highly effective anytime, anywhere. It will be of great help in finding a way to quickly clear the dungeon. Is things going well? So, anyway. I want to ask you something, at Jaehyeon's words. Kwon Soil let go of his rhyme and said, she narrowed her eyes as she looked at Jaehyeon. It was because he instinctively realized that something was wrong with his body. The apple you fed us that day, what the hell is that, come to think of it? Kim Yoo-young said the same thing in a battle a while ago, an apple that Jaehyeon cut himself. After eating this, he began to clearly realize that his body had changed. It seems Anana and Hoyin haven't noticed yet. His colleagues will clearly experience the effect of the apology in this dungeon raid, an elixir that increases magical power. This wasn't something you could easily get anywhere. In the first place, Idun's golden apples were grown in God's garden. If nothing changes after eating these items, that would be even more strange. It's nothing special, it's expensive. Is it expensive as expected? That's why the effect was amazing. Kwon Soyeol was basically a person steeped in materialism. As soon as she heard that the apple Jaehyeon handed her was an expensive item, she nodded with a bright smile on her face. Suddenly he went missing and came back to his senses. Have you finally realized the importance of your colleagues? Sometimes you talk like I've been mean again, even though you already picked up a lot. But Kwon Soyeol quickly understood, in fact. The reason she asked Jaehyeon about the apology was simple. When he used his unique skill search a while ago, it made it possible to search a wider range without difficulty than before. In the case of Kim Yoo-young, it was an increase in the total amount of horsepower and an increase in proficiency. The rest will have a similar effect. Jaehyeon couldn't help but feel good about the situation going smoothly. While searching the dungeon with Kim Yoo-young, he saw a monster den, and it was full of hundreds of B-class or higher beasts. Jaehyeon can't even dream of leveling up until he catches it. But that was the business that remained. Jaehyeon sang a hum song and spread his mana widely. The colleagues who had raised their stats were just concentrating on clearing the dungeon without knowing this fact. Now then, shall we begin in earnest? When Jaehyeon raises the corner of his mouth thinking that, on the other side, Jeonchan was grinding his teeth at the thoughts that came to his mind. I can't let these guys clear the dungeon, I have to do something. If this was the case, it would have been a situation where things could go wrong. If that happens, the beans that will fall on him will disappear, and he will have to withdraw his plan to feed the cadets of Miles Academy. Is this the end of your grand plan? You can't do that. Jeonchan thought so and glared at Jaehyeon. He still had a slim, handsome face. But unlike the first time, for some reason he felt an unknown force. It must have been because he had personally witnessed the essence of the fallen spirit collected a moment ago. But that would be a lie. I caught a few by accident. But it must have been a heap of essence, otherwise, it would be absolutely impossible to get rid of that many things in this amount of time. Aren't they monsters from a B-class dungeon? Even if a party of cadets could deal with 5 or 6 of them, it would be impossible to defeat that number quickly. That was Jeonchan's conclusion, but he didn't know that Jaehyeon was already aware of his disturbing movements. Chapter 234 Red Mission Part 4 Evening came a little early, like an open dungeon with a dense forest. The day quickly disappeared and darkness settled. A faint smell of blood and water mist covered the forest. On a day like this, you have to be especially careful about hunting monsters. So Jaehyeon decided to go hunting as soon as the day dawned. For now, the priority is to take a break and recharge your stamina. Anyway, if you attack the dungeon according to your skills, it will be over in an instant. That was not going to happen. One of the goals of clearing this dungeon was to secure his own stats through the growth of his friends. Since Jeonchan was also watching from the side, Jaehyeon was thinking of adjusting the attack speed appropriately. You have to be aware of what he might do before you can respond. So it's good to keep a close eye on his actions without losing any tension. Although it's obvious what he's trying to do, Jaehyeon knew that Jeonchan is making a plan to sabotage their mission, which will be led by the mayor of Pohang City. Ko Pilseong. It was a reenactment familiar with the circumstances of politicians and adults. There was no reason for him to be subjected to such an altercation, but it's worth using. Jaehyeon thought about it and raised his eyebrows lightly. He will use the dinner plan in reverse from now on. That evening, Jeonchan sneaked out and started spraying something outside. It is the bodily fluids of other monsters. It was a kind of inducer to attract greedy demons. The reason for using it is simple: in order to attract other demons and stop their raiding of dungeons. Simply put, it is to induce a raid of monsters. Kids, let's get it right. Jeonchan intended to teach Jaehyeon and his colleagues about the bitterness of life. The battle against the witch beast is not determined only by strength, tact, and accurate judgment in combat situations. Without it, even weak enemies can die. Of course, I can't let Pohang City and Mills die for a smooth relationship. Moderately frightening is fine, no matter how inferior the dinner was. I had no intention of letting a minor die at the gate. Right now, it's just to scare them and induce them to properly subdue the demons at the entrance. Just like Go Pilseong requested, that was the purpose SSSSSS. Is this enough? As the powder was sprinkled, the scent of magic began to creep up from the surroundings. No matter how formal it is, it feels creepy. Of course. I brought a warp stone for multiplayer so that I could bring the cadets back. It's a tool that can move multiple people at the same time. So there's no danger, worst case. He only had to run away wearing a coat with a 1-minute stealth skill, the lifeline of Jiangchan, which was purchased in the past by hundreds of millions of dollars. This was the artifact that saved him from almost dying several times. I don't mean to let other people die. But the priority is yourself anyway. Wouldn't you like to do something in the future if you live? It was much better to protect oneself than to face others who were hit a few times. Then it was the time he was about to take a step while thinking so. Grrr, what? From somewhere in the middle of the forest. A terrifying cry was heard. I felt goosebumps running down my spine and all over my body. What the hell is going on? Haven't you heard that beast-type monsters exist here? Thoughts continued sparsely. But soon only one thought remained in his head. Dangerous. That thought ran through his mind. It was almost a sixth sense. Jiangchan immediately turned around. A huge enemy is approaching them. Waking up the cadets now and delaying the time would reduce the chances of his own survival. It's unfortunate. But I can't help it, after he concluded. He quickly put on his stealth robe, and it was the very moment when I was trying to get out of the seat faster than anyone else. Woo, a vine that had flown from somewhere entangled Jiangchan's leg precisely. It was a repulsive vine with bumps sprouting everywhere. Jiangchan shouted in an embarrassed voice. What? When I first investigated at the headquarters, there was no story that there was a monster attacking with vines here. Plant-type monsters are not often reported even in academic societies. Simply put, it means no information. To make matters worse, a black shadow was slowly approaching him in the forest. Woo-woo, a wolf howl is heard. His legs were still not functioning and the vines were too strong to get out. What kind of magic is this? Jiangchan saw the red eyes of the demon slowly approaching him. At this rate, 100% would die. Dangerous. These thoughts were tangled up and clouded his thinking. It's a heavy plant. At that time, Jiangchan's expression hardened coldly at the sudden voice he heard from behind. Following, awesome, the vines that wrapped around him cut so lightly that a boy appeared from the darkness. Jiangchan's face stiffened with shock. That guy, Min Yggdrasil, heavy plant. Jaehyeon was well aware of the monster that attacked the dinner table. It was because he was a guy he had dealt with before returning. At the time, I was tied to that vine and couldn't do anything, so I was probably saved by a colleague. Now, though, it's quite different. I'm sure Jiangchan doesn't know. It was around this time that heavy plants appeared in earnest. It was a time when there was no public information about him yet. Still in this era, information on all monsters appearing in dungeons and fields was not disclosed. A time when, at best, only about 20% of all demonic beasts in existence were properly analyzed. There were always a lot of people dying in lower dungeons due to lack of information. Lack of information leads to insufficient response, which is a problem that eventually leads to the death of the radar. However, it was meaningless to Jaehyeon. He almost memorized the monster dictionary before returning. There was absolutely no chance of being hit by a monster like a heavy plant. There was nothing to worry about because he was perfectly aware of his weaknesses in the first place. For now, I will take care of this guy. Keep your distance and kill the wolf. Please, leave it to me. An Hoyeon boasted. The other colleagues also nodded and gathered around the living quarters with their backs at the center. Dark forest is dangerous. If you open the gap even a little bit, the camp will be scattered and bitten by the wolves. Of course, now my colleagues are strong enough, and even if a problem arises, it won't hurt too much. It's better not to get hurt, though. Jaehyeon thought and moved his gaze toward the heavy plant in front of him. This guy is an A-rank beast that doesn't go well with a B-rank gate, a monster that wraps around the opponent to weaken it, then stabs humans and monsters with the spittle at the end of the vine and sucks their bodily fluids. While Jaehyeon continued his accident, Yongchen, who had suddenly collapsed, shouted, "Boo fire, use fire attribute magic. If you do that, they talk all sorts of stupid things." Jaehyeon said that and dismissed his opinion. Well, it can be seen that there are sufficient grounds for Jiangchan's judgment. Basically, it's common knowledge that plant-type monsters are weak to flames, but this is a trap, Jaehyeon knew, when dealing with a witch beast. The ability to hit its weakness is important, but there is something more important than that. The situation of the fields and dungeons. Jaehyeon looked around. Nearby is a flooded forest. If you use fire magic here, as Jiangchan said, the flames will spread out of control. If that happens, it will be a situation where you have to use more mana than necessary to extinguish the fire. Not only that, but the beasts of the forest have a very sensitive sense of smell. They will react sensitively to the smell of burning. Because of this, capable raiders are always sensitive to starting fires in the forest. It must be accompanied to maintain body temperature. But do not attempt it unless safety is secured. That's fire. Jaehyeon also went through many experiences like this before returning. For now. It's dented in the back. I have a lot of questions to ask later. Jaehyeon looked back for a moment and said. Jeongchan trembled involuntarily. That guy, what the hell is that? However, before he could even give an answer, magic burst from Jaehyeon's fingertips. The most effective magic for plant-type monsters is flame, but apart from that, the ice property magic is also effective. Active skill Frozen Earth LV, 5 to activate. Damn it. Huge pieces of ice rose from the ground with a roar and started attacking the head and heart. The vital parts of the heavy plant. Hooked, heavy plant's body is pierced with fragments of ice sharpened like awl and purple blood bleeds. It is a neurotoxin that paralyzes people from moving, instead of blood. It was also the moisture that occupied the body of the heavy plant. Jaehyeon gestured once again with the demon's scream and froze him entirely. It was decided to block it at the source because the poison could splash out and damage nearby colleagues. Quaeduk, along with the sound. The demonic beast gradually began to be trapped in the ice from below. On the other hand, Jeongchan regrets his actions a little while ago as he sees Jaehyeon getting rid of the demon in an instant. If I had known this was going to happen, I should have looked at Jaehyeon's skills and worked on it more properly. Of course. Even if I did, the result wouldn't have changed. The heavy plant was completely frozen and unable to move. Eventually, as Jaehyeon clenched his fists, the ice that wrapped around the beast broke. Quachang, the heavy plant, which had been torn to pieces in an instant, was now at a level where its original form could not be found. Only the ice shards on the floor told him that he existed. That one, after Jaehyeon dealt with the beast. He calmly asked his colleagues, there except for Kwon Soyeol, Kim Yoo-young and Lee Yisang. The panicking voices of the party could be heard. Seo Ine said as she clenched and opened her fists. Something seems to have changed from before. I don't know why either. But the sword suddenly feels light. An Hoyeon also agreed. Kwon Soyeol crossed his arms and said, that's because of the apology Jaehyeon gave me earlier. Yes, is it because of the apology? Jaehyeon, what does that mean? Well, let's talk about that a little later. After Jaehyeon moderately cut off the party, he looked at Jeongchan who was sitting on the floor. First, let's think about what to do with this human. Think of you two, what and how much to rip off. A greedy expression appeared on Jaehyeon's face, one of his philosophies. It was a tit-for-tat strategy. If the opponent hits lightly, I hit lightly too. I will cooperate with those who agree to cooperate with me, but Jaehyeon clenched his fist as he approached Jeongchan. If you betrayed me first, I will return the same. Knock it off. Naturally. Jaehyeon never let this happen. Jeongchan's face hardened, for reference. It was the exact opposite of Jaehyeon's expression. Wait a minute, I'll give you anything you want. So, Jaehyeon thought that there would be more to rip off him than he thought. So laughter kept leaking out.